will hold me to the ground. If I didn't have you, I would float away. I would fall into the same old pattern that I've worn so well. On my darkest day, someone told me it was easy, but I've seen to find it hard. I'm an audience to grievance, 'cause I've struggled with my heart. But you changed the shape of love when I wasn't vain of love. But like a stream, you tie me down. You know my foundation in this tired town. Just like a stream, you tie me down. You're my foundation in this tired town. I'm a beat in your algorithm. You're my ism. Now I've something to lose. Oh. Even if the neighbors listen, let them listen. Oh. This is more than spiritual. Someone told me it was easy, but I've seemed to find it hard. I'm an audience to grievance, 'cause I've struggled with my heart. But you changed the shape of love, and I was in vain of love. But like a stream, you tie me down. wanna step forward and backwards three. It's a bad girl's life and a lonely street. I'm gonna let it shine. With the stars in the sky, I'm gonna ride or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me in my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not ride or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me in my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not ride or die. I ride or die. me to the ground. If I didn't have you, I would float away. I would fall into the same old pattern that I've worn so well. On my darkest day, someone told me it was easy, but I've seen to find it hard. I'm an audience to grievance, 'cause I've struggled with my heart. But you changed the shape of love when I was a vein of love. But like a stream, you tie me down. You know my foundation in this tired town. Just like a stream, you tie me down. You're my foundation in this tired town. I'm a beat in your algorithm. You're my ism. Now I've something to lose. Oh. Even if the neighbors listen, let them listen. Oh. This is more than spiritual. Someone told me it was easy, but I've seemed to find it hard. I'm an audience to grievance, 'cause I've struggled with my heart. But you changed the shape of love, and I was in vain of love. But like a stream, you tie me down. It's a bad girl's life and an all-known road. I'm gonna leash you. Like it's just in the sky. I'm alright or die. Not that I let it go. Nothing like me and my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not right or die. Not that I let it go. Nothing like me and my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not right or die. Put my ego in the driver's seat and slip my two-way personality. I take one step forward and backwards three. It's a bad girl's life and a lonely street. I'm gonna leash you like it's dust in the sky. I'm alright or die. Not that I let it go. Nothing like me and my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not right or die. Not that I let it go. Nothing like me and my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not right or die. I'd rather die.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day one of the land stage of FISSURE Playground 1 Dota, presented by FISSURE. We got a small crowd, but it's an intense and passionate one. Let's see what they're thinking. But first, let's take a look at the stage. We got pyrotechnics. We got the biggest screen you can imagine. It's three-dimensional. Let's take a look at that too. Welcome to FISSURE Playground 1 Dota, presented by FISSURE.
Я из Германии специально приехал на FISSURE Playground на все 3 дня LAN-ивента. Тундра, скорее всего, выиграет турнир. Например, Спириты только собрались, BetBoom что-то поплыли в последней игре. Только что талоны хорошо сыграли. Посмотрим. Хорошие матчи, главное, мне кажется. Первый LAN-турнир все-таки.
За СНГ, ну, хочется на Спирит посмотреть побольше матчей.
Я здесь, чтобы поддержать BetBoom, потому что они переживают, и я надеюсь, что все будет по кайфулику. 70% что они выиграют, вот так вот скажу. По классике они будут брать что-то метовое, а если не будут брать метовое, то, в принципе, возможно, мы увидим что-то новое. Я хочу наконец-то увидеть линию хоть раз в жизни Вайпер Венит. В харде желательно.
BetBoom.
За BetBoom.
Я просто люблю киберспорт. Мне больше по кайфу его смотреть, чем играть. Мне нет столько друзей, чтобы играть в командную игру, а одному скучно. Смотреть на красивую доту всегда по кайфу.
Today, we started with 8 teams, but it's elimination day, so 3 of them are going home. Let's see what the winners have to say about winning their matches on this glorious day.
Я думаю, это овердрафт, им неудобно играть против нас. Мы просто берем героев, и они не знают, что делать. В первой игре он пикает гиро, он не знает, что покупать против Энигмы. Просто они не понимают, как контрить наших героев, и все. Мне кажется, проще всего играть против СНГ и Европы, потому что ты досконально знаешь, что они делают в игре, каких героев любят. А вот наоборот, на этом турнире против азиатских команд было тяжело играть, потому что они приехали со своими героями из своего региона после перерыва, поэтому думаю, что проще против СНГ и Европы.
First time we go on the stage, it's like kind of feel nervous, but when the game starts, like we're just playing in the hotel, something like that. I mean, it's just normal to play on the stage. After we lost the game 1, it's like the coach just talked to us, like just move on and reset and be better. Yeah, just be better in the game 2 and 3. I think our team don't feel pressure right now. We just want to play Dota and have some fun.
День пошел очень положительно, потому что мы выиграли 2-0, 2-0 сегодня. Завтра у нас игра со Спирит либо талонами. Я бы хотел сыграть со Спирит, хочу выиграть их. Мне всегда нравится играть на сцене, особенно тут по факту почти хоум-крауд. Прям для меня это то, почему я играю в эту игру. Знаешь, что враг волнуется, ты немножко волнуешься. Большие ставки — это настоящая дота, в моем понимании.
The stage is absolutely amazing. We have a crowd already, so it's really nice to come and feel that tournament energy once again and watch the games, analyze the games, why some teams are winning, why some teams are losing. It's kind of like a new format for me, new job, and I still have to develop like how to show my emotions better, how to give like better insights, how to talk properly, how make my voice really nice and easy, you know. So it's kind of harder for me to be as an analyst still than as a player.
Атмосфера на самом деле такая, прям ходишь, тут все кто суетится, короче, кофточки покупают, обсуждают пики, баны, и ты такой, йоу, хочется ко всем подойти, короче, что-то им рассказать, навешать, один на один поиграть можно тоже классно.
Wow, what a fantastic, succulent, delectable treat it was to hear from our players of day one. Make sure to follow FISSURE on all socials, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I gotta go, I got a coach interview. Welcome back. Welcome, everyone. to day 2 of FISSURE Playground 1 Dota, presented by FISSURE.
I'm so happy to see you guys in the audience live at the Sava Center here in Belgrade, Serbia. We got a lot of action for you guys, and it was a lot of fun yesterday as well. Anyone from the crowd here yesterday?
Oh yeah, that guy. There's the chicken guy.
I see him.
He's a freak. Yeah, quack for me. You can't hear him. He's
Don't do
quacking.
that. Well, look, there was a lot of fun yesterday. For those of you guys who are joining us for the first time, I'm so excited to give you a refresh, you know? Remember what happened yesterday for our day 1 here on stage. We got to see some teams eliminated, which, heartbreaking as it is, shout out to all the audience members, by the way. You guys are a lot of fun. But yesterday, our upper lower bracket, they were shaping up a bit more. We saw Heroic, Liquid, and BetBoom eliminated yesterday. So some good upsets, but even that better Dota was seen yesterday.
We saw the TI winners go home. I don't think anybody was expecting that. I don't think anybody was expecting BetBoom to go home. Heroic, maybe, but possibly not after the group stage that they had. There were some good matches yesterday.
There was, and there's going to be some even better ones today. Anyone in the crowd fans of PARIVISION here?
Anyone in the crowd fans of Satanic here? That was the same. I'm just curious.
Why do you always do that?
Because for Spirit, it was everybody like Yatoro, but not Spirit, which was very strange.
Well, look, the reason why I ask is because PARIVISION will be playing it today. That's unfortunately at the end of the day, though. So you guys are going to have to be patient. Make sure you stay in those seats, because before that one, we have our upper bracket. You know, Tundra up against Falcons. Haven't seen them play in a couple of days either.
It's been a while. But I can tell you, Amar and Malrine, they've been pumping at the gym. They've been getting that testosterone flowing. These guys are just ready to go. They're ravenous.
Well, look, that's the second series of the day, but our very first one is going to be a barn burner. We've got Spirit up against Talon. I want to see where the audience level is at. Who's here for Spirit? Ooh, I thought that'd be cool.
That was pretty much everyone. That was pretty much. Well, who's here for Talon? That was. Oh, there we go. Okay, all right. I feel like Talon's winning over some fans. These guys are hilarious. Makoto got into a bathtub with me. That's pretty cool. He's the best mid laner in the world. He doesn't have to do that. It was in a video. It was okay. It was in a video. I didn't mean that out of context. Don't take that out of context.
A nice little content vid you guys can go back and watch for yourselves. I just wanted to gauge where you guys were at, because, you know, it's a lonely up on this stage, having to talk to Jenkins all the time. I love you guys in the crowd, but we want to bring some more people to the stage. We want to get the ball rolling. We want to get some Dota action here as well.
2-time TI winners, Collapse and Yatoro are back, and they want to prove they're still the best. Let's bring them on the stage. Team Spirit!
Team Spirit taking the stage there. Some nice cheers for them. Big smile on Mahoshka's face there as well. He's happy to be back on stage playing some more Dota. The thing is, with this series, it feels a little bit like David and Goliath here, all right? Team Spirit people have been so excited to see them play. A lot of their roster coming back after a break as well. But, their opponents, they've been the underdogs here for quite some time.
Here's a question, Nat T. Who's the David and who's the Goliath? Because Team Talon, They sent TI winners home yesterday, and they're looking to send another pack of double TI winners home today. So let's welcome onto the stage, Team Talon!
We got to see these guys play yesterday, have that upset for themselves. A top 6 SEA finish. We'll see if they can make it even further for themselves. Talon, you can never underestimate them.
Well, I'm tired of waiting. I want to see these guys duke it out, but we need some commentators for this epic battle. And who are our commentators?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you, who are our commentators?
I thought you were going to...
I don't remember. It's T-Panda and Harry Freak. And Resolution as well.
Well, it is time for day number 2. Welcome everybody here at the Sava Center at Belgrade, Serbia, as we're getting ourselves ready for the first best of 3 of the day here with T-Panda, Harry Freak, and of course Rezo. Nice to have a nice nice amount of folk over here. We are getting ourselves ready for this first one, and it's going to be a tight battle with Team Spirit for the first time on stage versus Talon, who took down Liquid yesterday. Gents, had a good night's sleep and ready for day 2?
Yeah, it's a lovely morning, lovely weather in Belgrade here. We have a crowd already, a lot of people coming to the first game. So it's going to be an exciting match.
Yeah, for sure. And overall, I mean, yesterday the introductions were the same, but I don't know, I just felt jitters when these two teams were coming on stage. So I'm having a good feeling about this one.
The topic for this one, the Champion Slayers, question mark at the end as well. Do you guys think either Talon or Spirit are going to be the ones to of course they have to knock out each other's or one of these two, but can they take on the rest of the pack based on today's performance?
Well, Team Spirit already faced Talon before, right? And they had a sweet W on them. And they already met a PARIVISION as well, so they kind of like have a preference like to go into these matches and like kind of be winners, like potential winners in this series, but we'll see. Talon showed some really good performances yesterday, and I think like they're coming with a win, and Team Spirit are coming from a loss from the Tundra before, so it's not that easy.
Yep. Well, overall, it is. You know, Talon have been pushing people out of the tournament, but Spirit, they didn't push them out of the group stage. Spirit won there. But also, guys, just to remind you all to follow Fissure. This is not the only tournament that we're gonna have. Fissure Playground 1! F in the chat to follow us on all of the social media that we have, and of course Twitch and YouTube to follow these great teams.
Absolutely, but to talk about this particular matchup here, I do have one topic I want to discuss. It's actually map pings. Something that maybe the audience is wondering, why are we talking about this specifically? People don't always understand the pings the same way. How do you understand the exclamation marks and the X's on the map?
Oh, dude, I had, there was a tournament that was being played in Europe and all of the Chinese players were here, and X in China means go back. I screwed up so many times and just, you know, I'm ace pinging you X and you're jumping in, and it just doesn't work out. So, you know, it could be that, but overall, you know, pings in the teams that you told me about that have the most pings in the tournament, it could be that one of their teammates screws up and then they're like ping, 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 just to have a little bit of fun.
Can happen. Can happen in pubs.
Come on, Harry. Like,
when you want a ping to go, you just ping once. But if you are trying hard to make an X ping, which means two actions are happening at the same time, it means something else. It's not
maybe.
a go, you know?
Maybe. My fault. I mean, I didn't say like, yo, why did you ping me? You know, I apologize. So it happens.
I mean, sometimes I think just to make an attention of it, like come on, guys, look, this hero can jump, like, you know, some attention. It's not means only like to go. Like, so the things have some different meanings in the game, for sure.
They definitely do. And alongside the stats we see on our screens right now with Yatoro and Natsumi, the reason why I'm talking about map pings is because both Team Spirit and Talon are in the bottom 4 of every team in the tournament so far. I think they're averaging around 200 map pings per game. And that is not just pings, that includes a lot of drawing. So every little pixel is 1 ping. So they're at 200. Avilus was at nearly 500. So my point here is, what do you need to visualize on the minimap for your team? What kind of things do you need to draw instead of communicating to your team with voice?
I mean, usually you draw the areas that people are like kind of like taken and want to play in, and usually you draw the direction where you want to go in smoke. You either draw it for the team or like the enemy team that like use their smoke and going towards you. So those are like 2 of the main things that you're usually drawing in the map.
And for Talon, I'm not sure, but Team Spirit, they post quite often on their YouTube channel, and a lot of the times you can hear their communication there, and it's actually quite straightforward. They don't say a lot of unnecessary things, right? So we could see maybe some of these new teams using pings more or whatnot. Spirit, they use 1 ping, 1 word, and everybody knows what's up.
Yeah, I know for sure that Team Spirit worked really hard on their communication. And when you see their vlogs, I highly recommend to watch their vlogs for the fans, by the way.
Yeah.
It's really good quality. And yeah, there you go. Team Spirit fans right here in the arena. So they're like really good in the communication. You mostly hear like Miposhka talking in the early game and Yatoro talking in the mid to late game. And like the way they say things, it's so clear and it's so like you know, in the army, basically.
Yeah.
It's like very good.
One thing about the team comparison here between the two, I do want to touch upon Talon and Talon's form. Early on in the Swiss stage, we highlighted that Mikoto was playing out of his mind, and he looks like he is the top player in the team right now. But as a team, has Talon's form improved during the course of this tournament, especially when they took down Liquid yesterday?
I'd say it has, but not by a lot. I feel like Talon, they always have these games where they completely shine, even moments inside of a game where they shine, and then sometimes they drop the ball. So I'd be looking at them as maybe some inconsistency issues, or maybe you just get outplayed sometimes. But overall, a lot of teams have been looking at them as, okay, this team is only Mikoto, but I think the rest of them have proven that that's definitely not the case. Even if you shut him down, you have the other 4 players that are gonna step up and create space if need be for him.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday match, the Natsumi was like really high performance, and I think they found the hero, the BH hero, that is really good for their playstyle that they're creating here, and I think the Team Spirit had to respect that, and I think it's going to be banned in this series.
They absolutely should. Also, a reminder for all the folks out there watching on the live stream, and maybe guys here at the venue too, if you want to participate in the vote, !S for Team Spirit, !T for Talon. Right now, 80% favored on the Talon side. I think the Spirit audience here, or the fans at least, need to be loud here today.
They did not wake up yet, or what's happening
here?
25 to 76.
That's the case, right? Southeast Asia, they wake up earlier than we do here in Europe. So obviously Spirit fans are still sleeping. But if they're sleeping while their boys are playing, those are not real fans. These guys in the arena, they're the true fans.
Good point, good point. I mean, about Spirit as well, what do you think they've learned from their 0-2 loss in the upper bracket that they might use against Talon? I mean, you already mentioned that they beat Talon once, but is there something from their fresh memory that they might use versus Talon?
Well, I think they're going to change their priorities a little bit in terms of Bristleback. They took Bristleback out of the Tundra, which was kind of like stealing it from them. But I think they're going to switch it up and go back to their their priorities, which is like Magnus, Monkey King, Miposhka, like for Phoenix, Batrider. I think those are like top tier heroes for Team Spirit for now.
Yeah, I'd like to see something like that. Overall, what happened there versus Tundra is that they got completely demolished in the lanes. You cannot allow that to happen.
Well, we'll see what kind of heroes are going to be showing up because, ladies and gents, it is time to head over to the draft.
versus Talon Esports. Game 1.
Team Spirit having first pick and Radiant, as we saw second pick as a choice on the side of Talon. Any surprises there?
No, I'm not surprised about those, but and I'm not surprised about Team Spirit bans, because if I were them, I would do the same bans. Terrorblade and Bounty Hunter were really like key heroes in their win in the last match against Liquid, so those are taken down. So Talon, they have to prepare something new for this series against Team Spirit.
And also, every single time that Spirit were opening up the match versus PARIVISION, they went for Monkey King every single time. And Talon, they're one of the teams that can also play a Queen of Pain. We saw what happened to a Monkey King yesterday when he laned versus this hero, when no one was on the Queen of Pain. So let's see if Mikoto can replicate it. And everybody has been super loud about Mikoto and the way that he's been playing. So I'm pretty sure if Laurel decides to pick up this Monkey King, that he's gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, it's important to create a support heroes that can help Queen to create even more pressure, like PARIVISION had in their previous match when they had a Queen against Monkey. But at the same time, this Monkey King can just go a different lane. Iru, he already showed that he can play it on the 4, so Team Spirit might be thinking about changing the role for it and just picking a really good hero against Queen of Pain. Something like Puck would be nice.
Would be good to go that route, but when you mention good heroes versus the Monkey King, something that comes to mind that both Kuku and Joe play is a Batrider, but it's not in the pool. Yeah, they got rid of it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, one hero they're definitely looking at on Talon is a Pagna for Kuku. He enjoys that hero a lot.
Yeah, he does play quite a lot of it. I mean, other than the Phoenix, especially in pubs, it is his second most played hero. So, and they've going for it.
Yeah, and I think it fits their lineup pretty well, since they don't really have huge tower damage on their cores usually. So he's kind of like giving the opportunity to open up tier 1s early on with the Pagna.
And they're one of the few teams that is still willing to play a Tusk, and there's the Puck ban that you mentioned, so Laurel is not going to be getting that one. But yeah, only a couple of teams are willing to play a Tusk, and you know, if you're thinking about mid lane rotations, that guy definitely does come in handy. I think yesterday in game 1 versus Liquid, they last pick a Tusk. They lost that game, but still they definitely think highly of the hero still.
Yeah. I mean, one hero I was looking at to add to the pool, and like together with the Bounty Hunter or like Slark for a Vision, it's Riki that Tundra was showing for us. I wonder if Talon could play the same hero in this series.
Jocam has been playing a ton of Riki, right? I mean, second most played in pubs, so yeah. It's not impossible that he goes that route. I think we've casted a couple of Riki games and actually looked quite good, especially versus some of these supports that are low armor currently.
Yeah. They actually had a Riki game against Spirit.
Yeah, the funny thing about Jokum is that out of the 15 games that they played, he's played 10 different heroes during the course of that time, so not a lot of replication in his hero pool.
Yeah, and that is the game that they won versus Spirit, right? With the Riki. Yeah, they lost 2 games. They won 1, and the one that they won, Talon had a Riki, so maybe it's the way to go. But currently you don't see any supports on Team Spirit. Neither do I see like a big physical damage dealer to make use of the Riki shard as well. I feel like that could be a big part of the hero as well that you should really think about.
Yeah, I wonder if this Queen can be also put in another lane. Can we switch to position 4 or 5?
Queen?
Yes. I've seen it
how would that work?
I mean, it's just annoying on the lane. It just has a huge harass, can win a lot of matchups.
Remember when you could still play Queen as a pos 3 when you had Necrobook?
Yes. Yeah, that was a good time.
That was a good time.
I also, when Shadow Strike was still like an awesome spell, people played it as a position 1, but I feel like that's like 5 years ago at this point. And also Sanjan Kaya is kind of not good at the moment, so that's why people aren't willing to go for that route. But Team Spirit, you're gonna play Alina versus Mikoto. He knows this hero inside and out. This is brave.
Yeah, I was looking at the vlog of Team Spirit, vlog number 2 of this tournament, and Laurel, he was like, Lina is a good hero, guys, but you don't have to pick it if you don't want to. He's like, he's putting it out there, not like, because he bought a skin on Lina, it's like some frozen Lina, which costs like $2,000 or $3,000, and he's like, yeah, Lina is a good hero, but you don't have to pick it.
That is what he needed to do.
But he wants to play it. Yeah, really wants to play it.
It's his third most played hero in pubs, right after the Shaker and the Monkey King.
I think starting in the tournament, it was his most played hero in pubs, and then while being here, he's like, okay, my captain and my coach don't want to give this one to me. I think he had an interview where they asked him specifically about the Lina, and everybody gives roughly the same answer. It's good, but I'm not sure if it's good in pubs, and my coach and captain don't want to pick it up that much. Well, here it is.
But it's bold to pick it against Mikoto because he knows that hero very well himself. So we'll see who's the better Lina in this series.
Yeah, Mikoto's already got 4 games on that.
Yeah, and his KDA is always like top-notch.
They also go for the Lich. Miposhka classic here, you could almost say.
It is a classic, but it's been pretty underwhelming from what we've seen in the games. It didn't really have that impact that you expect this hero to have, like, you know, solo killing cores. But Miposhka, he's like quite unique in terms of like how he's positioning himself on the map. And sometimes we see that he's hiding behind the Tormentor to be ready for that team to come there and just smash all of them.
And especially when played on the Radiant side, right? We saw not only just Miposhka, but King Jungles too do that they just set camp on the dire Tormentor and just live in that area for like 5 to 10 minutes and never leave.
But Miposhka in the vlog, he said that on the Radiant side, it's easier to hide because there's more space in the trees. And on Dire, it's really hard to find.
But there's the Tusk. Right, so as soon as they see a Lina, it used to be kind of a rule. You see an SF or a Lina in the mid lane, and if you're a support player, you already think Tusk, I'm gonna kill them like 10 times. So this Lina is really gonna have to be careful. You need to utilize that high range that the hero has to stay away, and yeah, Pugna as well. So Kuku, Pugna, Jokem on the Tusk most likely. They could switch it around, obviously, but they are definitely gonna be looking to punish this Lina if possible.
It's an interesting draft, right? Because it's not a lot of crowd control, but definitely ways to kill your opponent.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you're lacking stuns for sure. In the laning stage especially, you know, if other lanes other than the one where the Doom and the Tusk are gonna be in, you can very easily just TP out, and that's gonna be the main thing. But if you look at Team Spirit heroes, they're kind of squishy, so if they get caught, they're probably going down. So it's not gonna be a problem overall.
Ooh.
I really love this pick.
It's a really good Alpha Wolves Lycan game, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, Pugna has a ways to get away from it with the decreep, and Tusk himself too, a little bit. But it's just so nice to play with Lycan, since you're like, all the lanes are pushing into the enemies. At 15 minutes, you buy Shard, and you start to farm a lot. These Alpha Wolves level, how much is it, 5 or 7? they're so strong. And they're pushing lanes, like, I was calculating, they kill almost every creep. Like before, when the wolves were not this high level, they could like kill creeps like around 40% of the time. But here, these stronger wolves, they kill like around 80 to 90% creeps. So it gives you so much farm when you just buy shards. It's like a Midas. But when you have Midas on top of that, it's just like, woo, your net per
Hightail is kind of wild.
So does Talon then need a carry that's gonna deal with the waves? Because these 4 heroes that they have are kind of bad at doing that. They can maybe force rotations by being a little bit more aggressive. But you know what comes to mind? A Naga Siren. We've seen a couple played as a carry. I could see it working here.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Is Team Spirit looking for some rat Dota with this lineup? Because it feels like it.
Yeah, for sure.
Naga used to be one of the best heroes against Lycan, for sure. Naga and TB are the best heroes against it.
TB we don't have, so
TB we don't have, yes.
Naga is gonna be there, and especially use your shapeshift. This poor Pugna is gonna be running away. We're expecting a relatively early nullifier on either the Monkey King or the Lycan, so you're gonna be needing something to keep him alive.
Yeah, and I like that Team Spirit lineup doesn't really have too much physical damage. They have Monkey King and Lycan, but they also have like huge magical output from the Lich and Lina. So this Pugna is gonna be as big of a problem as it was in the previous games that Talon played.
You know what is good at dealing with the wolves?
What?
Pudge, hook.
Yeah, you can deal with one, and then the next guy just rips you apart.
You use the meat shield while he's eating you, so you're fine, I guess.
But then you can buy Midas, and then with Midas,
problem solved.
Problem solved.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If Team Spirit heard you there, it's not gonna be fair because you gave them such a great idea. Sorry, Talon, you gave them a great idea. Yeah, we'll see what they do. But they banned out the line. If Team Spirit want to pick up a support now, if it's not gonna be a Monkey King support, I could see them going for like a Shadow Shaman, right? The other hero that has a Hex.
I think Spirit has to take out Bristol right now. It's really important. I think Bristol.
True, Bristol is still in the pool. Yeah, there we go. It actually gets removed by Spirit. And a hero that you were also mentioning, we looked at the piece of that Team Spirit vlog, that they're not entirely sure how to run this DK, but seems like they've built confidence in it with time.
Yeah, but it was Laurel who was saying
Laurel,
DK is useless, but when DK is on the position 1, it's a completely different hero. Because from mid you usually buy Blink and you have to go with a team and like fight, but from position 1 you just farm. You just buy Mask of Madness, you buy Armlet, your farm increases which item, and it's just too much.
Okay, so since the TB was directly banned by Team Spirit, does that leave us with... Can you even play Nagasiren versus DK? I don't think that feels like a good matchup anymore.
It's very hard, right? If you decide to go that route, you pretty much secure that you're never going to be able to win a team fight. So what is left right now is like a Morphling or a Lifestealer.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the same.
But both of them aren't good at shoving out the waves. So I feel like Team Spirit could just play for their timings by shoving out the waves and then just choose when to go forward. It puts Talon in an uncomfortable spot.
But it's gonna be the Fuzzy Wuzzy.
I like the Ursa pick here. I don't think they have a lot to deal with Ursa, to be honest. They need an early nullifier this game for sure. From Collapse or... yeah, probably from Collapse. Because with nullifier, you remove Pugna from the game and you remove Ursa from the game, kind of.
Yeah, we've even seen like position 4 Monkey Kings rushing the nullifier, so that could be if Rue decides to go that route as well. But overall, I like the Ursa also because of the fact that you can walk into the Roche Pit and kind of force Spirit to come and fight you. And this lineup of Talon definitely wants to fight, get the Lina out of position.
Yeah, it looks like Team Spirit has a really good line top with DK and Lich. And they have a really good matchup in mid lane against, Lina against Queen. But for the bot side, Urs is going to have free farm, complete free farm against Lycan and the Monkey King.
Are we going to maybe see some Lich rotations? Is that a way to help that lane?
Yeah, Miposhka likes to make that rotation. Usually like 5 or 6 minutes, even earlier sometimes, he tends to rotate.
And he is using that Ice Lina set that you said of
yeah,
Sensi in just the end. He definitely wanted to play the hero.
Well, Team Spirit lineup is a little bit slow. Like Lina needs to farm his Aghanims, Lycan is just for AFK farm. DK is also farming quite a lot. So we're not gonna see like really big team fights early on happening.
Yeah, I would assume Talon to want to apply early pressure, right? Run towards the mid lane, get a lot of attention there, make sure that the Lina maybe falls a couple of times. We've seen Laurel drop a couple of times in this tournament when he shouldn't die. With the Lina, however, he has been a lot more careful than with something like his Puck. I mean, makes sense.
Well, we're getting closer to the start of the game, but which one do you favor here? Who do you think has an easier lineup to execute?
I mean, I think it's 55 to 45 in favor of Talon.
All right. Harry, quick idea?
Yeah, I'd probably go for Spirit. I'd say it's a bit easier to play, maybe.
All right, well, let's head over to the stage where we've got Nats, and is the S silent?
I'm going to try and get some answers from Silent here about this Monkey King going to position 4. When you first picked him up, is that where Monkey King was always going to go? Or did you last minute pivot to a position 4 Monkey King?
We picked Monkey King because we can flex it in few roles. When we saw co-op into Monkey King middle, we decided to pick a good matchup against co-op. It's just Lina. That's why we choose him to go for.
And were you surprised to get the Lina? Because Talon love it, and then you guys didn't ban it out, and you got to second pick it.
Yeah, he good playing Lina, but I think we might counter him if he picks.
All right, well, Silent, thank you so much for answering those questions. But right now, guys, we got to get our day started. We got to jump into game number 1.
Indeed, game number 1 is upon us here between Team Spirit and Talon. It's going to be a tight battle between the two. The previous fight did go in Team Spirit's favor, but maybe now Talon bounces back. So going to be an interesting battle between the two.
For sure, right? And that's what we want to see. I really would like for Talon to be able to apply that pressure early this game. If they can, it is actually going to be a very fun game, because what do you think when you see an Ursa Queen of Pain lineup? They're going to have a hard time pushing down towers. Tier 1s might fall because of the Pugna, but it's mostly going to be Talon rushing for kills. Of course, if the map gets overtaken by Spirit, we could see a bit of a slower game.
And Yetro in this game, he should buy Blink like he used to do it in the previous match. But when he does that, he's kind of like getting slower and farming. And I think in this game, he can try just like completely remove that possibility of like being able to gank and just completely farm all three on the 3 cores, like PARIVISION was showing us before in those games. And I think it's working pretty well in this meta, to be honest.
Does that just mean like 15 minutes shard on the Lycan? Is that how you make that happen? Because everybody's gonna need to farm, right? The Lina, the DK, Lycan even. It's definitely not gonna be easy to make plays.
Yeah, you just mostly protect your cores with the supports, and even if the enemies go with a smoke gank, you just lose 1 support, but that's fine, as long as you keep increasing your net worth.
Also an interesting one is the Roshan potential basically between the two teams, because for Talon, they've only averaged 1 Rosh kill per game, while Spirit has been averaging over double. So interesting to see if this one pans out as we're ready to jump into game number 1 of our opening best of 3 in day 2, Team Spirit and Talon. Thank you, Rezo, for your input, and Harry. Well, how do you see that Rosh potential going? Because we already see an Ursa on one side, but how does it work out for our boys on Team Spirit?
Overall, Talon not having that many Roshes is scary to me, especially because they're playing in Ursa. Team Spirit is undoubtedly the best team in the world when it comes to understanding whether you should fight the Rosh, whether you should fight after the Rosh, how to shove out the waves when the enemies are going for that objective. So you're playing an Ursa lineup, a lot is going to be focused around this objective, and I think that's where Team Spirit, even if the game is going badly, could get the advantage to go their way.
Playing that support monkey here on Rue. And of course, with the Wolves, this is some superior vision that Team Spirit can apply around the map. Always get info on what Talon wants to do. I think that could make the Dooms game really hard, because usually you want to stay hidden or somewhat hidden with this hero. Now it feels like a pretty much impossibility. Someone's going to see you almost all the time.
Yeah, Talon's lineup here needs to be played with speed, right? It's not that you're probably going to have worse vision. The lanes are probably going to be pushing towards you, unless you're completely crushing the game, which can happen. But what you need to do is speed, constantly make plays. You cannot allow Spirit to make this game boring and slow, because then they're going to be able to, as you mentioned, find your Doom, find your initiators, and stop any kind of moves that you want to make. But if you're constantly making moves, forcing out DP, Spirit won't be able to get into a good position, and then you will force out those mistakes that can, in turn, get you a lot of kills.
Pretty rough lanes for this Lina to potentially gank the side lanes if you can get to your 10-minute boots of travel. Sure, you can try and make a move, but pretty difficult targets to kill. I don't think you're killing this Doom right away. I think you have to do it in the early minutes if you do, but you go past 5-6 minutes, feel like Doom is kind of untouchable. Maybe we'll see some Twin Gate action through to Natsumi's lane.
Yeah, I think that could be the way to go for Spirit. Let's say if you really want to use the Lina early, you have a Lycan, so getting the TP in isn't really going to be that hard. So you maybe get the Lich through the Twin Gates, you come in with numbers, and then you bring the Lina. So she goes even... It's easy for the enemies to predict, but you have so many numbers and so many slows that you can die even with a hero like Alina.
So far, so good. Lina already up 10 CS here. While following up right behind, just a very even matchup in mid, at least between the two. And of course, with the lack of LSA in the early levels, you can just rely this Lina to just deal the damage.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets it on level 4, but a lot of people have been skipping it. Versus the Queen of Pain, which is a hero that doesn't really have huge range. You could go for an LSA. It's not half bad, especially because there might be a Tusk snowballing towards you.
Yeah.
And with the right plays, you can set up that the second that he comes out of his snowball, he gets stunned up.
Yeah, the lack of control that we highlighted on the side of Talon. Every play they make needs to it needs to work out. But they've got some good pair-ups here with the tag team damage. You look at Queen of Pain, you look at the Ursa. Even the Pugna is also pretty decent with his somewhat fast attack speed early on.
We've had some Tusks that didn't really perform really well in this tournament thus far, so Jokem, he needs to be on his best for sure. You're not getting taking that loss.
That's going to be interrupted by Radon. Nice that they bring both heroes for it.
At least he's making this lane quite okay for the Doom, right? Even though you have 2 melee heroes, they're 2 brawlers that are quite tanky, so they can most definitely take the harass of the Lich. They won't necessarily destroy the Dragon Knight, take away his farm, kill him multiple times, but WS having a good lane, that's so far good enough.
Pretty hard target to kill by the looks of it. Maybe even, you could say, somewhat Doom favored even in a way. If he does get ahead in levels, there's always the threat that if he gets to level 6, or you know he's about to get level 6, Radon just might have to dodge that bottom lane completely. So then it's down to what does Team Spirit do? Do they want to salvage and save the lane to allow this DK to still have access to the lane creeps? But he's going to be completely fine just hitting the jungle, right? Because DK in general, with 2 points on your passive, you're pretty fast in the jungle too.
For sure, but it's going to be a hard decision for Spirits to make. Do we defend this bottom lane once the Doom has his ulti? Or do we just sack it? Overall, you don't want to allow these fast-paced killing lineups to take your towers too early. But on the other hand, Team Spirit, generally their lineup is okay at letting those towers fall, because when the time does come for the Lycan to shove out the waves, for the Monkey King to be shoving out the waves, it won't really matter if your tier 1s are down. But it's that early game, the early mid game, where you're going to have to be afraid.
Rue also trying to make the time a bit easier for the Lycan. This Ursa is definitely scary to go up in a melee versus melee matchup. Got to get to that Midas at ASAP.
Yeah, Laurel probably knows that his Lycan is going to be suffering somewhat. So what you want to do with the Lina is apply pressure so that the supports of Talon have to rotate, and then it's going to be easy to predict when they're going to be doing it, because if it's unpredictable, obviously you can go down, but you have to make them move towards you. That would be the best possible way. Kind of tough. Queen of Pain is very rarely going to be in trouble of dying.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
40 seconds for the runes to spawn also in mid. We see the Monkey King is already able to move rapidly around the map, help out with Laurel for a potential steal. Has the Boundless Strike, which is most important. You have 2 potential stuns here, depending when that LSA is going to be coming online.
He still didn't get it, so level 6 you're going to be getting the Laguna. It's not going to be coming anytime soon.
Dire's bottom tower
But also,
is under attack.
what True did there is place a really good ward. If that one stays, it is going to be making the rotations of the Pugna a little bit harder, and they already have a ward on the bottom side that is going to be scouting if the Tusk will be coming over, which he is.
Yeah, it's going to be a
Radiant
3v3.
structures are fortified.
Let's see how we split the heroes. Kind of scary to walk down to the low ground against the Tusk, but is going to be spawning on the top half, so Rue able to get the Invis rune out of the way. Nothing for the Queen to fill her bottle with.
Finally, the Queen will have her her ulti, so the Lina had the Laguna Blade, there was no Sonic Wave just yet, and under those circumstances, you're thinking, if we go for a fight now, even if we get a good jump on the Lina, there is a chance that all 3 of us go down. And I think that is the thing that Talon are going to be most scared about, is that Lina usually wins the lane, so if you're coming to fight there, you are going to be doing into a stronger mid lane hero.
WS taking some hits, but it is actually Collapse who dies on the other side of the map to get Talon the first blood in game number 1.
And that's a Battle Fury hero, Panda. So Battle Fury heroes, they really want the early gold. Cuckoo is also going to be stealing the rune. They do bring down
Radiant's
WS,
top
but
tower is
Talon,
under
they
attack.
want both the wisdoms.
They do. Let's see if they can get this one. Miposhka is also here. They're going to stun Cuckoo. And there will be a wisdom split for Rue and Jokum, but Cuckoo might die as Laurel is also brought in here, and Team Spirit will also get one of their own on top of the Doom that they just killed in the bottom lane.
There's definitely going to be some bias in the audience here for Team Spirit. They've been living here in Serbia for around 5 years, so it's quite normal that we're going to be seeing more of their fans in the audience. But the chat, man, they're on the side of Talon, at least for now.
Yeah, 2 different audiences battling it out, huh?
Radiant's middle tower
We'll
is
see.
under attack.
We'll see which energy the teams can pick up on more. I'd bet on the one here, but you never know.
Never know indeed. That Midas is still quite far away, but I guess we're looking at a potential 9-minute timing for
Dire's
the
top
Lycan.
tower is under attack.
Not the fastest, but when you're playing against an Ursuline, you have to have boots. You cannot no
He
boots
didn't buy
Midas.
Radiant's
He actually
He
didn't.
didn't?
No, he bought the
Oh.
bracer and the raid band, so he just went full on stats. That's why the Ursa was able to run him down.
All right, that explains then.
Yep. Second power rune onto the Quap. He has the shield rune, so Quap now a lot tankier. They want to go
here,
for him.
looking for Radon. WS with the Doom gets it off on the DK. Shards
Nice
only forced into another direction. The Queen of Pain Scream misses, and they're going to have to work their way through the DK, which they will do so. Talon will pick up a kill. No real threat coming in, but you see the instant move from Team Spirit to try and hit the tower. as they're going to try and poke Mikoto here. There is the Laguna Blade up, but they'll save it for a kill opportunity. Just break that shield off of the Queen. That does leave the bottom tower a little bit vulnerable here. It's not the catapult wave just quite yet. So for Jokum and WS to get this early damage on the tower, they're going to be very happy.
You just want pressure, right? If you're Talon, fast-paced movements, pressure, so that you know where Team Spirit are TPing to. The second that you see multiple TPs, you go and you apply pressure on the other side of the map. It's all about speed, and they're going to have to ramp it that now. The
Miposhka is going to walk into a bit of a trap. Mikoto's joining in on this one. They'll get a kill for the Queen, and also, as they scout it out, some potential stacks being built up here. Mikoto could just potentially steal them. Level 4 Scream, no points in the dagger.
You have to be careful here with the Monkey King. If they grab you, you're 100% dead, though. Doesn't seem like Talon have any interest in killing the Monkey King. And that's the idea. I think Talon in this game, they're gonna know that they're being seen and they just won't care. They're still gonna be running forward.
Rue has at least picked up a couple last hits on the support Monkey, but most of the time he's just been soaking up experience from somebody else hitting the creeps, as we just saw the jungle getting farmed up. Rue easily able to dodge this one, but Kalax has already dropped really low with Retom Miposhka 4 versus 1 on Natsumi. And he does not have an ulti, so Team Spirit will take down Fuzzy Wuzzy. Ursa to drop. Collapse stays alive.
Team Spirit have been very reactionary in this tournament thus far, but versus this type of lineup, you know that Talon are always going to bring numbers and you're just going to be dying one by one, so you have to bring the numbers yourself.
Oh, the Sonic Wave does connect on Miposhka and on onto Radon. Just not enough for the kill. Meanwhile, Jokum in trouble. Snowball just in time as Miposhka collapse will drop. They'll get a trade. Mikoto going to get hit by the LSA. The Laguna coming out as well. Queen going to be dropping quite low, but Mikoto will survive while WS trying to apply the pressure, looking for an angle for the Doom, but he'll have to back away as his teammates are too low to follow.
The Quap had a regen rune, and he is a Lina player. He saw all of the spells being used, didn't even need to use the blink. Some mid laners would just panic there on the main stage here. Mikoto doesn't even break a sweat.
You already got the armlet up on this DK. Do you think we have like S and Y, like almost second item? Usually you have armlet, Mom, Crystallis, and maybe S and Y, but I think you have to get a second item versus...
He is lining up the Mask of Madness, right? Which is weird. Usually an armlet is an item that you're gonna skip versus the Doom. Yadro, he doesn't seem to care. He just wants to maximize his own farm and get to this point where the DK is untouchable.
Yeah, that's the meta build, right? So he's not making any variation to it. Hoping that it's going to pay off. That Mask of Madness sometimes even built before the armlet to increase your farm speed, because you do need that lifesteal to work out. And the attack speed on your cleave, since your damage is kind of lacking, if you get yourself a safe armlet timing, then of course we'll do that first. Was Rue will be scouted out by Jokum.
This is big. They took away Collapse's tower, right? It's kind of the same as a Beastmaster. You want to be the one taking towers down early, not the other way around. And it just destroys your access point. Also, if you want to farm, you're going to take the bottom tier one, right? Because it gives you a huge area of camps. But if you want to invade, if you want to kill, the top tower and the mid lane tower are the ones that you're going to be looking at. The Talon's lineup, they want to kill. That's why they're in a smoke right now.
We'll find a couple couriers. That is 105 gold per player, so that's 500 gold worth picked up from those two couriers alone.
Radiant are
You definitely need those little victories as Team Spirit, because it is the time for Talon right now to make plays. That's an Arcane Rune. Mikoto wants to go.
Oh, Miposhka. Bit of a surprise attack coming in from behind. Mikoto even aggressively blinking right on top of Laurel, making his presence known.
He wants rotations, right? You want TPs, because generally neither the Lycan or the DK want to come over here. So you knew you're not getting that kill, but you want to spook Team Spirit.
Oh, that's a pretty aggressive Sonic Wave there from Mikoto, jumping in and gets the kill. Drops the Dagon right on top of Rue. Finishes the Monkey.
You might not be able to kill the Lina, but you most definitely can kill the Monkey King. And because of the Arcane Rune, you do not care about using your ultimate. That's another tower that will fall. I don't see Spirit moving over here. They're just gonna let it go.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They're definitely not ready for this one. Maybe with the monkey respawning, they could send him back with the teleport as he does.
He's coming.
The Tusk already in a very good position to strike in from behind, and also the aggressive vision.
Ooh, you have to be careful here underneath the ward.
Well, there's going to be a surprise attack on him, and Rue's just going to go straight down. No Wukongs for you today.
There's the speed from Talon that they need to have.
And here comes Natsumi. Ursa joining in for a kill, but they'll let go. Cannot do anything to that teleport, but this probably opens up the tower now for the Doom to take this bottom lane.
Collapse is applying pressure, you need to do it. You need to make sure the Talons are the ones using TPs, but this is where the twin gates come in handy. Natsumi goes, gets a kill, opens up the bottom part of the map, and he's back to protect his tower even longer.
Collapse is still at level 4 Wolves. That means he doesn't still have access to the hamstring, which is level 5. That is the one where you get some extra control. When both Wolves hit 8 stacks of plus 50 damage, that means 400 extra right-click damage from those Wolves. And at level 6, then of course the Hightail. As Rue, well, that's just number 7 for Mikoto with this Queen of Pain, easy picking off that Monkey King.
I really like what they're doing. They see a hero, doesn't matter, support or core, take him down. Get a hero off the map. If Spirit are missing heroes, then them shoving in the waves, this one big strength that they have in the mid game as a lineup is gonna be taken away. You have one hero missing, thus you don't really have one guy giving vision, one guy shoving out the waves. It really does hinder your lineup overall. And then you basically just have heroes farming, which gives you nothing in return and gives more opportunities to Talon.
I'll take that.
And now we see an answer to the Wolves coming out from the Doom. The Midas is picked up. We're gonna ease up the wolf killing job. It's gonna be flying over on the courier for him.
And it's also a Devil's Bargain Doom, so...
Yeah, you can just sell it.
He's gonna be selling it all the time.
I mean, it feels very convenient to have a Midas in this game anyway, and then you're having your Devil's Bargain on top of it. Very useful.
Collapse is going for an Orchid. This definitely shows Spirit. They're like, split push, pick off, split push, pick off. They're not gonna be getting any big items that are gonna help them in team fights. That is the help. That is the job of the Dragonite to get to that point at some point in the game. But right now, you want to dodge and potentially get a hero down here and there.
Yeah, Team Spirit has in many games had to play from behind and hit their item timings later, so it has been looked like they're more of the late, mid-late game kind of team. So they strike when it's not too late. Okay, sure, we've been in that situation during the Swiss stage, but they will find a timing later on in the game when they're able to strike back. For Talon, that aggression has worked so far with their triple core net worth lead. Queen of Pain leading the charge, 7-0, has an 80 rune on him as well. Let's see if he can find Larl. Just gonna run out though, so pretty deep into that T2 tower he'd have to chase.
Oh man, Spirit are setting up bottom. They even put a lane ward, but the thing is that they were under enemy vision. That big ward there behind that is probably just gonna be waiting for the Roche to move back to the bottom lane, and then Ursa can enter the bit. You're gonna have that vision helping you. But at the moment, he's just making sure to find out exactly where Spirit are at. So with them being here this long, they really have to force out some rotations or get the tower. And this is quite a risky move for Spirit.
Radiant are scanning.
They're also glyphing this tower, meaning that losing that T1 in the top lane, that leaves your T2s vulnerable for damage if Team Spirit finds an opening. Talon knows it, and they're coming in for a smoke, looking for a move from the side. If they can get that pincer, they'll find Miposhka. They might be able to find Collapse in the woods as well. They're very close, but the ward is there, and they see the smokes popping. Miposhka instant TP out, he's gone.
You knew, right? Spirits, when they went for that play onto the tower, they knew what their goal is. It wasn't to get a fight, it was to force out the rotation. And you don't see TPs, how are they going to be rotating with the smoke? Good vision, good positioning. Even if Miposhka dies, it's not the worst thing in the world, but overall, everybody gets out. So really cool move from Spirit.
Truly in a slight bit of damage control moment, but important for Spirit to get these escapes happen. They're trying to bait here with Alina Illusion. That seems a bit too obvious, considering Spirit hasn't really been playing aggressive.
They're lucky that they were able to slow down the game. Talon were gaining so much momentum. They're still ahead. Things are going well for them, but this is what the Radiant side needs. Overall, Talon, we're going to be seeing them apply even more pressure, but we can expect, once the Roche does move, for them to go there and try to force Spirit into a fight by going for the big objective.
Already the Armlet, the Mom, the Yasha. up on Radon. Really rapid progress for this DK, but of course in the Ursa, slightly higher net worth past that Battle Fury.
They're trying to utilize the lack of glyph, right? Going to the mid lane. If you get a kill around that ward that you have in the enemy triangle, you can easily take it down. And they're not even staying around the mid lane. They saw the co-op on the bottom lane. They want the big kill.
I would hope to find them, but Wop not going to be around the area. Team Spirit setting up. Meanwhile, Ursa is being smacked. Oh, sorry, the Roshan is being smacked by Ursa. To get that first Aegis on the side of Talon.
They're actually getting it before it moved, so that is quite nice. Spirit deciding to move towards the bottom side of the map, open this up for them. And Mikoto, when he saw nobody was coming.
That's his Eternal Shroud, by the way.
Yep. Okay, gonna make him a bit more vulnerable, so you actually do have a target on Spirit. If he had the Eternal Shroud, it would be hard to kill any of the cores.
I think you almost need to have that for your next team fight versus the Lina.
You are gonna have Blink on Jokem. He is like 300 gold away, so if you do get that Blink, the save from the Tusk could keep the Lina alive quite easily. Sorry, the co-op.
Should you, in that case, when you know that the enemy has a Tusk and probably goes for a Blink Dagger this game, that you just change your spell build? You don't go for LSA, you just start with Laguna.
Radiant's top tower
just give the shock value, do the damage, and then do something with it.
The thing is that the Queen of Pain can just jump out and get healed by the Pugna, so if you're unsure if you're getting the kill, you have to be very careful with your Laguna usage. Oh, Natsumi's giving a shard to somebody. Tusk or the Pugna, who's it gonna be?
Easy. Cuckoo and Rue get their shards.
Probably would have preferred it on the Tusk. There's no 4 staffs yet on the side of Team Spirit, so they would definitely suffer inside of the big shards. But still, putting a ward from far away is a big deal. And Doom, once again, buying his Midas, but also the Blink on the Tusk is ready. This is the huge one, not only for the defensive potential that we talked about, but also the catches. Ursa has the Blink and the Basher. You've got the Blink on the Tusk, jumping in and blowing somebody up. Only these two heroes can easily do it.
I feel like we're watching the current meta in almost all of these games so far evolve to the point where we're looking at 2015's Chinese Dota, where it is just getting up to the items and then fighting to your ultimate strength. But as I say that, Natsumi and Jokem getting the jump on Collapse. There's the Lich ulti. Back and forth. They will take down Jokem. They'll finally lose Collapse. Rube with a quick jump in. Mikoto does keep his tabs on top of him with a Sonic Wave push down Rue, and he will fall. Talon will get 2 for Mikoto. That's going to be him on a godlike spree.
They saw him barely there collapse on their vision that they had on the high ground. He needed to be 1 tree more behind so that he doesn't get spotted by that one. And because they knew he was there, they could go for him. Nice attempted turnaround from Spirit. They do get 1 kill, but overall still a victory for Talon.
Trying to pressure the bottom tier 2 tower in the process. Still 2.5 minutes remaining on that Aegis.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Shard is coming for the Lycan. That's going to be the last thing that's going to be helping Team Spirit really shove out these waves. If that doesn't work for them to get a couple of pickoffs with this Orchid, they're going to be in trouble. Because Talon, now they're really going to start ramping up the tempo when it comes to taking you down.
I mean, they finally got the Shroud up on the Queen of Pain after that Courier respawned. So now I feel like there's a strong timing for Talon. But how about Team Spirit?
Especially with the shield rune. Right, so you are in a position as Talon to dive, and this is what your lineup was made to do.
Yeah. So technically an immortal quad.
Yeah, does
on paper.
Look that way. That does look that way. If you make a mistake, jump in, you're gonna get silenced, and physical damage will kill you. But the burst potential of Spirit is not enough to take her down from 100 to 0. You need a lot of your heroes.
Team Spirit, they are quick to react with 4 of their heroes here. No DK yet. Natsumi almost gets the right tree down there with the Battle Fury.
Yeah, you're versus a Battle Fury hero, so he's gonna be able to cut down those trees wherever he wants. The Yules on the Monkey is almost done. He might actually have money for it. I'm not sure what he's waiting for, but that is such a huge item. Dodging the Quap ulti, delaying some of the Doom damage, or countering the Ursa, getting his overpower away and just keeping him up in the air.
You can see the supports are also preparing to defend themselves from the Alpha Wolves. You've got Ghost Scepters, Glimmer capes are usually the ones you think about. You don't want to burn your smokes, which is the classic one, to get out of the wolves. Luckily, they don't have a dispel mechanic, or the wolves don't carry dust. That would be balanced.
Yeah, very, very
Very
balanced.
OS Frog moment.
And they're gonna find Cuckoo.
Well, they're gonna find the Pugna. Look for this one. Quick deletion. Get the Pugna out of the way. But Laurel is gonna be in a bit of trouble. The Glimmer Cape. Get him to safety. Collapse is gonna pop us off. Natsumi already focusing on the Lich here. Miposhka has to move out of this one. Jokum gonna jump onto the Lina. Laurel is dropping low. He's gonna go down. They'll find themselves one. Can they get more? They still have the Aegis for 10 seconds. Miposhka's down as well. Jokum will fall to Rue inside the Wukong's command. WS will be the one getting look at the wolves. Slow down the Doom. Collapse is kiting Natsumi. The Doom is going to get first hit bash from the Ursa as well. What a time to get that RNG on your side for Collapse to fall. Radon trying to make it a defense here under his tower. Laurel coming in with a buyback on this lean out of all things. SW is going to be pushed back by Rue, and they want this Doom kill, and they will get it. They will take down the Doom. A defensive victory in a way. Laurel's buyback, though, can end up being costly.
For sure, right? It's definitely not a victory for them because this was Spirit also on the defensive. They were running away. Natsumi also in time. He sees the Dragon Tail coming towards him in rage just at the perfect moment. He's just getting away with not even needing a BKB on this Ursa. That is because they have such a death ball lineup. They see somebody, they jump in, they rip them apart, and they were fighting 4 versus 5. The fight started with the Pugna being taken out, but also a big usage of that shield rune is what allowed just the Mikoto to jump in like a madman. They knew that they weren't able to take down 3,000 HP of the Queen.
Yeah, lucky for Mikoto that he gets to keep his streak up. 10-0.
Is under attack.
And also part of 3 kills. Mikoto has been part of 13 of the 15. That is a ridiculously high kill participation percentage for Talon. Feels like everything is coming through the hand of this Queen of Pain.
Yep,
and
he's everywhere. Exactly. It's the type of hero that works that way. You die a couple of times in the mid game and the hero just falls off heavily, but that's why you need these amazing players on like Mikoto.
WS is going to get jumped on the stun lock there. The snowball save. Really good one here, but can they capitalize? Can Talon save their buddies? Jokum, the Doomsides again. Jokum's going to get chased in the trees, and Team Spirit will find another.
And finally, they are the ones being on the aggressive. This is what they've been looking for the entirety of the game, delaying the game. And with Radon finally having his items, Hurricane Pike as well, that is an awesome thing to have versus an Ursa. They can finally go forward. And especially when the Doom is off cooldown, going for more.
Oh, Cuckoo, gonna get surprised. Team Spirit finding another. And forcing that tier 3 glyph to come out. They're glyphing their creep wave as well. They want to keep this push going. 10 seconds of a timer to push here for Team Spirit.
And while you're doing this, the Lycan Wolves from the Shards are just shoving out the sideways. If you get the melee racks here, it's gonna be huge. Talon, they need to do something about it. Ursa has his MKB. They should fight.
Doom is up. Where does he TP? Where does he get to? Jokum already starts with the initiation. Ursa gonna get stunned in the rim, and that's well. Natsumi does get his ulti off. Radon is dropping quite low. They need to save the DK. Glimmer caped up as well, and there's Laurel on the back. Laurel takes down Natsumi. Mikoto, WS trying to chase Radon. Another kill for Laurel. Radon will finally fall, but Mikoto, the big raid boss, can they take him down? With the Orchid, he's silenced up. He's got nowhere to go. They will take Mikoto. Team Spirit finding the timing. And the fight after fight going their way, and they can continue with this push. Laurel's buyback paying off, and they're able to keep it going, and now they claim a lane of racks, and they have the net worth lead now.
They're also gonna have time to shove out the sideways, considering the 2 of the cores, the main cores of Talon, are dead. You shove out those side lanes, and you prepare for the next Roche. What is the most important objective for an Ursa? It is the second Roche. You've already lost all your momentum. If Team Spirit take that one away as well, it's gonna be a problem. And Panda, another catastrophe also when you look at it, is that they just bought the gem, gave it to an Ursa, he went into a fight, and he lost it. Now, it is on the side of Spirit.
A lot of losses on the side of Talon. They're not out of the fight though, but this will definitely hurt them a bit because they were in control of the entire early game, the transition into the mid game, and now Team Spirit have found momentum and energy. They start to believe in their lineup. They know the strengths of this Talon. You can't give too much respect to it, but you still kind of have to, considering how these last few minutes have evolved. If you start respecting them too much, then you're just going to end up on the defensive, and Talon, they need to find that spark.
I'm not sure about this MKB on an Ursa. I expected the Nullifier just to get rid of the Frost Shield so that you can find the Lina and kill her. And now Talon, they just have to go for a smoke, but this one is easy to read for Spirit.
Rue sees Cuckoo, sees Jokum walking in, marching towards the Roche Pit direction. Very long respawn as well. Almost max timer. 1 minute 20 still remaining on that, and here we go. Radon finds the catch on Cuckoo. Easy deletion. Gets the Pugna out of the way. Jokum looking for an opening, but there's no follow-up coming in.
And now you have no save.
No save, no follow-up. Talon watch their Tusk die in the low ground and cannot get any damage in. Pugna coming in with a buyback. Cuckoo can't fall.
He cannot die. You also have this Lotus Orb.
Oh, Natsumi getting clawed as well.
It's gone and they're not done. Why would they be? There's nothing to threaten them at the moment.
The package is falling apart. WS has to back away. Pop his BKB, run to safety as Team Spirit will claim another tower.
They've just gotten their items. It's so easy for them to play right now. What were they afraid of? The Doom. Rue gets the Lotus Orb and Radon just goes forward. Who's gonna stop me? Nobody. I mean, you can Doom yourself if you think you can get away with that one, but with the amount of damage that Spirits are doing, it's not only Radon, and he's still gonna be fighting very, very hard, even when the Doom gets used on him. Very hard situation for Talon, and if I'm looking at Jokem, I think he needs to be focusing on saving his buddies. He cannot go forward unless him and Ursa are jumping in together.
Yeah, I think it sounds like a smart idea to send them in together and try to get something to work out.
The
lack of initiation is with Mikoto. Gonna get surprised by the stun. Laurel's coming in from the stun. There's the save from Jokum, but Mikoto's not out of it yet. Oh, the Yules! It was cast by Rue, so they overlap their abilities, but it does not seem to matter.
Yeah, he knew. I need to save time.
There's the tip. There's the tip coming out from his teammate. Oh, I'm not going to let you get that Laguna blade. Sorry for that, Yules, but hey, things happen.
Yeah, we highlighted. Team Spirit has the best communication, then we'll see an overlap of the Laguna and the Yules for the two of them. But I like the idea. I think Rue there, he did the right thing because he knew that collapse was coming. What Laurel was gunning for was bursting down the Queen of Pain, which might not have happened.
And Roshan, number 2 to fall for Team Spirit. That means a banner will be given to them as well to help out with their next high ground push. Top lane is open. Bottom still has that tier 2, which they might be setting their sights towards.
They gave it to Collapse. I mean, any kind of transformation hero isn't that... Oh, they gave it to Radon. Why did... Oh, he took the banner. I thought they were gonna give it to Laurel, to be honest, and then he would be allowed to play a little bit more aggressively. But overall,
that's a dieback, right?
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, but overall, Radon is gonna be the one pushing in the towers. And now, in a 4 versus 5 scenario, it's just gonna be easy. You are not stopping.
Has fallen.
Threatening Talon on their high ground with a 50 seconds. Pugna out.
That's so unfortunate.
Because they're already getting to work. The banner is there. Who can hit this banner? Either an Ursa goes in and it could be the end of your life. Same thing for the Queen of Pain. Actually getting the jump here on Radon. Some early damage. Jokum does get smacked by a Laguna Blade. Just forced back to the fountain. Tusk will live. And there's your last glyph pretty much for the high ground defense. 25 seconds. They bought half of that. Can they get Cuckoo back up? Talon needs to build up that damage. Ursa needs to find a kill for himself. They're already focusing down this Queen of Pain. You know, Jokum didn't quite get the save as well. The break is on the Queen. Queen's safe. Jokum is low and he dies as well to Radon.
With the 2 last attacks at that, he lost his form.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
And now 14,000 gold ahead. It's a grim fate for Talon at the current time.
Yeah, their lineup just isn't made to play from behind, and Spirits, they smell blood. They're gonna go for the juggler. Even fed the Greater Healing Lotus for the Dragonite. They're going in.
Quick move to the top lane. Set themselves up.
Found him.
Natsumi has been found. A Yule set up into the follow-up stuns. Ursa, good night.
He still has a buyback, so Talon are not out of it just yet. They still have that one fight left in them, but for that, their Ursa is gonna have to buy back.
I also see Miposhka's flying in an Aetherland, so could we get maybe a Lich play come out in the ending of this game, potentially, if Team Spirit closes it out. For Talon, they're trying to find a way to keep this going, but for now, no success. And there's a grab. Miposhka gets it from the high ground. Jokum saves him for now, but can they turn it around? WS focusing on Collapse, trying to take the back and down. They'll be able to get so. WS falling as well. They've taken Collapse and Rue. WS for the buyback to return to the fight as well. Can they get their numbers back in? Natsumi saved by Goku. The heals keep him alive. They'll keep him out of the fight for now. Sonic Wave's a bit of a miss. Radon is low. Long's gonna get focused, but he takes down Jokum. There is the Aegis that falls. Laurel cleans up another, but he might lose his life. Mikoto fighting to the bitter end. As he's got Radon right on top of him. The stun lock might be too much for him as he's out. Rue gonna try keep himself out of harm's way as Kuku will die. Down to the Ursa, down to the Queen of Pain. They have to back out. They're out of resources.
The supports of Talon, man. Jokum, he just switched his strategy, went for the saving plays, and Kuku as well. Keep Mikoto alive, keep the Ursa alive, and they will do the damage. But you know what the problem is, Panda? They're not gonna do nearly enough as a farmed Dragon Knight. 13,500 damage on Radon, and his Dragon form is coming back up.
Yeah, this DK is a true unit. You could almost say pretty much 6-slotted already.
We just have to keep our eyes open on these Talon supports. I think Spirit, if they can find an opening, they're going high ground. It's a little bit tougher to bring down these supports. The Talon can't do anything. They have to have both the Tusk and the Pugna alive to keep the Ursa and the Queen of Pain alive for a long time, because they're the constant output of damage. Doom goes in, uses his spells, he can go down. It doesn't matter. These two, they have to survive. And Jokum and Kuku, they did a hell of a job keeping them alive in that fight.
Exactly, not one without the other. It's definitely the case here for Talon. They did burn a couple more buybacks in that previous fight. Same for Team Spirit.
But look at the ward in the Talon base. They forgot about that one, that the Monkey King can just place it. So
that is a really good spot.
Yeah, they can find the backlines, they can kill the Tusk at the start, and then you're going to be in trouble.
And that's what the Lina does best with the Flame Cloak, right?
Yep.
Snipe somebody out who's isolated. Talon can't afford that. This sneaky assassin in the base momentarily drops by. Radon backs out.
Top tower is under attack.
Bots too on the Lina. Even more split push. They want to shove in both of the waves and then just come through the top lane. And the Lina can be on the bottom when somebody's dealing with those waves to delete them on their own. There is a Helm of Dom on the Pugna. Okay, so he definitely hates those wolves.
That is interesting, Kuku. That is actually interesting. Collapse is also given in the tip because of the Dominator built up on the Pugna. Sure,
that's good for vision, right? You get the wolf that gives you that is invis, and you can find the backlines for an Ursa and the Quap. That's huge.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Natsumi smoke already popped. Rue sees him coming in. The wolves are also right on top. So Talon's attempt, they'll have to call it back.
Yeah, maybe that smoke was made just to get a wolf, right? That really does help having some kind of vision outside of the base. The problem is there's a gem on Spirit, so that wolf is gonna die quite easy.
Yeah, it's a wolf battle in the lane.
Yep.
And just tear the Dire one apart.
That's a problem when it's a back versus one.
Oh, Kuku!
Not that easy. Not that easy to kill.
Meanwhile, the jump on Collapse, and he's going to get doomed up. Does get the shapeshift off, though. But will he die? Looks like he will. The damage from Doom is too much. He's going to look for a deny. There we go.
Beautiful. Very nicely done.
Easy when you know how to do it.
Yeah, just in time. And he also finds a nice camp that does a decent amount of damage, so that's quite nice as well. Didn't have time to run towards the Ancient.
The thing is, he's going to respawn faster than Doom is going to be back online for Talon, but they're going to try and make a move on Miposhka, who grabs the Doom, takes WS out. He's gone for 60 seconds. No buyback. Mikoto has to blink to safety. Kuku right next to him, keeping him alive with the Decrepify.
They need Jokum here.
They need to heal him up. Jokum is right next to him as well. He's waiting for the sign of the snowball. He's got him safe for now. Now the Force Staff pushing them down. The Wukong set up as well with Mikoto is out, but Jokum will fall. He does have the buyback indeed, but with the Doom out,
he has to go.
This is probably going to be a lane of Brax with it.
You cannot allow to play versus Mega Creeps. Your lineup already sucks at shoving out the waves and towers. You have to defend this with your lives. They'll use the glyph, but how do you find the initiation?
Look at those wings.
Yeah, they're flapping.
And that will be mega creeps inside Talon's base.
They decide to live and fight another day, but it's not gonna be a happy life, Panda, right? The quality of life isn't gonna be amazing from Talon right now in their base. They are not gonna be able to move. The creeps are gonna be storming in. And Spirit, if they want to be extra safe, they can wait for Roche. Talon has no ways of coming to fight that one without being found easily.
Yeah, and this just happens to be on time. It's almost a max timer Roche, but for Team Spirit, it doesn't matter too much. They can wait for their buybacks to come back up and look for a moment.
Yeah, we're not in a hurry. We can just wait for it. And overall, Lina having the bots too, you can just go for pickoffs if somebody is brave enough from the side of Talon to move out of the base.
Yep.
If you look at their heroes, if you want to win this game, you kind of have to. But versus a Lina and the Lycan who can scout you and just bring you down from 100 to 0 easily, you can't.
Anytime you're playing versus a Lina or even a Monkey King in a lineup, you just can't split on the map, so they have to keep this tight ball going the whole time. And they're forced to defend the base. The Wolves might just end up taking it because, you know, the 25 on this Lycan very soon, right?
No, he's only level 20. So...
Okay, so it will take some time, but that was also going to be some extra Wolves being spawned. And then it becomes almost impossible to deal with them. They all pop Hightail, and then suddenly your Ursa's just missing. But that's probably why he wanted that NKB.
The DK and the Lina hit their level 25s, and they went for the classic talents, right? Lina wants to be tankier, and of course the Dragon Knight as well, going for the stats on himself.
Just extend the fights more and more with your cooldowns coming back up on your supports.
I really like Rue's itemization, right? He's literally just targeting Talon. You have the Yules for the Ursa, I have the Lotus and the Lincolns to counteract the Doom. It's just so awesome because your Dragon Knight wants to be forward, and you don't, even when he has the Aegis, you don't want him to die and lose the form. So you're just protecting him from the one spell that he's afraid of, and that's the Doom.
Pretty strong rune in the river there for Team Spirit to pick up, unless Talon gets there in time.
They still have a bottle, so that's gonna be a lot of burst damage. Imagine Hex into an E-Blade Laguna with an AD rune. That does hurt.
Yeah, it's pretty strong.
Yeah, it's not that big. It's fine. We'll see who can survive that. I wouldn't put it past that pretty much every core can die. I mean, Ursa most definitely. Doom and the Co-op, they have a little bit more in terms of HP.
Uh-oh. It's 98-2.
Yeah, we've only seen 6% comebacks in the tournament thus far, and it was Team Spirit coming back, not people coming back versus them, so 2% looks very, very rough for Talon, especially...
I thought you were going to say optimistic.
Yeah, well...
Or realistic. I mean, realistic, sure, it seems like the way, but for Talon, they've also done comebacks, man. It's SCA. They always do it sometime.
Exactly. And they have this lineup that if they get one kill, they can definitely go for more. But the problem is they cannot shove out waves.
Well, Larl is the one who gets jumped on first by Talon. As they were focusing on a Tormentor, they almost lose the Lina down to 1,000. And Mikoto will continue to chase Larl, trying to go circles around the Queen of Pain, waiting for that Sonic Wave. But Larl will have to give his life away. 100 seconds, and the base is in trouble. The creeps are hitting the tier 4 towers down.
Yeah, you don't have any more tier 4 towers. It is only the throne that is remaining. So a true defense of the Ancients game here in the day 2 of the main stage.
And another Roshan playing for Team Spirit. Refreshers and cheeses now.
They're definitely not in a hurry, Spirit. They're like, yeah, Larl is dead for 70 seconds. It's gonna take away a minute and so from their Aegis, as the Tusk is trying to get an item that if you had your axes, you could say that it can be game-changing, but kicking somebody in the fountain, it's gonna be much, much tougher.
Yeah, you'd need the right carry player to dive the fountain, right? It's a cloud. Sure. Or get close enough, but when you see a Tusk with Ags, you suddenly start to respect it.
They don't know about it, though, and he has ninja gear as well, so a true Kung Fu Tusk. Let's see what he can do. Joken, we're looking at him, but overall, the biggest impact that the Tusk has had in this game is when he is saving people rather than going for aggressive plays. Also, that Linken's on Rue can come in handy. He does block the kick. And now you have double Linken's. One is being delivered to the Lich as well, making this Aghanim Scepter just not as valuable as you would want it to be.
I'll take that. Well, for the amount of control, at least for Talon, getting that shard on Tusk is a pretty important thing. Because you need every little small aspect to go in your way. We've highlighted during the draft, there's not a lot of control. Anything that you can increase will help you get these kills faster and sooner. Of course, Larl can always just fly over the ice shards, but there are a couple other heroes who might get caught in it.
We'll see, a 9-second BKB Ursa, right? You don't get much stronger than this. Talon, they still have that one fight in them. Ursa also has his buyback back. And they're itemizing to deal with a creep wave. There's a Radiance on the Doom.
Collapse will have his also in 1.5 minutes. And a bit more gold needed for the DK and the Lina. They're at least keeping their eyes open for Talon to make a mistake.
Radahn is now going to be more aggressive because he has the refresher card.
You see the Lycan Wolves next to the fountain?
They're waiting for
They're
Lina.
waiting, yeah.
For Lina to be coming in from the right angle and making sure that you bring down Cuckoo or Joachim. I would not do that versus a kick Tusk, right? Just use those wolves from scouting and...
Let's see if they can find this one. W is going to get the instant hex, the stun follow-up, so there Joachim needs to get there. The Necropify from Cuckoo keeps the Doom alive. Just in the nick of time. Those right clicks were about to finish him off. Spirit needed only one extra spell. Joachim hits the kick into the Linken's and only has the punch, and he gets punched in the face. 50 seconds out. Tusk, no buyback money for him at the moment.
Yeah, Aghanim Scepter versus 3 Linken's just doesn't do that much. You have 2 on the supports and 1 on the Lycan.
Dire's Ancient is under
Also
attack.
Cuckoo, gotta be careful there. Radahn focusing on the Ancient. They see an opening.
They still have
the banner is down. Natsumi cleans it up. Does get sent back a bit. Mikoto is there. They got the Doom sent as well. WS does not have another one, and he's just getting bullied out of the base, and he will fall. Doom gone for 70. Ursa's a 1 HP. Team Spirit this much closer. Just a little bit more needed.
Ursa has time to come back. You still have the glyph. You can still fight this, but Spirit are playing it so safe.
Cuckoo in the front. Wolves bullying him. Mikoto tries to pop the Linken's of a Radahn. Here's the jump onto the backline. Hits Baboshka. Natsumi takes one. Can he get Radahn out of the way? That's still an Aegis, but that's Cuckoo gone. Instant buyback. Radahn dropping quite low. Natsumi's got a lot of Fury swipes on this man, but Natsumi can't get close enough. He's worried about the Lina. DK goes down. The wraparound Lina is coming in from the behind. Larl is about to join the fight. You've got Rue here as well with his buyback. Larl is here. There's Joachim. He's gone. Tusk out again. Mikoto in the front. Gonna get comboed stunts, but the Ancient, they need to glyph it, and it's gonna be pretty much over here.
It's too much.
With Mikoto out, that will be Team Spirit taking the lead in this best of 3.
And it started so well for Talon, but that is what we've been talking about. Spirit, very good at slowing down the game, shoving out the waves. The second that Lycan got the shard, the game changed, and then only one opening is what they needed.
Pretty gruesome to play up against a lineup like that, where you have the vision superiority around the map. You don't really get to split push the map either, but your timings were in the early game, and that's about it. Talon, there's no coming back against the scaling versus Team Spirit.
They went for a pretty one-dimensional lineup, and yesterday those types worked for them in their series, but Team Spirit, they just focused really hard on what we need to do, how we need to slow down the game, even when they knew that they were in trouble. They just did the right things. Forced out some TPs, they forced out some rotations, they bought time for Radahn to get to this point where he could stand his ground, and he made his stand back then when Larl bought back. At that point,
that buyback was very crucial.
Very, very crucial. And you're not going to see it from mid laners quite a lot, but Larl, he's this sacrificial mid laner, and he doesn't mind giving his gold away so that Radahn and Collapse can thrive.
Absolutely. That was a pretty big change in that game too. I'm surprised by Talon in a way that they couldn't make that early game work even better for them, right? Because Team Spirit's dodging them a lot and they're not giving them too many kill opportunities. But at the same time, you want to see Talon just keep up that tempo, keep up the momentum, from one team fight, how can it be that decisive that they can't get their feet back on the ground?
It's not one team fight, right? I think where Talon could have done better is changing the pace, right? What did they do? They got all of the tier 1s and they went aggressively. When they couldn't find kills, then they only went for the tower. But I think tier 2 moved to the kill. Tier 2 moved to the kill. Force Spirit into the mistakes. If you don't force Spirit into the mistakes, your lineup doesn't really farm that well. It doesn't really take towers that well, right? You need to force them into a situation where they're giving away heroes, and they just couldn't do it.
And here's your MVP, the man on the stage for the first time here at the venue, Yatoro, with his DK 13, 2, and 10. If it were the other way around, maybe the Queen of Pain could have had a clean game, but as it went completely the other direction, Team Spirit's carry player ending up with some pretty sizable stats to end the game.
It's not easy understanding like how you need to play the game when everything looks like it's going for the opponents. But Yatoro, he knew what his job is back there, right? You get your farming items, you get your items, and once that big team fight is happening, you need to be there, not only doing damage, but also soaking up the damage. So he did everything right, does the score, and does the MVP, definitely deserved.
Well, of course, game 2, things might change a little bit. What do you see maybe changing before we head over to a break?
I actually wouldn't mind even similar drafts like this. I'm pretty sure that Talon, if they play this again, that they would swap things out after a bit of a talk with their coach. So I wouldn't mind an approach like this. It's kind of two styles clashing, and yeah, Team Spirit, they do have different styles, but overall, from what they've been showing here, this is something that they're gunning for right now.
Well, the games are going to have to wait for a bit. We're going to head over to the crowd for a moment and see what's up there.
Cause I'm building too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek god. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win, and win, and win, and win. You already know.
I'm here with
Sergey.
With what?
Sergio.
Sergio, and he's a Dota fan. And man, I have one hand. This is bullshit. Chill out, bro. What's your favorite Dota hero?
Mine is Push, of course.
Oh, that's why you're so good at throwing balls, aren't you? Because they're just like hooks.
Oh, I'm so bad at basketball.
You know, my favorite Dota hero is Pudge as well. How many Pudge games do you have?
Around 300 games.
Can you guess how many I have with how my basketball skills are?
I think...
Stop throwing the balls and answer the question. No, I'm not. Oh, I am. Well, you're bad.
I'm bad at basketball, bro.
I'm pretty sure that's your score, brother.
No. Oh, I'll try to come back.
Okay, answer the question, dude. I said how many Pudge games do you think I have? I don't remember. Who do you want to win the tournament?
I think Team Falcons.
Team Falcons. You know you're the one guy here that wants Team Falcons to win? Because they play games and they go very long. Do you agree that they take a long time to end the games?
I'm sorry?
Are you bored when you watch Team Falcons?
A little.
A little bored.
Just tactics of Falcons is a little bit boring, but it's winnable.
Who's your favorite Team Falcons player?
Skeeter, of course.
Skeeter? Why? You like his tweets?
His style, very interesting, very interesting.
If you can hit one basketball from the three-point line, I'll give you 50 doll hairs.
Okay.
Go ahead. I think you owe me 50. I said doll hairs, not dollars. So thank you for playing.
Thank you.
We'll send it back to the panel. Yeah, just walk right in front of
All right, welcome back, ladies and gents. We're getting ready for game number 2 here with Team Spirit versus Talon. And of course, it's going to be a tight one to see if Talon is able to bounce back into the series, considering game number 1 was already a pretty rough one on the side of Talon. But then again, gents, that Queen of Pain in the first phase, I want to go back to that hero pick. You got the chance to analyze and look at that game. It didn't probably go to your expectations, but how did that first phase Queen do so well?
Because Mikoro was showing some insane performances, especially considering that he was standing against Lina, but he managed to make these rotations and find those pickoffs like really well in the game. And I think because of that, it led Talon to have that really big power spike that you can, just pressure Team Spirit over and over again. But at the same time, Team Spirit lineup, they had this Monkey King who jumps around and can push waves, They have this Lycan Wolf that's constantly pushing waves and creating pressure. They have this DK and Lina that, with 2 spells, they can also create this lane push. And because of that, the Ursa, the Pagna, and the Queen of Pain, they had to deal so much with the lane push, so they couldn't really put even more pressure on the Team Spirit lineup. And that's why they could, delay the game this well and wait for the timings they needed to be able to enter the game.
Yeah, Harry, I was also thinking with the Ursa itemization from Natsumi, those wolves were getting under the skin of Talon for sure. I don't really see another way why they went for that Monkey King bar decision.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw it in the game, I'm thinking, do you really need this? And it ended up being a problem for them, right? Because a nullifier, let's say, would probably work a bit better to kill heroes. Because overall, what happened in the early game? How did Talon get their advantage? By killing heroes, not shoving out the waves, they always kept the hero off the map, and that allowed them to deal with the waves rather than, oh, we're just gonna shove out the waves and deal with those. So I think it was a mistake not to go all in. They went all in with the draft, but when it came down to itemization, they didn't really focus that much on killing the heroes and spirits.
Yeah, I also didn't feel like the Doom impact in the game as well. Probably also because he had to deal so much with the wave push that he couldn't really make any moves himself. But the item build definitely was a mistake for Rosa. I would say that he needed BKB early on this game as well, because he's playing against 4 stuns, and your ulti is not enough. I think you need BKB and you need a little fire for that.
Well, let's see what kind of adjustments we're going to see, because, ladies and gents, get yourselves ready for game number 2.
versus Talon Esports. Game 2.
Let's get the show underway. So basically from that first game draft, maybe that Queen of Pain ends up changing for Talon. Let's see if Team Spirit feels like it was a threat for them. Probably not your first phase ban, but I believe it could just be a replication of what we just saw. However, as we see Talon's bans, that Monkey King was an issue.
I mean, you don't want to allow the hero the Team Spirit can first pick, and in most of the matchups in the mid lane is gonna crush it, and then you pick a hero specifically for it, and they just move it away and also find great impact on it, so you're better off just not seeing it at all. But that does open up the path to Batrider.
Yeah, to me, Ryu has such a good impact in the game. He was always there to set up some ganks. He bought this Yules early on to prevent Ursa from being, I mean, especially without BKB, it's just like straight up counter pick to the hero. And he was just setting up some nice pickoffs as well around the map for them.
5 seconds remaining.
This is just basically the same bans like the last time. It's just that the Monkey King and the Batrider, they switched spots. Everything else is...
And Phoenix went through.
Oh! Was he banned in the first phase in the last one?
So the Nyx Assassin wasn't in the first phase bans of Team Spirit.
In the second one, yep, you're right.
So Phoenix was there and the Nyx was banned in the second phase, but let's see if that happens now as the clockwork is brought up for Talon.
I like that. It goes well with what they like to do, right? They've definitely been diving quite a lot in the previous game, and if you want to get a hero that really goes in, Clockwork is better than the Tusk. We saw that the Tusk in that previous game was much better when he went for defensive plays rather than aggressive. For Clockwork, it's just go, go, go.
Yeah, I think Clock is quite nice because it gives you a strong lane, but after that, like, he has this Aghanims timing, and we're talking a lot about vision on this panel. And I think with the Aghanims, like, every fight you take, you just have so much advantage in terms of vision. You have these 3 rockets, you're showing like a lot in the fight, and you're also slowing enemies down. So it's quite nice to have that advantage.
Yeah, you're shoving out the waves as well, right? If Spirit again wants to annoy you, at least you're gonna have some way to deal with those.
Yeah. It's not particularly good against Batrider, I would say. It doesn't really stop him from doing what he wants to do, but still a good pick.
So maybe something to highlight, of course, when a winning team ends up taking that many buildings, their building damage is high, but we cannot forget the early tempo Talon had. Sadly, they only had 10% of the damage dealt to Team Spirit, the 30k versus the 3.8, so they definitely had a damage issue in terms of buildings with their previous draft, which I also think they need to address. Yeah. And here we have a hero like that, Lycan's going to help out with.
Yeah, they only had Pagna for tower damage, maybe Ursa a little bit, but he wasn't able to have that, you know, BKB Aegis advantage to be able to start hitting towers.
I'm expecting Talon to play this Lycan a bit differently than Team Spirit. So Team Spirit utilized the Lycan to buy time for some of their heroes. I feel like Talon are getting the Lycan to shove in the waves so that their heroes can fight early on. So I'm expecting a bit of a different drafting approach from them, and also playstyle approach than what Team Spirit did.
Yeah.
There's the Phoenix.
I still want to comment about Collapse being able to play these Enigma and Lycan type of heroes right now. Like, since to me, he's the best initiator in the world, right? So you give him Mars, you give him Centaur, you know that he's gonna deliver, right? But right now, like, they're trying to change his hero pool a little bit, so they try to give him this, you know, like 33 type of heroes, I would say, and he's getting better at it.
This could be a Mars game, though. It doesn't look half bad. You put the dog in the cage, you have a protection for your Phoenix. The Batrider secures that the lane is gonna be at least decent for you.
Yeah. I mean, but I think still, like, Phoenix and Batrider, they can't really deal with wolves that well. I mean, Phoenix is better, I would say, because you have the spirits, you can dive out of them. But every time you see Batrider, you kind of like already want to play Lycan.
Are we thinking maybe then Bristleback? I mean, you talked about in the previous game how they had to ban it, but nope, they're just gonna go for the Dragonite again.
I think DK is just such a nice pick for Team Spirit because you can flex it, you can put it on Laurel, you can put it on Yatora. And I like that Yatora went for this really like carry heavy build up last game without Blink. So he was able to scale the whole time. And I think it's really important to have that from your carry.
Do we just get to see a Morphling right now? it's so good versus these three heroes, but it's hard to pick it at this this part of the draft.
Can I throw in a suggestion? Ricky was what I was thinking for a moment as well for Talon, because you have Phoenix, you have Bat, that could help with your team fight.
I like the Ricky idea.
Joken was really good on it the last time he played it.
You don't really have to pick it since you already have Cloaker that kind of like gives you vision and he's a melee hero.
Even the Lycan and the Sniper give you vision now.
Yeah. There's just so much vision advantage on Talon's side. Still Pugna for Kuku.
Okay.
It's a very confident pick for him. Although I'd say he was losing a little bit of positioning in the last game. He was like, in a few fights, he was dying first when he just like supposed to be staying behind the course.
So we still need a collapse hero if they want to keep this Dragonite as a flex until the last phase.
If I'm looking at this correctly, this is the 8th Pugna pick for Kuku.
I think Centaur is nice. The Panga. I'm not sure about Panga. People usually pick it against Sniper. It's pretty good that you can initiate on it and just like this roll, especially when you get to Refresher. Merlin was showing us some really good performances on the Panga late game.
It's very annoying when you don't do damage versus a Pugna, though. Every single one of your spells is physical damage, so that's kind of annoying.
I agree with that.
Pango in it works great versus Sniper now. Usually the matchup used to be that if in the mid lane, this could still be anywhere else, the Sniper would dominate that matchup. Now that you're full physical and your init allows you 40% reduced headshot procs, it's really good now for Pango versus that Sniper. The matchup got easier for Pango.
Yeah, you really do well in the lane, right? You have good animation, you have good turn rate, you very rarely get hit by headshots, and headshots are the way that Sniper wins the lane. So yeah, it does make sense that people are going for it versus the Sniper.
I wonder what build he would choose here this game. Is it still like Diffusal Agonyms, or is it like more classic build right now, which is Echo Saber SNY on Pango?
I guess from the mid lane, I've been seeing more of the Diffusal, but in the off lane, it's more of the Echo Saber. I don't know if I've seen Collapse.
I don't think it's a Collapse here at all. I think it's mostly Laurel.
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder if they could switch DK to post 3 and give it to Collapse.
He hasn't played it. It's only been a 1-2 flex.
Yeah.
And the Pango has always been mid, so we could suspect it's a carry DK and a mid Pango. We're looking for a collapse hero.
I mean, the one hero I was looking at instead of Pango was a Centaur for them, so it still might be good.
That's probably getting banned though now that they have a Sniper and the chance to go for a ban.
Yeah.
So what do you think about Night Stalker and Centaur? Sorry, Night Stalker and Enigma actually for Team Spirit here.
Enigma?
What would you think about those two? Those are heroes that he has played.
I like Night Stalker better than Enigma here in this game. But actually, they don't really have a good way to deal with Enigma. It's just that they didn't have like really good performance on Enigma last times they picked it. I would lean in towards the Centaur.
Yeah, I think so as well. Now when the Mars is banned out, the Centaur is the last one that is left, and it's actually weird that they went for these two over the Centaur. I thought that they were going to be leaving in the Mars, because then in the early stages of the game, Team Spirit might have some damage issues.
Yeah.
With
the Centaur, you can just pick. You can just choose to go for the Crimson Guard, and it's such a nice Crimson Guard game already.
Is there a chance that they just get Bristle back? They don't care? No, they ban it.
They ban
no.
it.
No, Harry.
Yeah,
you're not getting a Bristle.
No, we're not. It's out once again. Is there anything else other than a Centaur? I mean, you could go for something like a Tide or a Dawnbreaker, but those don't really make sense.
Dawnbreaker is nice. I think it's still nice, yeah, because you have Pango and TK who can initiate fights with the Batrider.
Oh yeah, you play it aggressively. You don't play it as a reactionary hero, but actually as going for an extra. But
no, it's just the Centaur.
It was the best one, 100%.
Yes.
So Talon.
Still, the Morphling is still in.
His PA is also there. But I feel like the PA scent could be a bit rough. And then you have heroes that can just blow you up pretty quickly, too.
It's a good matchup for Centaur against PA.
Yeah. Maybe the Morphling sounds better. Also, the Gyrocopter is also in the pool.
What about a TA, if they want to go tempo with these heroes and have the Roche taking advantage?
I like TA, actually.
Versus Phoenix?
Phoenix Batrider are kind of good supports against TA.
You have Sniper, I guess, versus the Phoenix, so you're okay.
I think Morph is the best choice.
I think so as well, though. Yeah, and it's something that Natsumi plays the most out of all of the heroes that we've been stating, so it would make the most sense.
Oh wait, there's a Bloodseeker.
There is a Seeker in the pool.
And it's really good against Benga.
Centaur as well. Lanes well versus the Centaur. He cannot kill you from 100 to 0, so you can constantly heal up. The lanes do look like there's going to be a decent amount of harassment.
Yeah.
Looks like a good one.
Yeah, I think it's Bloodseeker or Morph most likely going to appear here.
What? And Abaddon?
Is it carry? Abaddon?
No, it's offlane.
No, it's offlane Abaddon. What?
So like in carry.
It's actually a good Abaddon game, right? I think they're putting the most faith in Mikoto right now, because you lasso him, he removes it. You stun him with Yatoro, he removes it. And then if Mikoto is allowed to attack, he really can be a nuisance to all of these heroes, and it does prevent the Centaur from running in. It's cool, I guess. I'm not sure how well it's gonna work.
I guess they're just overthinking too much this Batrider pick. I think they're just putting a lot of respect for it.
Maybe they do. I have to say, I love offlane Abaddon. I think that is a really cool hero to play. Lane Dominator, if the lane goes well, Orb of Corrosion is one way to just drive your opponent out of the lane. I get excited when I see an offlane Abaddon.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it changes the game and how you approach it. And if you mentioned the Talon overthink it, but what if Team Spirit start overthinking it? Where's the Abaddon? Where's the Abaddon? We can't go in. But I don't think they're that type of a team. They're probably just going to go in, see where he's at, and then decide how the fight is going to go for them.
I mean, one thing that I'm curious about is that it's not a really good Lycan game as a carry. So that's why I wanted another core to appear, like a Bloodseeker or a Morphling in this game.
Are you happy with the ways these drafts were built? Talon is facing elimination.
I was happy until the last pick, to be honest with
Really?
you. Yes, I was really happy because before the last pick. But then with this Abaddon, I think they're just overthinking about it.
I'm not sure how to feel about it. I still like, and in this tournament so far, having better vision and by this much really has made a difference. So, though this time around, again, Talon have a harder lineup to play. Despite having all the vision, you always need to be positioned well with the Abaddon, well with the Sniper. It's not going to be easy to pull this off.
Well, let's head over to the stage and hear some thoughts about this Talon draft with Jenkins and March.
That's right, I got March here. Last pick Abaddon. What's the strategy?
Just select a lot of Dispel against the Batrider and Phoenix and DK. Look good. Yeah.
You picked Cardell Sharpeye. What makes a perfect Cardell Sharpeye game?
Is that the Sniper's name?
That's Sniper. You played Dota 1, right?
Yeah. Just like look good. Two supports could not really go to him, right? And then a lot of the heroes were like banned already that the spirits were using. So we were thinking about it.
Are you gonna wolf bite him and turn him into melee sniper?
No, I think we'll fight the Abaddon instead. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. We'll see if that strategy works out for you. Good luck, my friend, and we'll get into game 2.
Oh, thank you so much, Jenkins. Melee sniper, well, that would be quite the something. But they did say that those dispels on the Abaddon was the main reason that they probably picked it up. So you guys were right. Maybe they did overthink it.
We'll see if it works out. You know, some hero that comes to mind also that would be solid like that is an LC, but you don't really have burst damage on Talon, so getting those dual victories would be tough. And then the Abaddon comes in as the best thing, if that is really what you're gunning for.
One of Talon's most powerful weapons throughout the tournament has been Mikoto on that sniper. And we keep highlighting Mikoto over and over again, but this truly has been the make it or break it hero in most of their games. So they are probably putting a lot of focus on getting him a good game. And you got to watch out for those sniper rotations to the side lanes too, because now I think you have a lot of kill potential early. Somewhat of an early game lineup even, you could say, on the side of Talon.
Yeah, you have that poke on pretty much all of the lanes, and we've seen snipers just waddle close enough to the lane and assassinate from afar. So we could see something like that happening, especially, let's say, a Phoenix. He likes to be kind of low, so that his dying light is being annoying to the opponents. But of course, the start of it is Mikoto needs to have a good lane, and we highlighted how it's actually quite annoying sometimes to play a sniper into a Pango.
Yeah. Now let's see how Laurel survives this laning stage versus Mikoto. Also the side lanes, you got your DKs versus Abbas. You got Lycans going up against Centaurs. Jokum putting Maposhka in the dishwasher. Back and forth inside the cogs. Gonna make sure that you're gonna be very clean.
But overall, one thing that this Abaddon cannot really do is pressure the Dragonite. Maybe if he's isolated very deep in the lane, the Clockwork and the Abaddon have good chase potential. But overall, as a Dragonite, you are gonna understand when things are getting scary, and Miposhka is just gonna give you the cue. Yo, dude, I'm pulling. Take it a little bit easier.
Yeah. Also, which facet did the Pango pick up? He's got the Thunderbolt, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so he has the Thunderbolt above the double jump. Okay.
Makes sense, right? That is the one that people are going for right now. They stayed away from it when it got nerfed, but now once again they're back into it. I guess you get kind of annoyed when it used to be that you could just spin in circles early on and continue stunning somebody, and then it changes, so you want to get used to the new one and see actually how good it is. Well, people are, again, going for it as WS is in trouble.
Oh dear, WS.
Shield?
Abba gets the shield off just in time. Just
care?
a little bit more damage required. Maybe one more Fire Spirit connection. Isn't enough. The Tango region is keeping him alive. And the creep. Oh, that was close. That was close. Radon trying to get in range for the Breathe Fire. Did have a stick charge to burn that. And it's going to be Jokum getting the first blood off of Miposhka's Phoenix in the end.
Yeah, this is the downside of the Phoenix versus the Abaddon, right? First, he can remove some of your spells. Okay, wait a second. Cuckoo, he is the one that is being annoyed right now. Does look like he's gonna live, especially with the stick charges. But the thing is that Phoenix wants to be low so that his Dying Light is doing damage. But then there's an Abaddon whose shield is just continuing to return that damage, so you cannot stay close to him long enough, or you're gonna die. That was pretty clutch.
Yeah, something about the Mephitic Shroud. Pretty interesting to use, like especially when the old shield would basically be like, we just ignore the shield and it's gonna explode, we run into other directions. But since you have the Mephitic Shroud, you can dive onto towers. The tower is gonna help you deal damage through it. And maybe even if you have a low HP hero, you get a kill for yourself thanks to it. So that is a really cool way to change Abba's way to play the lane.
They're going for Radon.
This is what they want to do constantly. Poke, poke, poke.
Poke it out, because you're quite tanky, and the Clockwork always wants to trade. That is what this hero does. The Abaddon does that quite well. Also, we didn't talk about the egg-taking capabilities. Abaddon increases everybody's egg-taking capabilities with his third spell, so that really will help Talon for sure.
Yeah, I don't think it works on the egg itself, but the hero, maybe about Radon, will be taken down. WS and Jokum go for the dive and find success. Get this kill. Also a glyph used in the top lane for a dive on Natsumi. Collapse with the stun, and there we have it. Collapse also gets Team Spirit on the board with their first kill.
They're not done.
Cuckoo gonna be chased a bit too. Stun from Collapse, is it available? The damage was almost sufficient. There was a long cooldown for another hoof stomp, but they almost were able to blow up that Pugna.
Yeah, but he TP'd in. He does have a salve. Okay, that's nice. If Cuckoo didn't have a salve, that would be really bad.
Maposhka.
He doesn't have a dive.
Radon helps him clean out the cogs, but here's the dive. They'll take the Phoenix down. And so far, so good here for the Talon offlane.
Yeah, it's really working out. You only have one stun in this one, and your Clockwork gets caught just to get slowed down instantly. There's the Aphotic Shield just to remove it, and Cuckoo is rotating as well. They're looking for Radon. They have a glyph as well.
The aggression, 3 versus 1. Radon, I'm not sure if he can pull it off alone. Cuckoo tanking the tower. He might die to it. Changes to aggro as well, so he doesn't fall. WS gets a kill, and Talon finding a new gear for this game too. Cuckoo goes for the quick deny on the Wolves, so he'll be back fresh in HP.
Very smart. He didn't have HP, he didn't have mana, and also he didn't want to waste any money on a TP if he goes back to base, so it's just better to kill yourself.
And it was probably still on cooldown from that previous TP to the lane, so now he'll probably have it by the time he's respawned. As Mikoto is actually the one leading in net worth at the moment. 800 gold difference to Laurel's Pango. He's demolishing that mid lane so far.
Laurel has been known to sometimes flop a little bit in the mid lane, but this is a bit too much Mikoto. I mean, we've highlighted his sniper, but he really put a number on Laurel. You need to change this once you have level 6. But when you look at the supports of Spirit rotating towards the sniper, it's not going to be easy. You don't have a long range stun. Flame Break is your best bet, but now it's dying time. He sees you before you actually see him.
And they're going to try and set up on Laurel here with Cuckoo. Rotating in, the 6-minute rune's gonna come out. Jokum already on the top half. It's gonna be a bottom rune. It's gonna be an Invis waiting. And maybe Phoenix is the one to get to there first.
Doesn't matter, just getting it away from the Pango. That is what you need to do. If the Pango isn't getting the rune, you're happy. I mean, Poshka being Invis doesn't really change much, especially with him being full HP.
Well, we'll give info about at least Cuckoo moving towards bottom. So a warning at least given to the DK. At the same time, the Clockwork might have been on the edge of vision.
Game is looking pretty good for Talon, but one thing that is going really well for Spirit is Collapse's lane, and he's the playmaker, right? Well, that does make it a bit tougher. Nice scouting from Miposhka. Are you going to bring in more heroes versus 3 of these? Even if you would bring a huge amount here for Spirit, I don't think it would go that well. So stealing a Wisdom Rune, probably your best bet.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Jokum for the quick stack. Miposhka's Invis literally runs out next to the Clockwork. Hello!
That's equal clicks faster.
And it's gonna go for Jokum. He got a battery assault tick on the second. And now Phoenix will drop as well to Jokum. You got a Clockwork on a dominating spree at 7 minutes. 4-0-1. Holy.
Yep, every single kill has been happening around him, and also got lucky there with the battery assault procs. Maybe he knew how to use it just to make sure that the Wisdom Rune goes his way. But this looks like Team Spirit, they're panicking a bit. They need their level 6s early.
He's got more net worth than Laurel Pango right now.
Ooh, and we know that the Clockwork can be a problem for a Pango sometimes with good positioning. If you're tanky, you can always be a little bit farther up ahead and just make sure that those cogs prevent the Rolling Thunder from doing what it's supposed to. And already they're applying pressure to this mid lane tower.
They catch Rue. He's got no way out of these cogs. He will die inside. Laurel trying to retaliate, but he's full physical, so that Decrepify works wonders versus the Rolling Thunder.
He barely lived, and Mikoto gets vision. He's gonna get out in time. Had no range drop, so that would have been a kill with the assassinate.
Is under attack.
Talon's speed really high up right now with the bot T1 gone. The mid T1 is low. And the difference in net worth is over 1,500 now between the mids in 8 minutes into this game.
Spirit should be glad that Collapse is having such a good time. This Centaur is gonna have to do a lot in the game. He has his Blade Mail, doesn't have the boots, probably won't need them for quite some time, and already 800 gold on top of it.
Yeah, I'm thinking here, is this a must-have aura game on the Centaur? Yes, no.
Radiant's middle tower
with the way that the game has been going, no, right? Maybe in the later portions of it, but you need initially to make yourself the strong initiator / killer on Collapse. That is the main thing that needs to happen in the early mid game, because he's the only one that can do it. I mean, Laurel is just not having a game.
I believe the last time we saw this Centaur in Collapse, he was topping net worth, and because nothing really happened after, he just fell into 6th position in terms of net worth. So he doesn't want to have that same fate again. Talon, the sniper starts to farm faster with levels. Abba kind of hits a wall at some point. It's like you need to find kills above farming creeps.
But this game, it's not going to happen, right? Last time when that happened, I think Laurel was Alina, and they also had a Dragonite or something farm heavy, so he had to create space. In this game in particular, him and Laurel are going to go together to get kills. And by the looks of it, with a double edge, he's probably going to be the one getting it for himself.
3,000 gold ahead in the first 10 minutes here for Talon. It's going to be daytime again. And we already got a Diffusal Abba. Something different out of this build. So what I'm usually seeing on this hero is either Echo Saber, get an early Harpoon, be a gap closer, you have your ulti, which allows you to extend fights even more, and even try to force you to use that ulti. You're still doing damage. Diffusal Blade, what do you think about it?
I think it's the same thing, right? It just feels probably that in this game where he's having such a good time, that with the Diffusal Blade, he's actually able to kill people rather than just annoy them.
Well, here comes the backup.
Has a save point.
This is going to take a while to finish him off, and He was hoping to get cliffed, so he might have the opportunity to teleport away. There we go, he pops his ulti. And that will be Team Spirit finding their second kill with WS Savafon. And that goes for Larl, who really desperately needed that kill too.
For sure, Talon was looking to rotate there. Mikoto kind of thinking about it, but then they saw that the Abaddon was dropping way too fast and that his ulti is going to be popped even on the low ground. At that point, you just give up. Let him die. It is a big rotation from Team Spirit. Now it's daytime, so Talon are probably just going to be looking to stay alive until the 15-minute mark. Then the sniper will again be in a more aggressive position.
Okay, Jokum with Mikoto just diving into tier 2, just casually doing it. It's like, you wouldn't normally see a move like this at 11 minutes, but because they're feeling themselves so strong right now, they can.
Yeah, I mean, he's so farmed on this Clockwork, it's so tanky.
Abba, death number 2 maybe, the Phoenix Egg used, they're coming in with TPs. Can they save this Abba? He's down to half HP, Jokum trying to at least push them away with the cost. Jokum will save him, and there's the Aphotic Shield. There's the Decrepify. Rue has to run away, ticking low from the urn. They're still on the chase. There's no tower here, and an outpost TP from Collapse. So they maybe want to try it again if Talon would stick around, but they know, and they're backing away. Smoke coming out from Team Spirit to try and make a move, while Mikoto is stealing the stacks in the Ancient as we speak. So Sniper's getting even bigger in terms of network.
There's no borrowed time for another 5 seconds. If you find an initiation during that time, it's going to be amazing, but it doesn't look that way.
Oh, that could just be a beautiful stun from Collapse, landing on both of them. Getting Cuckoo and WS. What you gonna do?
Well, he's gonna die as well. Collapse making the plays. He saw them there. It's daytime. During daytime, Spirit need to go for these smokes. And a perfect opportunity arises. He pops his ulti onto the creeps. They also see the heal from the Pugna. And it's just an easy double hoof stomp. Easy 2 kills as well. This is what Spirit needs. They need Collapse to go ham.
Yeah, that was just a chef's kiss right there. Finding the Pugna, seeing where he's linking up that health drain, and just jumping straight on top, getting 2. Really clutch, and needs to make more of those during the course of this game. Meanwhile, Smooth coming out to top from Talon with a smoke, but there's still that T1 in the middle. And the 14-minute Wisdom Rune, still a minute to go from now.
They see Larl. Now they seem even clearer.
There's the hamstring from both of the Wolves. They can't get his ulti off, and Larl will go down. Mikoto picks up another thanks to Jokum.
This is so cool from Talon, right? You see that Spirit are going to be making these moves during daytime. So you think about it, and you don't want to just sit down and take it and wait for the 15-minute mark. You make plays around the mid lane where you have awesome vision, and they're now going to protect it. These 2 heroes, they can kill anybody pretty fast as well.
They've definitely got the capability to finish off anybody. Radon backs into the base, knowing that this area is being threatened. Now we got 20 seconds for the Wisdom Rune. I think Team Spirit, are they going to potentially smoke up? Yes, they're going to smoke up to try to defend maybe either their triangle or the Wisdom Rune. But looking at the clock, I do feel like they're going to maneuver to the left, maybe even all the way to the T1 towers. Talon, they got the objective,
and they're
but they cannot cross any further, so they're suspecting something is up.
Yeah, Spirit were just a couple of seconds too late, but they still want to go. I mean, during daytime,
they could find the sniper. They're heading straight towards Mikoto. Meanwhile, Jokum forces the attention elsewhere, but still the gank's going to happen. Sniper needs to get out, but the Stampede is already there, and they will take down Mikoto, finish him off. Collapse will find another.
Pretty huge.
Paid off in the end.
For sure, right? And this is the thing. Talon didn't leave their supports to protect the sniper. They went for kills because they're having such a good game, and they thought Spirit weren't going to go for it.
Vengeance coming out here, maybe onto Rue as Cuckoo with Jokum. Can't quite get close enough, though. Radon is trying to get in range for a stun.
Good positioning from the Abaddon. You're not going for this. Just let it go. Even if the stun does come out instantly, it's going to get removed and Talon are going to move away. Spirit would just be wasting time. What you need to do now, while you still have some time, shove out the waves, prepare for the nighttime, because that's when Talon are going to be striking.
Still got that deep lane ward placed down by Talon, sitting in between 2 sentries that they just haven't been able to find, which is really unlucky for them. Snipe Spirit.
Talon are just trying to force Spirit to make moves to come into this triangle, not necessarily to go for a fight, but also to get info on where they're at. And poor Larl, he's so afraid.
Rue.
It's fine. Not even close.
22 HP, yeah.
Freaking Alpha Wolves, man. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, they're definitely something. Also, a quick reminder to the folks here at Belgrade, and of course for the people watching at home right now, do remember and make sure you follow what Fissure has to offer on social media with !F in chat. While Miposhka, well, while he's dead, he's got time to maybe look at one of his interviews straight on YouTube, so make sure you head over there. Maybe during the break. Not during the game, of course.
Of course, Clockwork is still finding these openings, but they found Laurel as well. Instantly, he's thinking about the ulti here. He knows how easily he can die, but also saw the Clockwork on the bottom lane, and he couldn't have moved that well. So he's just gonna chill. If the Clockwork was in the vicinity, he would go for the Rolling Thunder because that's the only way to survive. Just scouting.
Oh, the Talon heroes, the Wolves once again. They show the way.
They're going
and
nowhere.
with the Centaur out, well, he is stilking around, gets the Stampede for Radon. They're trying to chase him down. Do they have another hamstring on the Wolves? At least the cripples are affecting, and there's the Roots. They got him. Roots, bloody Roots. And Laurel's ulti forced out as well in the top.
Is he thinking about turning this one around with a healing salve? No, he's just gonna stay to clear out the waves. You cannot allow yourself to just be running away when one of your heroes is dead, because you're gonna get overtaken so fast. And you can see WS is going for an Echo Saber right now, so it is going to be this Abaddon chasing forward. It is nice to have an Abaddon that is always in a good position, but how do you make sure that you don't have to guess where your enemies are at? You get yourself tanky, you get yourself into this position where the enemies have to TP to defend from you, and then you're always the one in front. The sniper is going to be following you closely, and you're the one who forces Spirit to react to you. If they're going for the Abaddon, that is a Talon victory.
You want to know one of my favorite builds on ABBA, actually? It's Phylactery, Echo Saber, and Shard. Because then you always have a range ability gap closer to get to your opponent. It's pretty filthy.
It really is, but he's not skilling up his first spell, so without the Mist Coil, the Phylactery isn't the way to go.
Well, yeah, obviously you're not going to do it right now. That would be a bit of a waste of a good Mephitic Shroud shield.
We'll see if he does get it. I feel like those heals could come in handy.
Is that sentry close enough? It is. It is close enough to see that ward on the cliff.
So now it's Talon in a smoke. The lanes are in an awesome position for them, but I don't see them going too aggressively with this one. Not sure where they want to rotate through. It seems that the bottom lane could be the best way for them to, if they don't get a fight, at least pressure down the tower.
But definitely has slowed down that early game tempo that Talon had. The team spirit now able to poke, but Radon spotted, and there's again the same dynamic duo reinforced by WS and Cuckoo. And that is a DK with his form gone. 11 kills for Talon, opening up that tier 2 tower with the wave pushing in.
Spirit just aren't finding ways to utilize the Centaur. He even went for the Force Staff, so understanding that he needs to go in, get a kill, and get out really fast. But for that to happen, you need to break this formation of Talon that during nighttime, Spirit haven't even attempted to do.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It is a pretty difficult situation they're put in right now, with all their lanes going as they went. Sniper being that far ahead. Lycan having the time of his life.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Haven't really seen too much of Lycan. It's just been the Alpha Wolves that have been the highlight of that. I mean, technically, the Alpha Wolves are the hero instead of the Lycan himself.
Pretty much, right? But what you're doing right now is Natsumi is gearing up to be bringing down the supports if need be. Find the Phoenix, get him down, because the lanes are going to be in such a good position for you during daytime, right? During daytime, you get one pick off, you get out. During nighttime, Talon get together and they go for a push, and this is going to be repeated throughout the game.
In game 1, it was about around this area during the daytime when Spirit was able to turn the course around. Let's see if they have that magic to pull it off once again.
They now have layered initiation, one from the Centaur to create chaos or with the Batrider, and then the second one to jump in after the Abaddon has revealed himself.
All right, well, we're going to be fighting versus Collapse here. Natsumi wants to take the charge straight to the Cent, finish up Collapse, and he will go down just like that. He doesn't handle the amount of damage received. Rue able to dodge that hook shot narrowly. But still not out of the fray though, because the push from Talon Top's pushing in, mid's pushing in.
Radiant's top tower is
Bottom
under
is going to
attack.
be pushing in as well. It's also on the side of Team Spirit, especially because the shard of the Lycan, the Wolf, will be coming to that lane as well. It just looks easy for them at the moment, because even during daytime, you have so much more info on what's happening on the map. And Spirit Heroes, they need info to get the initiations. The blink from the Bat, the blink from the Centaur, they're not going to work if you don't know where the enemies are at. But this is an opportunity, and they're just not in the right spot.
They're not close enough for that one, so Radon and Miposhka looking
No shape
for
shift.
the carry. And the smokes are popping, but he's going to be faster than Natsumi.
Help
They're
is
going to
coming.
catch the Lycan. Can they get the kill, though? A little bit more needed. That's going to do it. But Egg popped as well. Collapse with a stun on two! The surprise element being the Centaur. And Talon will instantly drop 3 heroes, so that Tormentor ends up being quite costly.
That is such a small mistake, and the first mistake from Jokem in that game to TP in first. You have to TP in with the Pugna or the Abaddon to save your Lycan. And no, he comes in first. Long TP from Cuckoo. They lose one, and then the 2 supports left stranded. This is what Spirit does. They find one small mistake that might not even be that significant in most of the games, and they exploit it.
And that's what's still keeping them in the run here. Abba's net worth almost about to be caught by the Pango. So for Larl, will no longer have to feel the worries of being last in terms of net worth. He'll get him up to speed. He's got the Aghanims lined up, and his courier's delivering 3 of the pieces now.
And this is what happens when the Abaddon doesn't have like a Midas or a Radiance. He's just not the fastest of farming heroes. And also you're always thinking, how can I help the sniper? How can I be in a good position to protect him? And that really does hinder your farm. But it's not about the Abaddon that needs to have it. It's the Lycan, and the position 1 of this game is basically the sniper.
Talon smoked up on the bottom half. You see the DK in mid. Can they catch Radon? The roots are coming in. He's slowed up by a lot. The cripples are really hurting him here. So even if he had that BKB, his teammates won't be close enough. So Radon will go down to Talon. They'll finish him off. Rue has been spotted actually blinking around, and they might have seen. Can they get him? No. His TP does go through as Jokem was not nearby. Cancel.
Man, the presence of mind, they're not wanting to use the BKB. Usually you had the BKB, you had the Stampede, and they just decide against it. They're like, we don't see the clockwork. The second I use my BKB, a hookshot is coming to make sure I don't escape. So you just accept your destiny.
Now there's also a Harpoon lined up on the Abba. He's got the recipe flying on the Courier. So he will also become a pretty strong force. The Abba, even if you look at his net worth, like maybe a couple thousand gold behind, this is a really strong fighter at this stage of the game. You get to level 15, you hit your Curse of Avernus DPS talent, that's when the hero starts to feel really good.
I mean, what does a sniper want? He wants a long fight. And if there's a hero who can make that happen, it's an Abaddon.
Yep. The catch on Cuckoo's Pugna. They have the dust. They see where he is. Collapsed with the stun. They'll get this Pugna potentially, but there is a secondary fight happening. The Wolves are almost killing this Phoenix. Assassinate flying and has the Yules to dodge it. But is there another route? Yes, there's one, but is there a second?
As the fire
Can they
spirits.
finish off the Phoenix? No, they cannot. Close attempt.
Larl having the Axe is a really big deal. Creating chaos in a fight versus Talon is going to be huge. If you create chaos, then it is going to be opening up for collapse blinks to finish people off, or for the Batrider to isolate somebody, and the Abaddon might not have the positioning to save them. So this Axe really does change things, because Talon are going to have to react. They cannot just ignore Larl from now. His damage output has gotten high.
So now Abba level 15, S and Y lined up. Rue also finishing that 4-staff. Bunch of items coming up on Team Spirit's side.
Well, the big ones, right? But also there's a 9-second BKB on the Lycan. That is a huge one for sure. You mentioned the Harpoon. It is done. They found the sniper.
Oh, nice grenade there from Mikoto, but is it going to be enough?
He needs help.
He would definitely need some help, and nobody's showing
Rock
up
is
in
stone.
time. The Aegis is gone. Jokem is nearby, and it's going to be 2 versus 3. They have an egg that's also worrying them, but WS is here. Trying to get Mikoto out. Cuckoo Also there to save him with the Decrepifies, with the Glimmer Capes. Abba stuck on the low ground for now. There's Laurel jumping in. Mikoto going to be falling. Sniper down. They'll get one. Can they get more? Jokum drops as well. Team Spirit finding the kills before Talon. Finally, Cuckoo gets Rue, gets Radon.
He's getting
Collapse is getting slowed. Natsumi chasing him down. WS finishing Laurel. He's got him. He's got the Pango. The Curse of Avernus is too much for him to deal with. Collapse. TP's home. Miposhka, he was out for now. Can he still make his way? Yes, it looks like he will. So, pretty back and forth fight. Aegis down, Sniper falls, but also losing their carry and Laurel's Pango.
Laurel almost survived there. The Curse of Avernus overtime damage killed him. Harpoon, Laurel was on the low ground and it put Abaddon on the low ground and Laurel on the high ground. So it looked for a second like the Pango is gonna live, but this is Team Spirit for you. They just find an opening, they go for it, but still, Talon were ahead, they win that fight. Cuckoo gets so much done and now they want him dead.
They definitely want him dead right now. Yule's up in the air, but there's WS with the Harpoon. Grabs Miposhka. Rue's going to be right nearby. Another force step with a flame break. WS is almost catching Miposhka. The hook shot from Jokum catches him. Almost grabs Rue as well inside the same cogs. Talon will take down Miposhka. But what else can they do?
Well, Mikoto is back, right? They do have their outpost, so he just TP there, so he's ready to fight. His 9-second BKB now is done. He didn't have it for a previous fight. That could have been a game changer.
Almost the SNY we talked about. The Yash is flying in on WS. Also Windlace for the Sniper. Might as well find an inventory slot to fill in.
Yeah, he does have it now.
It's all about mobility for him.
Exactly, he's going for a bike next. You just want to survive.
Cuckoo gonna get grabbed in by Rue. He'll finish off the Pugna.
I think it's time for Talon to be discussing a gem. The 30-minute mark is approaching. That is usually when teams do get it. And at the moment, the only reason that Spirit is getting some of these pickoffs is vision. They haven't even been able to create that much chaos in fights to find the right openings.
Hookshot misses this time around. Collapse doesn't catch that one.
He also has a Force Staff, so I feel like he would be fine.
Though there is an Abaddon also jumping on him. That's the one thing about Force Staffs, right? This Harpoon will still bring you back in.
Lycan found the Phoenix, and he's gonna try to take him out.
Yeah, did drop the Shapeshift on it. Laurel is also there. Starts soaking up hits from the Wolves.
Good itemization from the Phoenix. You have the Solar Crest, you have the Yules. You're very likely to survive a solo Lycan. If there's multiple heroes, sure, they can take you down, but this is actually a very good way to make sure that the egg goes off. And then the Sniper is kind of the only thing that is scaring you.
They're good until the point when a Nullifier shows up. Is that something the Lycan really must get this game?
You still remove the silence, right? So you can Yule egg.
Well, catching Radon with a hook shot. Jokum has been on point so far with his jumps, but Laurel also getting a pretty big, sizable ulti at the back line, interrupting Talon. Jokum is down. WS on the run. Laurel still finding the catch on Cuckoo. Lasso catches Mikoto. Egg is placed down. This could be Team Spirit's fight as they got Jokum and Cuckoo already out, and Mikoto will drop as well. Team Spirit will get 3. And again, a reminder for Talon that Team Spirit is a strong force to be reckoned with when given the opportunity.
They just didn't buy that gem in time. Spirit, they have some info on what's going on the map, and they know when you're alone, when you're isolated, even during nighttime, they're able to just go down and run at you, find the right openings. BKB TP out versus a Lasso, it's not gonna work. And Rue, a lot of these fights, he's waiting with it just because of the Abaddon, right? WS is a big counter to him, so you know that every single time if somebody attempts it, at least you have the BKB TP cancel.
And that scaling is going to kick in for Team Spirit 2 with this DK especially. It's going to be scary in the late game. However, how far can this Lycan take? What do you think? How do you feel about Lycan late game?
We haven't seen much from him. I still think that his main strength comes from shoving out the waves. Just making sure that Talon is the team that has more info on the map. I don't necessarily think that in this game in particular he's going to be crushing people. You have Stampede to run away, you have Lasso for the Batrider to protect himself, Egg that he's not very good at taking down. So overall, his job, his main job in this game is to split push and pick off, not murder people inside of a team fight.
WS in a position to get jumped on here by Collapse. The first initiation on the Abba. Radon charging into the back, trying to get to Cuckoo. He still has the Decrepify. Laurel is keeping him still. WS is down to low. Kuku is surviving with just a little bit of HP. He's finally out, and Sniper has to be careful too. Mikoto,
nowhere
he
to
can
go.
beat up, but he just doesn't stand the damage. Radon needs to be so much work in one spot. He's got them all. Radon tears them apart as Kuku's also on the run. He fought back for this one. It's if he can just keep himself up, but this is too much for one Pugna to deal with. And Team Spirit, they get everyone. They got them all.
They got him all +1. Kuku, the only reason that they brought down Radon is because he bought back. So you can say that that buyback was worth it, but you're also gone for 70 seconds. And this game, just like in game 1, has turned on its head the second that this DK got to a point where they cannot deal that much with him. Talon being forced into a team fight, something that their lineup just isn't good at.
They just sit and live on top of that Sniper. Radon in a prime position to not only hit one target, but when Talons start to clump up, that's where the splash damage from that DK it really starts to show, and they cannot withstand that much physical damage. So for Talon, that is just... How do they solve this issue of keeping the Sniper at bay and enabling him to hit? Because Team Spirit's just going to run at you every single time.
You need more damage. People on the side of Team Spirit need to die faster, right? So what Spirit are doing, they're just running in. They're like, oh, there's an Abaddon, cool. There's a Pugna, cool. There's a Sniper, go, go, go. And you saw Rue just using Blink, Force Staff just to get on top of him. And then everybody just running in like madmen. You need to have more damage so that in those 3-4 seconds when your Abaddon is taking the heat, when your Clockwork is taking the heat, that you can at least threaten somebody's life so that Spirit have to be pulled back. And you thought you were gonna get to that point, but just rapidly the net worth of the Sniper has been going down, and you cannot allow that to happen. He still needs the Hurricane Pike, but after that, once you get the Daedalus, maybe you could see this lineup doing a bit better in team fights.
Down, down, down like the burning ring of fire, as it seems to be for Talon. If they can still keep themselves in this race, they are facing elimination if they lose this game. And I think this is a moment where pressure might start to get the best out of you. They are on the cusp, but they'll at least get the jump on Phoenix. Maposhka, he's got backup. He's got the backup on the side. He dies. Kuku will get this kill, and on the jump on the Centaur as well. Natsumi getting to work onto this Centaur. Terry collapse, and he almost dies right away to the silence, but WS will follow it up with a miscoil. Take him out. Laurel from the side. They catch Jokum. They catch Kuku. Mikoto caught in the last up by Rue, but Rue is also falling low, and he's dead. Mikoto does get himself to safety, but him with the wolf at the side of the fight. Breton and Laurel. They need this DK to hammer them down. Still has his BKB. Mikoto caught by collapse. He found the stun on him, and WS will fall. Just like that, just a small opening needed. This collapse Centaur is just something else.
Yeah, they even got a couple of kills there during the shapeshift, taking down Collapse. He's one of the tankier heroes, but Radon just stands his ground, and when the Sniper is low, when the shapeshift is getting taken out, you no longer have the damage for the DK. What's gonna happen when one big hero who's doing massive amounts of damage is just running forward? He's gonna be opening potential for everybody else to shine in that fight.
Just take a replay of that fight too, where it starts with Maposhka's Phoenix dying. Calculated explosion there from Kuku, finishing off that Phoenix.
No, he died to the ward, right?
Oh, he died to the ward. Yeah.
It uses mana, and it is calculated before.
And then from there onward, it looked okay. Collapse dies. He's gone for 80 seconds. Maposhka buys back, Centaur buys back, and all hell breaks loose.
You can only kill the supports. The cores at this point, I mean, look at Radon. He's in the middle of the fight. Nobody's even attacking him. They know they can't do anything to him.
And you've got the Sniper, you've got the Lycan sitting on the sidelines, looking for an opening to go in, but there isn't one.
Yeah, because if you try, you're just gonna take like 5 to 10 seconds to kill a big target, maybe even more. And without your BKB, you're a sitting duck at that point. So what Spirit are doing in this game, they're just without hesitation starting these fights. They're going in. They know as the fight develops, it's gonna become harder and harder for Talon to do anything.
And that will be a Roshan for Team Spirit. The Wolves were trying to steal the kill, but that will go for Team Spirit, and an Aegis picked up on the DK.
Yeah, now he's gonna have even more confidence going forward. It is nighttime, so Talon, they are gonna have the advantage from the Howl, from the vision of the Sniper, but it still needs to be for them to dodge things for quite some time. Sniper needs a damage item, and they also lost the courier with the Lycan.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about here, because Lycan's courier dead has the pieces of the Aghanims. Who's up for some melee sniper?
No. We're not going to be seeing Tank Cardell, right? No, nothing like that. We are going to be seeing the Abaddon running in. So how is he doing with some damage items? He's looking towards an AC. That really could help with him in the wolf form, doing a decent amount of damage and being able to threaten the DK, or at least pull him out of the fight. So if the DK is not dying, at least he's not killing everybody on your side.
Centaur also picking up his own Ags, so the cart is up. Also an Orchid finished for the DK.
He just wants an initial target to die instantly, right? Usually you'd think, oh, Orchid versus an Abaddon, it's not good, it's gonna get removed. But the thing is, there's so many ways that they're gonna initiate Great Chaos in a fight, and if he finds an opening, bam, a hero gets taken out. He just does way too much damage at this point.
At least, I mean, when you think about it, on this DK, you have Silver Edge and Orchid. You can kill the DK, you can kill the Abba without him ever getting his ulti off, because he's broken and silenced. So if nobody saves him and you get enough damage in, he just disappears, and then Talon's gonna be like, uh-oh.
Yeah, they have a Nullifier as well on the Pango, so you put that as well so that he doesn't get saved by the Decrep. Maybe that is the goal, right? But the problem is that Aghanim Scepter of the Lycan. The Abaddon is not going to be the easiest one to catch.
See what Team Spirit can do here, moving across the map here. Hoping to find some Talon heroes caught off guard.
They have good vision. They know where they're at, roughly, but they're still running into enemy wards, and it is nighttime.
They are strong, but how strong are they? You're going into Talon territory, under Talon vision,
There's
and the jump is on. Can they finish him off? Jokum saves the day. Abba gets his ulti. Rue has to get out, but Kuku and Jokum are down. Rue will die to Mikoto. The buyback coming in from Jokum. Now they're going to be focusing on to the Abaddon. He's going to ult. He's going to go down as well. Rijama finds a triple kill for himself. Now Mikoto with the BKB also has to run away, but look at Collapse. He's bringing in Laurel. He's got the dragon on his back, and they will take Mikoto out as well. If you got room for a dragon in your car, sure, you can do that.
No longer do they need to do anything special to force out Talon to react with multiple heroes. They just break the Abaddon and they go in with the silence. And the only reason is because he has a neutral item of the Ascetic's Cap. If he didn't have it, even with the hook shot of Jokem, he goes down. That's 4 heroes that you barely lose even 1 hero. Just an easy game at the moment from Team Spirit. They're running into enemy vision. They find the worst hero, basically, for them to find. No sniper, no Lycan, no supports, just the Abaddon. And they still win the fight in such an easy way.
They were really close to actually killing him before the saves kicked in and the duration on the break ended and he was able to get his ulti popped.
That's with 40% status resistance. I mean, if you find him, if you get something on him for that Ascetic's Cap to proc, he's just gonna die. But even with that, the amount of damage that Spirit does, if there's no response from the rest of Talon, if his supports don't back him up, the Abaddon will die. Well, let's see. He does have the axe. Wolfbite is ready. What can the Abaddon do? If he's the one running in, if he knows where the Dragonite is and can dodge him, find somebody else, could be a difference. But I think they itemize this way so that he can sit on the Dragonite and that Radahn doesn't do enough damage. But at this point, you just kill him.
Yeah.
And he's also level 25.
It's not going to be easy for the Abba in any way, even if you get the Wolfbite buffs on you.
Both the Pango and the DK are level 25, so DK went for the standard one, minus 16 seconds for the Rolling Thunder on the Pango.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They are exiting the base, trying to come to the defense of this tier 2 tower.
Last outer tower,
WS
we have a back.
Abba bitten, and here comes the shapeshift. Big target collapse. He does get hook-shotted by Jokum. Lasso is there as well. Dragging in the Lycan. Natsumi has to bail. And he's being chased by Laurel, keeping taps on him, trying to finish off the Lycan, and now Laurel returns. They need to focus their attention to the second wolf. WS gets into safe position. Mikoto is there protecting. Collapse is low. So is Radahn's capability potentially on that DK form running out soon.
He has a greater healing Lotus on Collapse. He's baiting them in with the extra heal. You cannot commit on that one. You don't have your shapeshift. You don't have your Wolfbite either. Mikoto is pretty much the only one that can do something in these fights, and he's weak at this point.
Oh, that's a pretty big one, even though that form is still for a few seconds at least.
650 damage, Panda.
Who can he find with this?
WS
right next to him as well, and he might be able to solo him as well. They will go for that Abigail. They got him.
80 seconds on the sidelines, and that is your main tank hero, the one who stays in front, the one who allows the sniper to do the damage. Everybody else, if they get close to this Dragonite, they're gonna suffer an even worse fate than this Abaddon, and his was quite bad.
They had just enough time on that Dragon form. It ran out the moment they got the kill, and they backed on the high ground. So it was enough. Just one good rune found in the river. Of course, it has to be an AD rune for a DK who pretty much hits ridiculous numbers. Let's increase them a little bit more.
Let's see what they're gonna do, right? You have two ways to play this in Spirit. One is go just directly high ground with the siege creep waves, is fine. But overall, once you force out the glyph, you can just spread the map and make sure all the waves are to the Talon base. Then, oh, Ru is counting. It's fine, not gonna get it.
Can always bring in, yeah, there we go. Protect that. DK Collapse is the one to tank the damage. I got all the HP in the world. You can hit me as much as you want, but I'm letting my Radon, my boy, finish off these buildings. And that is a lane secured.
He's so freakishly strong on the Dragonite. Second game in a row. Just takes the Raxes down in a second. You refresh the glyph. Now it's gonna be even easier to control those waves. That has been the one saving grace for Talon in this game, is that the waves have constantly been pushing towards Spirit, so they had to deal with it. With the mid lane now shoving in all the time, it's gonna get much, much easier for Spirit.
Dire are scanning.
And not at all easy for Talon. The end of their tournament might be ahead of them.
They're not gonna go down without a fight. They have level 25 on the Lycan.
This one has to work out.
4 Alpha Wolves, not to be underestimated.
2 buybacks up the high ground position. They pop the smokes off of him. Miposhka into his rune, dusted up. Joachim can't get to him. Sees him flying in the air. Does he go for the hook shot? No, Collapse saves the bird. I'm gonna take you home to safety.
The Rover Drive is ready. Miposhka just gets taken away, and Talon, that could have been a good way for them to start the fight, especially because the Phoenix, he would have a buyback, I guess, 75 gold, and you just pick up 1 bounty rune, he'd be fine. Collapse is level 25 as well. Everything is ready for Team Spirit.
Radiant's top tower
They see
is
that the
under
wave
attack.
is pushing in 50 seconds on the Roche timer, which they can think about later. But right now, they want to find somebody. Talon. Have to be aware.
Radiant's
They
top
have to be
tower
awake.
is under attack.
They know that this is coming. Look at how they're moving. Nobody's getting away from the towers.
They're going to make the smart move on the side of Spirit and not actually stick around for too long. Top's pushed in, bottom's pushed in. But it was a valuable effort for Talon. It's a good read for them. Holding this game, are keeping it still going.
20 seconds before Roche, Talon have
Radiant's
waves in
top
a good
tower is under
position.
attack.
How are their smokes
Dire
looking?
are
That is gonna
scanning.
be the really important part. If they do have a smoke, they can get themselves out of the base. None in the shop, and their supports, they don't have a single one. This is a problem.
Stampede as they spot Cuckoo. Brought into the loving arms of Miposhka, Ru, Larl, and Collapse also shows up. The whole team sticking as a group. Finding the Pugna support with that lane ward. They see him walk in. Easy grab.
It's an easy Roche right now. You've dealt with the waves somewhat. The mid lane is coming in, bottom lane is coming in. You did take down the Pugna. You also have a very nice lane ward through the path that Talon is probably going to be taking towards you. They have no more smokes. This is going to be a freebie for Team Spirit. So cheese and refresher, and of course the Aegis into their pockets.
Yeah, this is a pretty huge lineup to have a refresher shard on.
Yeah, we'll see who they give it to. I guess Rodan could be a good one, but also double Stampede or double Rolling Thunder. Both of them look great. For now, Collapse is going to be holding on to it, but I'm assuming if Rodan goes down and doesn't have the form, they're just going to let him use it.
Yeah, whoever needs it most, right?
Exactly.
DK to push out the top lane and now look for another lane of Rax, most likely.
You take it slow.
But you take it slow, as they always do.
Exactly.
That is the theme.
For sure. Especially in a game like this. You don't want to put yourself in a position where Talon are going for some split push, even though we haven't really seen those split pushing games being turned in this tournament thus far. It has happened in Dota history that a team is pushing the base and suddenly a Lycan with 4 Alpha Wolves is taking over your base.
It's going to be a bit of extra gold picked up by Talon. Everybody already has the shard.
How are they looking with buybacks? They have the Lycan one.
Three versus 2.
Yeah, but 2 of their... Okay, so 2 of their cores do have it.
That's a lot of attack speed on a DK right now, being buffed up by multiples. The AC also brought in by his teammate. Just look at him go. Forcing out the high ground cliff. Varl is ready for action. Talon, are they ready for action?
They have double Stampede. It is just so hard. Even if you go for the DK Stampede and he can run in if he wants to.
A lot of HP to try and break through. 3.6k on the DK and his attack speed just out of this world.
Look at where they want to fight. They want to fight when Team Spirit are going from lane to lane. But Spirit, if they really want to keep it safe, they can go around and just get themselves to that ward of theirs. They get there and they're going to be fine. Yeah, they're going around the triangle. They know the only positioning where Talon can win a fight.
Yeah. A really smart read. They don't, like you said, they don't need to rush anything. And they will not go for the charge onto the bottom lane. They'll take their time. Still 3 minutes on the Aegis. They'll have another Dragon form up on this DK.
Look at the positioning of the Lycan and the Abaddon. So they want to go into the backlines. They have wards. Their sniper is going to be showing in the base. Spirit, this is still a move that could be easy to read, to understand.
They saw the courier flying in that direction, so they know that they're already around that bottom rune to triangle.
Cuckoo is out of the base. And now they're certain of the positioning of their enemies. The sentry doesn't connect on it, and Talon, they're not aware that Spirit knows exactly where they're at.
It's such an MVP ward.
Talon, they've been destroyed by Spirit's vision in this one. The wards, they just didn't get the gem. Remember the 27 minutes into the game?
They literally see where they are right now.
Exactly.
And they are just ready to go. And Rue sees him walk back.
Doesn't want WS. He wants somebody else. Yeah, they're going back to the base. They know
the area is given up. The area is given up. Laurel already ults, checks. Nobody here. And Talon back to base you go.
Just slow them down, get them back into the base, and then when you know exactly the positioning of your opponents, it just makes things easy, even versus a sniper who went for a silver edge. It helps.
The wolf bites. It's actually in a 2-minute zone. Now WS2 still trying to replicate the same thing, but
they can't find anybody.
You know who's on the other side of that lane? Well, that's where your target should be. Radon leading the charge, finds Cuckoo, gets the stun on him. The vision is brought in. Maybe a bit too late. They do catch themselves the Phoenix. Miposhka is out, but the lasso is on Natsumi. And WS is trying to get some work done on Rue. Cannot finish off the Batrider. Bigboda trying to hit as well from the high ground, but Collapse is charging in. Forces Talon all the way back inside their base and chasing Cuckoo, hoping to take him down. He even has a BKB on the Pugna. Tries to TP home and should be able to. Talon will not lose their support today. But a tier 3 tower is down. Another building less. Creeps are hitting the tier 4 at the same time. And Talon, so many problems to address right now.
Last time, when the Phoenix died, he bought back. So that's why he's dead for such a long time. Spirit, they still don't seem to care, but they're going to be losing the Aegis in 40 seconds. So they might just wait even more. Why would they risk it? This game is already won for Team Spirit. They just need to play it slow. And slowly but surely, they're taking more and more away from Talon.
Never say already won, because in this tournament, anything can happen. But in their heads, that might be the truth. For Talon, they're still waiting for that one opening that potentially could open up the game for them. But they're not getting those openings a lot. Team Spirit has been making so few mistakes during the course of this game too.
If the sniper gets the MKB, then the high ground defense will really become something for Talon. And also, there's a refresher on the Lycan. Double Wolf Bite, double Shapeshift. They can use it early in a fight like that and still be able to continue going for it. This can make a difference.
Still a waiting game here if they can just find a way. Talon, though, they're coming in from the side. There's the wolf bites coming in. The wolves are sent in as well. They see Laurel. Good hook shot from Jokum. catches two very important heroes. Laurel is stuck inside the cogs, gets out for now. Jokum is dropping, Jokum is out. He does have a buyback for himself at least. Laurel still trying to find another way in from the side. Does get hit on WS's Abba. Meanwhile, Collapse is backing away. Jokum's buyback force. Collapse with the stun. Natsumi will survive for now, but Radon charging in. Meposhka, aggressive egg, right in the middle of everything. They cannot focus it. Talon has to reposition. And the lasso catches two! It is Ro!
They can still come back. Kuku already went for it, but they're saving the sniper. They want to bait Spirit deeper.
But they caught the back as well. WS to call, and Natsumi down. Triple for Radon. Team Spirit. They'll get an ultra, and can they get the rampage for Radon?
He wants
for Talon, they cannot get any kills here. Just the Batrider, and that is a rampage for Radon.
And they're not even done. He might get a double, he might get a triple, even a quadruple rampage. They're gonna be running for it. Or no, Team Spirit known for their discipline. They don't care about the kills, they care about moving further in this tournament.
All
and
hail
there
the Dragon
it is.
Lord. It is GG. Team Spirit will knock out Talon.
And they asked, right, in the audience, how many of you are Team Spirit fans? There were big chants. But then the question was how many Yatoro fans there are, and the chants were bigger. And now we see why 2 games in a row, he just eats them up with a DK.
Absolutely tears them to shreds with the end on that DK, but Team Spirit, a team effort for a glorious 2-0 victory. It's a stinging defeat for Talon for sure, but as all of our, pretty much the advertisement has been, like, if they can make it to the main stage, or at least to the playoff stage, they will be here. Are you guys impressed by Radon?
Everybody's impressed by Radon. Yatoro, call him whatever you want. This guy is known by many names, but one thing is certain. He's still looking awesome, even after his break.
Oh, for Talon's perspective at least, you know, the SCA Giants do fall, and that's another region out from this tournament. They gave it a fight. They showed that early game that they can do it. They can pull it off. The tempo was really good. The energy was there, but Team Spirit just finds a way.
Yep, they
always find a way.
One thing that Team Spirit have been maybe lacking a little bit in this tournament is during the laning stage, they sometimes get outplayed, they get behind. But if they find an opening to take the game back, it becomes very, very hard for the other team. We've seen some even very clutch comebacks from them, but this wasn't even that clutch.
Well, exactly. Walking on the stage right now, the man that everybody wants to hear the thoughts on from that series. 2-0 victory for Team Spirit. Jenkins, take it away.
That's right. I'm here with the legendary Yatoro. Is it Yatoro or Radon?
Yatoro.
Yatoro. DK 2 games in a row. How does it feel to play this hero twice in a row?
Good.
It's good as a carry player. You want to play the DK?
Yeah.
Did you wake up this morning and think you were going to 2-0 these guys, Talon?
No, I thought it's gonna be banned, but if they give us, we play and pick.
Can you tell me, what is it about this Team Spirit with you and Collapse that you can never count you guys out? Even if you guys are 10K behind, I'm always like, one fight and they're going to win the game. What is it?
I think we're just good in map reading, so we just found some solutions to come back. Yeah.
Are a lot of those your calls?
Sorry?
Are you the one that makes those calls?
50-50.
So when you were on a break and you were watching Team Spirit play, did you feel like you wish you were in those games?
Sometimes.
So will you ever retire?
I'm sorry?
Will you ever retire?
No.
It's too much fun to play Dota, isn't it?
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, thank you so much, my friend. Good luck in your future series. We'll send over to Natty with Natsumi.
I do have, not Natsumi, but I do have WS with me here. You know, taking one for the team because it was a tough series for you guys. You had some fantastic starts of the game, but what ultimately happened that you weren't able to close out the series or some of the games?
I guess this series, we kind of a little bit getting out draft, and also we throw a little bit on the game, both game.
It happens like that. However, you guys coming in first tournament as a new roster, getting top 6 for SEA, how does that feel?
Of course, it's feeling good, but that was not enough for top 6 only. We will expect to get more good result on the next tournament.
And that one's right around the corner, only a couple of days. So do you take more of a break, or are you straight back into, you guys are straight into scrims?
Probably straight to the scrim, because the next upcoming tournament is like maybe 3 days or 2 days after. We will still try hard.
Yeah, no time for rest for you guys. And lastly, any words for all the loyal SEA fans out there watching right now?
Thank you guys for supporting, and we try our best on this tournament. We will get more expected, maybe top 4 next result on top next tournament.
I love it. I love the confidence. Thank you so much for joining me, and it was a pleasure to watch you guys in this tournament. But for now, we're going to head back to the panel.
Thank you, Jenkins and Nats. As Team Spirit will advance to the next round, we are down to 4 teams in the course of this tournament. Talon, we say goodbye to the last SEA team of the tournament. Talon fighting, hopefully that in the future tournaments to come, they'll find their form even stronger, because they did bring the show with them, just weren't able to fight versus a giant like Team Spirit today.
When you're playing drafts like this, right, you always have to have your head in the game all the time. Small mistakes can make a difference, and a lot of plays are being played on the map all the time. So I feel like this finish for them, they should be happy with it, and with more practice, getting better as a team together, maybe fixing their communication even more, they could go all the way in some of the future tournaments for sure.
Absolutely. Like when we were talking back with Kuku, the team does have a pretty good atmosphere going, but of course still fresh to this current roster. Hopefully that with the next few months to come, they will shine. But right now, the storyline, it is about Team Spirit. The MVP, Atoro, Radon, whatever you want to call him, he's still out there to dominate games with this DK. And somebody call 911 because this guy's GPM and XPM are out of this build.
Yeah, it's insane, right? But I really would like to focus on his interview there, and when he said we are so good at map reading, that is so freaking true, right? When they lose the lanes, how do they come back always? By understanding where their opponents are going to be striking every single time. It's sometimes scary to watch. And you know what's also scary? Is that sometimes they're really losing those lanes hard. So this team still has room to improve and be better.
Absolutely. We're going to be seeing more Team Spirit later on today going up against PARIVISION. But after the break, we're going to be looking at our second series because it's going to be Team Falcons versus Tundra. You don't want to miss out on that one. We'll see you guys in a while for the next series.
the ground. If I didn't have you, I would float away. I would fall into the same old pattern that I've worn so well. On my darkest day, someone told me it was easy, but I've seen to find it hard. I'm an audience to grievance, 'cause I've struggled with my heart. But you changed the shape of love when I wasn't vain of love. But like a stream, you tie me down. You know my foundation in this tired town. Just like a stream, you tie me down. You're my foundation in this tired town. I'm a beat in your algorithm. You're my ism. Now I've something to lose. Even if the neighbors listen, let them listen. Oh, this is more than spiritual. Someone told me it was easy, but I've seemed to find it hard. I'm an audience to grievance, 'cause I've struggled with my heart. But you changed the shape of love, and I was in vain of love. But like a stream, you tie me down. You know my foundation in this tired town. Just like a stream. sky. I'm on ride or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me in my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not ride or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me in my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not ride or die. Put my ego in the driver's seat and slip my two-way personality. I take one step forward and backwards three. It's a bad girl's life and a lonely street. I'm gonna let it shine with the stars in the sky. I'm on ride or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me in my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not ride or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me in my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not ride or die. I ride or die. me to the ground. If I didn't have you, I would float away. I would fall into the same old pattern that I've worn so well. On my darkest day, someone told me it was easy, but I've seemed to find it hard. I'm an audience to grievance, 'cause I've struggled with my heart. But you changed the shape of love when I wasn't vain of love. But like a stream, you tie me down. You know my foundation in this tired town. Just like a stream, you tie me down. You're my foundation in this tired town. I'm a beat in your algorithm. You're my ism. Now I've something to lose. Even if the neighbors listen, let them listen. Oh, this is more than spiritual. Someone told me it was easy, but I've seemed to find it hard. I'm an audience to grievance, 'cause I've struggled with my heart. But you changed the shape of love, and I was in vain of love. But like a stream, you tie me down. You know my foundation in this tired town. Just like a stream, you tie me down.
We're back here in Belgrade, Serbia. There's been a lot of fun action already. A team, Poor Talent, we had to say goodbye to them. But right now, we're shifting it a little bit. We're going to go to the upper bracket. We're going to see which team is booking their ticket to the grand finals today.
We have a rematch, do we not?
We do.
Two of the greatest teams in Dota history, do we not?
Yep, we do.
Would you like to bring them out?
I would love to.
Which team would you like to bring out first? Tundra? You want to bring a Tundra? Okay, we'll do that. Tundra, 33, he wants to prove he's the best guy at scouting rosters in the world. Everybody doubts him every time. But he shows every tournament, including this one, that he is one of the strongest captains of all time. Team Tundra!
To their booth right here. Tundra, they don't want to wait any longer. It's been 3 months since we have seen Tundra and their opponent go up against each other, and I know they're ready to get this one started, so shall we move it along?
Their opponents, the most dominating team of the last year, household names, you all know, and Snake King, Team Falcons!
Finally, these two teams taking the stage. Falcons, Tundra, first time here for this tournament. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully, 3 games are on the card for us in this best of 3.
I hope we have good casters for this one, because this is a rematch of the grand finals last time. This is what I think, 5 games. Not possible this time, but hopefully we get 3 games. Barn burner, let's go. You want me to introduce them?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do it. We need our casters to come to the stage. That's going to be T-Panda, Resolution, and the other guy.
So funny.
Thank you so much, Jenkins and Nats, and welcome to the second best of 3 here on our second day of the main event at Belgrade, Serbia, at the Sava Center. You guys have already enjoyed one series, and now it's time to set our sights towards Tundra versus Falcons. These two teams, as mentioned from the hosts, haven't met in 3 months since the last time they played against each other, gents.
Yeah, but they met in the finals before on one tournament, right? And Tundra lost to Falcons in that sense. But it was a different roster. It was Nightfall back then. It was Lorenov back then. Right now, we have Duracho. We have... who else is
BZM?
BZM, right. We have all these guys. And 33, he was placing top 2 on 2 like really major tournaments, but he wasn't like it wasn't enough for him. He still wants better. He wants this number 1. He wants the first place. So that's why he's like still trying to make his roster look, you know, really solid in that sense.
Yeah, that roster is still looking for a lot of energy. Just a quick reminder for all of you folks out there to make sure that you're following Fissure on social media. For the people watching on stream right now, !F, and you'll find everything you need for following our Instagrams, our X's, our YouTubes, and our Twitch channels as well. As Harry, most importantly, coming out from these 2 series is that Tundra, when they played in the upper bracket back in the studio days, it felt like they won all 5 games, but they did suffer a defeat versus Heroic, which was a game that was very, very close for Tundra, and they could have had a clean record coming to this stage.
Yeah, it just came down to it. Something that you expect from 33 teams is discipline. So it was very weird when they took 2 lanes of racks and then lost the game by just going way too aggressive, way too early. They definitely could have taken that slower. But yeah, in the playoffs so far, they've been looking untouchable, right? Maybe even cleaner than Falcons have. So this is definitely going to be a fun series.
Bringing up our play comparison with the 2 offlaners, definitely some highlight names to watch out. 33 and of course Amar on the other side. What comes to mind when you see these 2? We've talked a lot about 33 being the offlane meta creator, the god of that specific role. What about Amar? What's the first thing that comes to your mind, Reza, when you hear the name?
Well, about Amar, it just comes that he's like trying to perfect his gameplay, right? He's like trying to perfect all these little things. That's why he's playing so much in one hero. He's playing Huskar, he's playing this Timber so much that he can like perfect all the little things, all the little details. And for 33, I think that guy thinks about overall picture of the game. He thinks about like, you know, how do I make the team moves? How do I find a hero that's gonna like create a strategy around, right? So he's like playing these summon heroes that are like kind of creating a unique play style, and you need to adapt for them because they're like gonna push your towers. They're gonna create so much pressure on you, and I think in that sense they're like quite opposites. But you know, you see the Doom that's been like really common thing between them, so they have something in similar as well.
Yeah, definitely 2 completely different players, right? And I really like the point that you made that Amar has been perfecting the heroes. That is how he started his career, with basically having 3 heroes in the hero pool, but he played them in such an awesome way that he was still able to get on top tier teams. And now, as he's been in the scene longer, he has expanded that hero pool that now you have to be afraid of so many heroes that he has gotten to a point where especially his spell usage and his view of the fight is something that is almost unmatched in the scene.
Yeah, one hero that was like really surprised for me to see from him, and it was like creative in terms of item build, was Dawnbreaker. You know, the way he built like the Blade Mail into Aghanims into Bloodstone, I was like very surprising for me to see.
I'm also like looking at Tundra and Falcons with somewhat similar playstyles in a way, even if their individuals differ. But I think what really comes down to in this specific series, the winner goes to the grand finals, the loser is still in the top 3. Who makes the least mistakes out of teams that have done the least mistakes out of everybody else so far?
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be very hard to force out the mistakes from any of these teams, right? Because they tend to slow the game down, and then when the mistakes do happen, they happen in the late game, so are usually very much game-changing. And there we're gonna be focusing on basically the big plays of the teams. But I think one thing is certain, that this series, if it doesn't go 3 games, which it should, it's definitely going to be long games between the 2 of them.
Yeah, Tundra has the first pick, and I think they're going to be fighting for Bristol back. They're going to be looking at Magnus. They're going to be looking at Lycan from the first pick. Sometimes even Beastmaster. Doom obviously is going to be banned in this series because both teams are really good at it.
Yeah, Tundra so far has been rocking a nice 83% win rate on the side of Dire. So let's see if that one works out for them. At least, you know, the second pick, Radiant, still a solid choice to go for, at least on the outside.
I mean, that is the...
Nothing too special about it.
Yeah, that is what we usually see. I think it was a switch-up in the previous series where Talon do prefer the second pick. I think the other team that preferred the second pick in this tournament was Liquid, right? And I think every other team, if I'm not mistaken, here is always going to go for the first pick. So we're usually going to be seeing Radiant second pick and first pick Dire.
Yeah, and the Radiant team, Radiant side for the Falcons, it opens up this Huskar strategies that they like to play because it's so convenient to play on the Radiant side bottom lane. And at that time, when you're ready to take Roshan, it's already there, so you don't have to like move around the map to contest it.
I also feel like when we were on that topic about specific heroes for Falcons, I think it was a pretty cool idea that almost worked out, is that they are willing to put Skitter not in that traditional carry role, but also help out as a somewhat pause 3. The game that me and Harry watched, the one where you had Malrine playing Lina, and then you have your Tiny as a toss initiator instead of a damage dealing time.
I mean, it's easy to do it when you have Malrine and ATF who can both be very, very greedy, right?
Exactly, yeah.
So I'm glad that Skitter can take that role. He was always able to play the sacrificial, so I think it goes well with the playstyle that he's okay with. But I think when need be, Skitter can be the hard carry.
Well, we are closing up on the start of the draft here for game number 1 in our upper bracket finals between Tundra Esports and Falcons. Get yourselves ready for the draft.
Tundra Esports versus Team Falcons. Game 1.
And off we go towards the draft of game number 1 here in the upper bracket finals. One of these two teams is going to punch a ticket to the grand finals yet again here at Fissure Events.
I like how Sox in this introduction, they're like, yo guy, show the emotion, please. And he's like just crossing the line. Just sitting there looking at them. That's smarting for you.
I mean, he doesn't need to do anything, right? Everybody is putting their guard stance and whatnot, but because he's so tall, he just needs to stand there and be this awesome presence. So no need for him.
You know about the tall guys, do you guys?
Yeah, I don't know.
I was hoping you don't bring that one up.
You don't have to do anything. You're just tall.
I felt tall, and then Saxa was there next to us in the backstage, so I can feel your pain now, Reza.
Yeah, my neck hurts.
Yeah, for sure. We were looking at him from down.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're letting through Bounty Hunter for Falcons. I think they're gonna get it. And the Doom that I was mentioning, it's still in the pool, and Tundra is ready to take it on the first pick without even thinking that much.
Yeah, you said it's going to be a big contested hero, and usually under those circumstances, we see it banned out. But, you know, to be honest, Tundra has so many heroes with which they are good, 4 of which, of course, have been banned out, that I'm not even mad that they let the Doom through. I probably would rather play versus that than a Bristleback.
Yeah, I think both teams studied each other pretty well because those buns are like, top-notch. They had so much time to prepare as well, right? They have a few days of break. I'm surprised Falcons didn't go for the Bounty Hunter here right away. They prefer Phoenix, and I think Bounty Hunter is going to be banned because of it. And I think that hero is really key for those strategies that they used to before against BetBoom.
Do you think Tundra are maybe a team versus which they will decide to not play it, right? Because Tundra are so good at slowing things down. I understand that Skitter and Snaking are well aware of this kind of playstyle, but yeah, they just don't want to do it.
Yeah, I think if they really want to take it, they should take it in first phase. And I think in game 2 we might switch it up a little bit.
I guess if they lose, they could go for it first pick.
Yeah.
At least during the course of the Swiss stage, Crit was having a phase of Invis heroes. He was going from Nyx Assassin to Bounty Hunter to Nyx Assassin, played an entire series of Invis heroes. Does Tundra also have some Invis heroes in their arsenal?
Yeah, Saxa is playing Ricky pretty nicely. I also saw that he played some Bounty Hunter in pubs just a few days ago, or even like today.
Not to great success though. He's been losing with it. Yeah. So he probably I don't know if he feels confident going for it if it's not going well for you in pub.
He's definitely playing a really sick Nyx though on Saxon.
Yeah, but speaking of the Nyx, it's in the pool.
It is.
Right? So Falcons, if they want to pick it up, they most definitely can. That's going to be another Invis hero that you can pick up.
Yeah, I'm just really happy for Crit since he had this run with the Hoodwink, that 80 games that he played like almost every time. It's like their most played hero on Falcons. And right now he's enjoying his other things. Like he's enjoying Bounty Hunter, he's playing Batrider, he's playing some Shadow Shaman, some Nyx as well.
But we get to see a monkey, and that is a huge hero for Malrine. So we've been seeing teams respond to it with a co-op, considering that there's no BZM Invoker. That could be a nice hero for Tundra to pick up. But I would leave it for 18 so that you don't leave a lot of room for the flex on the Monkey King.
Yeah, that's the Nyx we were talking about. I think that hero is just sick overall because they gave them, in the patches, they gave them opportunity to scale. Because before, Nyx, if you don't kill heroes, you cannot scale, so you kind of like tend to fall off before. But right now, you just keep killing big creeps, and because of that, you have such a huge net worth, you're still gonna get Dagon with kills or without kills. And from that, like, you get your levels also faster, and level 12 with the Dagon, you can't even like kill most of the cores in the game.
And I always want to see something that's gonna be pushing a little bit when I see a Nyx, but Muerta definitely isn't that. Is this a 5 Muerta?
Yes, Whitemon played it before.
Yeah, Whitemon had it before, yeah.
And I think he can add it to his hero pool because Durachi is playing so aggressive right now. So he said it himself, Whitemon, on the interview, that right now he has a space to farm more when you carry plays like that. So he's enjoying his new hero pool, I believe.
I was expecting more of a Pugna though. I felt like it's very good versus the Phoenix in the previous game. And when I see a Nyx, I want somebody who pushes towers. Tundra don't have that at the moment.
Some of the most successful combos for Team Falcons so far have been the Ench plus Bounty, Ench plus Pango, Lifestealer plus Pango. Any indications towards those heroes?
Yeah, I think Ench is pretty good here for the Snake King. Just purely because you're staying against Nyx, you can really dominate that lane against two-man Nyx. Could be appearing here. There's a Clock, right? That's still in the pool.
Well, there's a Lifestealer at least.
Yeah, I think Clock has historically been good against Nyx. Oh.
Okay, awesome. So they're making sure that this Nyx goes down, right? If they see a Nyx on a sentry, he's dead. Lifestealer loves to commit on him, and also Shadow Shaman. If you get the Hex off before the Spike Carapace, you're taking away a big part of the hero. I think this is actually really smart from Falcons.
Yeah. And I like that they chose to go for the Lifestealer pick, because they already see the lane. It's kind of good against both Nyx and Doom. Yeah, so they leave it last pick for the Amar. It's his hero pool.
So what Tundra wanna get? So what would Durachi play here? He's been playing a lot of Seeker.
Yeah, maybe PA.
Yeah, PA is his most played hero, but it's going to be the Lina coming out from Tundra. And I believe that is the first time that they've picked it during the course of this tournament. Yeah, they have not played Lina so far.
Yeah, not great catch for the Lina when you look at it, right? Before you get the, if you get the blink on the Shadow Shaman, sure, but before that it's gonna be a problem. And Monkey King is gonna be okay versus the Lina. He's not gonna suffer as much as versus the Queen of Pain, but it is still a pretty decent lane for Tundra.
At least you have a +1 ganker for the Nyx Assassin now. Even if it's not something like the Invoker, we've seen some Nyx stun into Exort, Sunstrike coming in. You've got a pair to work with.
Yeah, and right now they need to make sure that nobody can get on top of this Lina, so they're banning the Initiators. The Centaur is a great ban already. I don't think they're gonna aim for the Dawnbreaker this game on Falcons, because against Nyx you can't really use your ultimate that well, so they're not gonna be thinking about that.
What does Durachi want to play though? I mean, I see a Lifestealer and I'm thinking Razor. It is something that he can pull off on him. That would be a good one. Any BKB hero just running into the Lifestealer, taking him out of the fight would be nice.
Can Tundra take the approach that they never really teamfight and pick something like a Slark here? But of course they have that coming up next, so do you think that's on their minds right now?
I don't think it's a Durachi type of hero, to be honest. I think he usually prefers something like, like Bristleback, like PA, like was.
And also you don't have the last pick, right? So you would be laning versus a Shadow Shaman +1 that is gonna be ADF's hero, and they can just smack in the lane way too much. And then imagine if you have Slar coming back into the game, you have Lina that's gonna be naturally farming, and the Doom farming the Muerta, and the Nyx are gonna suffer because of that as well.
Yeah.
If they had the last pick, I think it would be possible. There's the Razor ban.
Yeah, they should ban Razor. Durachi enjoys that hero.
So what's the other one? Maybe a PA. It's a good ban, or a Morphling maybe?
They had a pretty high win rate on the PA, at least in the last few weeks, games that they've been playing on the side of Tundra. There's also the TA that's in the pool. DK was banned in the first phase, so that's out.
I'm thinking PA Morphling.
PA Morph are the best choices for sure. TA is quite fine as well. But you need to make sure you're not getting really bad pick for the MR, because he has the last pick to counter.
Is there anything with which he can help with the tempo a bit, right? Because I'm still afraid of this Tundra lineup. It's very, very greedy. And they do get rid of the Slark, so they were afraid of it.
Yep.
Can he play Meepo? It looks like a pretty good Meepo game.
I mean, we'd be happy if we got a Meepo.
I'd definitely be
We've
happy.
been begging for that hero since day one, I guess. I mean, I'm still waiting for the Pudge, but I'm not going to get it.
10 seconds remaining.
What about Huskar? Do you ban Huskar here as Tundra?
5 seconds remaining.
If you want PA, are you afraid of the Husker in the lane?
A little bit, yeah.
Muerta is a good support though to help you versus him, but yeah, you would probably not have a great time versus that one. And also you have a Monkey King and the Phoenix, both of which are very good when you have a Huskar in front of you. Also the Lifestealer heals, but would you really pick it into a Doom?
Yeah. I think it's quite hard to play against Doom.
Yeah, and I think this one's a really good one. Banning the Mars away from Amar, considering that there's not a lot of crowd control, just the Monkey Stun and the Shadow Shaman for the team.
Yeah, he's kind of gonna be left with just the Dawn. No, even the Dawnbreaker and the Pango are gone. Like, what even heroes are left for him?
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, he played 8 heroes in his last 11
5
games.
seconds remaining.
It's time to
You are
get
right,
back
a
for
lot
the
of
Timber.
them have been removed. I mean, the Pango is still in the pool.
No, it's also banned.
Oh, that's also banned, right. So, terribly for Tundra.
I like
their
this one.
decision.
I think it's quite good against Nags and Monkey King in terms of core matchup.
Is the Primal Beast in the pool? Does look that way. That could be a way to go. BKB hero goes in. BKB piercing disable, does a lot of magical damage.
Viper.
if he wants to be extra dirty, but
it's Amar. Come on.
Maybe even Sand King is can be considered here.
Yeah, those two, and maybe Underlord always comes to mind, but
Legion Commander. Is this the first appearance of Legion Commander in the tournament?
there was one before this one. Didn't have the
Yeah,
greatest
that
of
was
times.
that was the wild card one. Yeah, back in the Swiss stage, didn't work out.
It is a good hero in the lane, at least, versus the Terrorblade. You can remove the reflection, you do a lot of damage if there's illusions around you. I have a problem with it a little bit because the burst is lacking, so winning duels isn't going to be easy. But if you have a good laning stage, get an early Blade Mail, it doesn't have to matter all that much.
Yeah, and it kind of forces BZM to build the Lincolns, right? If this Lina disappears, then it's kind of on Duratio.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have pretty good lineups, pretty greedy ones, I would say, especially on the Tundra side. But they do have a Nyx advantage in terms of, like, you know, this invisible hero that gives you vision and creates this map pressure. So, I mean, just it comes down to the execution, honestly. The drafts are pretty equal to me.
For sure, right? One side has crit to take down the towers, the other side has the Nyx to give vision, obviously even more if the towers do fall, but definitely not easy lineups to execute and a lot of greed on them. This is something that we kind of discussed, that we are going to be getting most likely very long games between these two. These drafts look like it's going to be coming true in game one.
Falcons at least has been averaging longer games compared to Tundra by 13 minutes. They've averaged 46 minutes on their games compared to the 33 on Tundra, magical number. But as you're mentioning, greed on both sides and mistakes are literally the theme of this series.
Yeah, and the one thing they have is that Duratio is not on the really aggressive hero. So it also can be considered as a weakness maybe in this game.
Well, maybe we'll get some truth to that as well, because on stage we currently have Nat and Aoi2000. Go ahead. Let's hear what we are talking about those drafts.
Yeah, there's a lot of conversation going around it. Last pick, Legion Commander Aoi. I know you've had days off, but where does this come from? How are you cooking with Legion Commander?
I don't know. On this team, there are just some heroes where one of our youngs will just say, I want this hero, and you just pick it for them. So that's pretty much how it goes.
You just got to satisfy them and give it away. But you guys also, gave away the Doom and the Nyx here, arguably some of the best heroes currently in the game, but also in the hands of Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this series is it's not just about like this series, because you have to win 2 series in order to win the tournament. So if you're like afraid of too many heroes, like there's no way you're going to win a tournament. So we need to like actually see how these heroes are, like what we can actually beat, and like how to prepare for it if we lose.
And one final question as well is about the Shadow Shaman. We know that Crit does love to play it, but what about a Shadow Shaman makes it a better position for it at the moment?
Like just as a hero or compared to Pulse Fight? I don't know. His hard instant stun, it's like objective damage on the support is sort of rare. It's just like a nice, well-rounded hero for us.
Well, Aoi, thank you so much for answering those questions. Good luck in this one as we head on into our game number 1.
Thank you so much, Nat and Aoi. And of course, game number 1 is ready to go. Rezo, quick thoughts on this matchup? Who's going to take it?
I mean, when your player is confident in the hero and you give it to him, you're just gonna show some performance. So I'm expecting MR to be really like shiny in this game.
Well, let's see if that happens. Harry, Tundra versus Falcons. It's a rematch that we've seen over and over and over again between 2 really tightly knit teams. And they're both looking for that grand final slot, as in Snaking drops quite low there on the Phoenix. Might have to go all the way back home based on it, because Tundra are applying pressure. Now focusing on Skitter. Another apple thrown his way, dropping him to 200 HP. And they hope to get the kill, but he will have to rage himself to safety under the tower. So both Phoenix and the Lifestealer. Oh, snap! That's gonna sting.
He didn't even have vision. He just kind of knew.
They're not letting him back into the lane. They're blocking every single entry point. It's like, you're not coming through here. You're going to take the long route back to lane.
Remember when we said a Nyx Doom, it's going to be an easy lane for the Lifestealer? They force out the Rage. They take away his TP. They force out the Icarus dive as well. So this is as good as it gets when it comes to starting off this lane.
I'm pretty sure we might even see in our mind, or picture in our minds, 33 smiling a little, like, yes, this is exactly what I needed here.
I also really enjoyed that interview from Aoi when he said, you know, when your offlaner is asking for a hero, you just give it to him. I'm not sure if he believes in it, but he doesn't have to, right? As a coach, sometimes your players are really gonna say, I feel this hero, I can do it with him, and you just have to listen to him. You have to believe in your players.
Yeah, usually when you have these first phase picks, you hear it over and over again from players say, pick me this hero, I'll dominate the game, trust me, bro. That's usually the case they went for, and of course, picking up a Doom first phase, no problem with that.
Also, you made a nice point about Dyrachyo playing a Terrorblade, so that might not be something that he likes to dive with and such, but you can play a Terrorblade in an aggressive way. I always come back to the old OG with No Tail playing the carry. That is how you want to utilize it.
So what you're saying is we might find Dyrachyo at the fountain at 10 minutes?
Okay, behind the tier 2 in 10 minutes.
Okay, let's be realistic,
Yeah, he does tend to do that. That's only going to happen if he does open up the towers. And I think the Terrorblade was picked up to help you open up the towers so that Saksa can have a better time on the Nyx Assassin.
Well, Nike's starting to enjoy his laning stage as a level 1 versus 2 level 2s. Has to play a bit of catch up here versus the Doom. Has denied a majority of those creeps already.
There's level 2s finally. So they are gonna try to go forward, but this is definitely not how this lane has started. Usually the Lifestealer applies a lot of pressure early on.
And really denying access to those camps. You see the double sentries placed down by Tundra in that bottom lane, so no neutrals there for Doom to access, even though they are their sentries.
Remember our interview with BZM where he says, I hate it when teams don't ban the Invoker and I'm just winning versus them against him. It feels like they're disrespecting me. Well, Falcons, they did respect him, so now he's gonna have to play Alina. And Malrine, he knows this matchup inside and out. He plays so much Monkey King, he plays so much Lina. This is not gonna be an easy lane for Tundra.
Yeah, so far, Monkey is a couple CS ahead, but looks like a pretty even stage for now. Then we also got Amar on this Legion Commander. They did bring the reasoning behind the hero, and of course with having the spells useful, and of course forcing your opponents to build those Lincolns, which usually Lina works with 3 items. Now you need to have a 4th in this one to at least counter this LC.
That's true. That's true. You really will have to be utilizing this Nyx Assassin, and he would like some careers, but not gonna be happening. Before you get that Lincolns, you have to rely on the extra vision that is gonna be provided by Saksa.
Duracho drops dangerously low there. The overwhelming odds dropped by Amar almost takes out the TB. He might have a lot of armor, but
Radiant's courier has been
Legion
killed.
definitely does hurt.
LC is one of the better heroes to pressure, especially now when his meta does run out. It is going to become very, very hard.
Sox also managed to find Snaking's courier. Something I wanted to bring up is that Falcons has the highest courier kills average in the tournament at the moment, with 2.5 couriers killed per game, as Amar does take some beating here from the Duracho and Whitemon, trying to turn around with the calling, but no mana and also spells on cooldown for Whitemon. Can't get the dead shot out.
This Muerta in the laning stage is just so strong, right? Terrorblade usually versus a LC and the Shadow Shaman would have a really bad time. And then you get this Muerta that just her stats are very, very strong. She has a lot of range and stays away. Make sure that both the LC and Shadow Shaman can't really pressure the Duracho all that much.
Well, for the time being, as Doom has gone all the way back to base to regenerate, has allowed this Phoenix to also move away from the lane, give some free time for the Lifestealer. We all need some me time every now and then.
Lifestealer usually does stay alone. You want a very long laning stage in which you're going to be left alone and just need to keep tabs somewhat on what's going on in the map, and you should survive. That's a nice dead shot.
It is definitely threatening for crit. Amar poking back at Duracho. Both extending their limits here in the lane. Gotta be careful not to get caught by a spell. Might end up losing your life there.
In that top lane, people are constantly low. Always very close to going down, but both of the teams are playing very close to their limits, thus nobody has fallen just yet. And this is what we expect from these guys. Slow and steady start, and then slowly the build-up towards that late game where all chaos will break loose.
Well, the 6-minute rune is about to spawn, so a lot of activity down the mid lane. Sox with Snaking, and on the north side, you do have the Shadow Shaman already set up. Malrine will get the Arcane for himself away from the Lina.
That's the main thing. Get it away from the Lina. It's not even all that important for Monkey King himself. Obviously, it's nice to have it, but if the Lina is not getting her bottle refilled, that's great. Because once you hit level 6, you would want to be at least threatening in the mid lane. Without enough mana, that's just not gonna happen. And nobody on Tundra is dying to TP and refill his bottle.
Yeah, imagine if that was like a regen rune at 6 for Lina, and you can just do some jungling on the side. It's 33. Gonna take some damage in a 1 versus 3. He does have the Nyx coming in, but gonna be late for this one. Falcons get first blood.
Oh, look at
Amar dropping low too. Here with Whitemon and Duracho applying the pressure. Not enough to take down the LC. Crit got the shackles on the TB. Duracho about to drop, does get some regen in, but the blood grenade's ticking, talking him down.
That shot almost saving his life, and look at the Malrine ready with the Jingus. He has the Boundless Strike. This rune has been stolen.
Surprise attack from the trees, maybe. Snaking. They'll let the stun first. They'll get the wisdom for the Phoenix. Now forcing them back. Skater's also here. They'll take down Soxa. Falcons already up 3 kills in the first 7 minutes.
This is what the Nyx hates, getting taken down from 100 to 0. He just doesn't have that much HP. You want to slowly be taking damage, move away, come back into the fight. You don't want to be dealing with the Monkey King with a Boundless Strike, and when you don't have a single point in Spike Carapace, he is level 3, then it becomes very, very hard to contest that rune.
And that the hero level chart as well. Lina's already up to level 7. Tying up in net worth with Malrine, those couple kills, the Monkey King feeling very happy about it, but Tundra making a move towards the top lane, trying to catch crits. Shaman. Dead shot back, getting a bit of a heal from Amar, and Malrine has also joined in on the fray, and he'll take him down. They'll keep crit alive, and a double kill for the Monkey. Deep BZM only here for the LSA stun to keep the Monkey at bay, but crit lives through that engagement.
You and me at the start of our casting career together, we watched Malrine in the Mega back in the day. He wasn't playing Monkey King back then, it was mostly Tusk, but this is what you would expect from him. That in the first 10 minutes, he would rotate to the side lane so much and break the game apart in favor of his team. Exactly what happened in this one. Lina is gonna be greedy, Terrorblade is gonna be slightly greedy, Doom as well, and then you just rotate and make sure that you punish that greed.
I'm actually happy you bring up Malrine's past, because you think about where he started from and how quickly he rose up to the stars, and really with this Falcons lineup just showed to be one of the absolute best mid laners out there. How quick it was for him to improve, take step by step by step. Basically, he was just running up those steps right away to the top.
Yeah, for sure, and You know, we mentioned Amar and Malrine, kind of the same thing. Got into a big team later on, but they found the Phoenix.
They found themselves snaking, and Amar is left alone for now. There is backup coming in though.
Malrine is
right
here.
behind Duraccio. Skitter and Crit on the side, and Malrine is isolated with the Doom connecting. Tundra will get this kill off of Malrine, and 33 to clean up that killing spree.
This time they're gonna be ready for him. Tundra, they just bring in the numbers. Yes, we do have greedy heroes that maybe don't want to fight that much early, but if Falcons overstep, Tundra are going to be ready. They bring all of them, and just suddenly, when you've taken down the Monkey King, taken his streak, now you are the ones that are gonna be ahead.
Yeah, with that quick move and those couple kills, Lina was able to buy the TP boots and has been delivered sub 10 minutes. So pretty good time for the Lina to have the bots.
Yeah, you want to be able to at least somewhat match the rotations of the Monkey King. At least the Savior supports. You cannot allow them to continue dying, and BZM after that rotation is just so far ahead over everybody.
5K network pretty much at 33. Well, Falcons are going to return the favor. That's going to be a kill for Malrine on the Monkey.
Still want to be looking at Durace and what he's going to be doing, right? As your supports are hitting level 6, especially the Nyx Assassin, though he only now hit level 5, you want some towers to fall. Terrorblade, we mentioned in the draft, is the only one on this lineup who can really make it happen.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And how aggressive do you want to be with this TB in a game like this? Well, at least BZM is showing that aggression onto Amar, but the region might be too much to deal with. The Deadshot doesn't push Amar back, instead pushes him away.
Illusion.
And LC lives. If that Deadshot connected from a different angle, maybe then they get the kill on the LC.
You don't want to be too aggressive. You want to find opportunities with the Terrorblade, but Falcons, they do want to be aggressive and find 33 yet again.
All right, well, they're going to go on 33's Doom, drop down the Serpent wards by Crit, but the TP's coming in. Looks like they're just going to farm these wards instead. Pick up some extra CS for BZM.
That's nice. Falcons now are aware that Tundra are very happy to bring in all of the heroes. They're not going to be just farming, so they're going to be playing more.
Going to drop the duel. Can he win this one, Amar?
With the illusion.
Oh, the Sunder is going to be there, but I don't think he was going to get that kill in the first place. Would have needed at least 2-3 extra right clicks to finish off Whitemon.
I thought Durace was going to stop attacking on the illusion so he doesn't proc the moment of courage, but once again, 33, they're bullying him.
Oh, they are truly making this Doom's life hard as Malrine will find him. Take that kill into his name at keeping up and catching up to this Lina's net worth. So if Lina had a great start to the game, Monkey King is definitely matching up to that too and getting that net worth going his way. As we see the first scuttle up as well. Vendetta, Soxa. It's going to be nearby scouting some info. No stacks whatsoever. Falcons who usually stack around 50 to 20 stacks on average, dependent of course on the lineup that they're playing, but on average. There's nothing there. But Crit, good morning.
Oh. Nice.
Not much you can do. Whitemon will get this one with the calling.
Yeah, you just needed to wait for the long-range calling connection there, because foul play, very, very hard to bring somebody down, especially, you know, when you're poking, when you don't want to commit wholeheartedly.
A bit awkward there. He had the sentry down in the river, so he was hoping that maybe the Nyx Assassin spotted somewhere around there. Instead, he just shows up right next to him. I'm like, okay, I think I'm dead.
And that's impressive.
And now there's a Doom used up on the Phoenix, sure. 33 wants to secure this one. There's Skitter coming in. He's going to get caught by the same stun. 33 will get this one.
They want to turn it around. The Monkey King is here. Nah, they're gonna give up on it. So I'm really liking the no hesitation plays from Tundra. They feel the pressure, so it's just very important to have a hero off the map. It immediately alleviates that pressure that is coming out from Falcons, that they're constantly, especially, gonna be punishing this Doom.
Not a single... Oh, sorry. There is the bottom tier 1 tower that has been taken away from Tundra, but outside of that, that's the only objective so far in 13 minutes.
Well, they want to take another one, and they're going towards the top lane.
They're just calmly, literally running through that T1 tower to get the Whitemon Muerta, and a dual victory. Number 1.
He didn't have the mana for Pierce the Veil. He had some wand charges on the Muerta, maybe would have helped him to possibly survive the duel, but there's the other tower. This is what we were talking about. The Falcons definitely have the advantage at opening up the map, and if Tundra don't do it, they just cannot make good use of this Nyx. Even Malrine is coming back to the mid lane to try to protect it, but this is very, very nice from BZM to be able to open up that tower. If you're going for kills, mid lane tower is the one that you want out of the way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Important always to find a move on the map, and in this case, trade some T1 towers. Sox up behind enemy lines looking for some courier snipes potentially. You would like to go for the wisdom, but he's going to be a bit too late for that.
Yeah, he had the scuttle still going strong, but after the scan, he just decides it's better to move away. They're looking towards the Monkey King.
No, he connected
Found him.
and found him. There we go. BZM will get him. Soxa credited with the kill. Nyx Assassin, maybe he feels a bit bad missing out on the wisdom rune, but finding a kill for your teammate.
Yeah, beautiful from Tundra. They've been able to survive this early pressure from the side of Falcons and even get the mid lane tower. Now things are going to become much easier because Falcons are always going to have to look towards that mid lane. If somebody shows to defend it, they're going to go down.
Soon going to have the Sanjin Yasha up on this Terror Blade. It will help with the dual duration, will help with all the other crowd control he's facing this game.
Yeah, you're playing versus a Shadow Shaman. If you get isolated all alone, the only chance that you have is that status resistance, really. Yeah. But overall, if you get isolated in this game versus Falcons, there is a very good chance you're not getting out of the stun, even with the extra status resistance.
See what they have on their minds here on both sides. We were talking a lot about like the gameplay style of slowing down the moves on the map, not to lose too many objectives early on, but still fighting, looking for openings, bit of poke and prod here and there as we see Sox and Skitter running to each other's.
They know there's no rage, so you could try to find that narrow timing, but overall, they only have 3 heroes here. No quick burst damage, and if you go for the lifestealer, big TPs will probably kill all 3 of your heroes, even if you bring them down. Not worth it to risk it.
They are willing to protect that bot T1 with multiple heroes. Still on a scouting mission here. Trying to find some info, but Falcon just ran past. We're gonna get ourselves a...
They infested under vision. Oh, they were smoked. They were smoked. It's fine.
Infested in a tree. Hoping for BZM to walk into that regen rune, but we're gonna find that one now. Now the smoke pops. They spot 33. The stun misses. Can't see the Doom, the fog.
Even if it had connected, that's quite dangerous. Tundra were somewhat ready with 3 heroes in the area, so even if you connected, there is a good chance that they just decide to move away. Maybe once you have the shard on the Monkey King, you can get on top of him quicker and take him out, but he gets Doom off. That hero is 100% dead.
All right, there's a perfect time for a smoke here. They need to find a kill with it too. You've got the Axe up on this Lina. Flame Cloak. With all that spell app, with all that vision, with the Nyx Assassin, you should always be able to find a Falcon's hero. But when the distance is this long to cover, just gotta hope you're in the right place at the right time.
Soxa is doing an amazing job in terms of vision here in the bottom lane, so he wants to help for that bottom tower to fall as fast as possible, but it doesn't seem that Tundra, they don't feel comfortable going for it before they get the kill.
Wait for it if they can find Skitter here.
Dire's middle tower
He's
is
a bit
under
cautious about his movements right now because not a lot of info for Falcons about Tundra's whereabouts. They know something fishy is going on. And they won't be able to find him with that smoke, so Falcons dodge the Tundra attempt.
This is still okay for Tundra. They're protecting the mid lane with their Terror Blade. Not much commitment coming out from him. And Crit, you don't want to be there.
Well, they finally find themselves a connection. And that's going to be Soxa going down. Crit will find that kill. Tundra has been increasing their net worth lead with every passing minute now up to 4,000 gold, despite having 2 kills less. And Amar only having 1 duel victory so far. We haven't really looked at the LC as 33 finds Skitter, and he's baiting with that Doom. There's Duraccio though. Are they going to just dive at tier 2 tower? I mean, close.
They want TPs.
They literally want TPs to come in. I just love the posturing, the aggressive posturing from Tundra. But Falcons, they're not falling for it.
The reason that we haven't been looking at the LC is because he's been farming a blink, and he's gotten very close to it, but with his Blade Mail, the only thing he has done is attack creep, so there weren't really that many rotations towards him after those first couple of attempts coming out from Tundra.
Horn of the Realm.
It's going to be an 80 rune bottled up by BZM on the Lina. See if they can find use for that in the next 1.5 minutes, but it's going to be the Monkey King found in the top lane. Mo'Reen in trouble. Duraccio will pick up his first kill of the game. 111 stats on the TV. With
So beautiful what Tundra are doing in this game. The way that they're playing, the way that they're moving with the lineup that you would expect for them to be greedy. And it's only Dyrachyo that is being greedy, which is weird because it's usually him that is the one creating a lot of space in this team.
They're pinging this dude.
He has help coming.
He does. Is this too risky for Crit to go in? He'll try and go for the opening Whitemon. He's there for the cancel with the calling. Lina at the back, but Amar finds the duel onto the Lina. They try to push him to 6. The Thunder save is there, but there's the dude from Tundra. But at least they can push Amar away, and he will die through the Doom damage. 33 will get
Still
this
chasing.
one, but they still found BCM at the back. Skitter will get the kill with the Infest damage on the Lina, so it's a trade 1-for-1.
Very good jump coming off from Amar there, finding the Lina. He didn't really expect the Terrorblade to be there. This is the first fight that Dyrachyo came over, but Tundra, they were preparing with that bait, and it doesn't go that well, because Falcons got to their item timings, the Radiance, the Blink, that is what they needed. Now, their lineup finally looks scary.
You've got all of that potential with that LC duel to blow somebody up, and you're still going up against the Sunder.
It's quite tough, right? So we'll see. It's not an easy LC game. So Amar, he wanted it. We'll see if he can make it work. The Lina is gonna be his target of choice every single fight. If he sees her, he's going for the duel.
Crit spotted. Again, Sox that just runs into him. They're gonna get the Shaman once again. Here comes Malrine with the response. He drops the Wukong's command. There is the Metamorph he has to fight against. He will find Saksa, and 33 drops quite low, but Malrine wants to finish him off. 33, he hurricanes himself to the high ground. But Snake King comes in from the other direction. Where you gonna go? Do you have any way out? Amar's like, please. I need a couple seconds for my duel to come off cooldown. I'd love to take it, but there's no such time. Snaking will take 33 down, and he's looking for Dyrachyo, but it's actually still a 33-second cooldown for him. He won't be able to drop in on top of Dyrachyo, but maybe the damage is going to be sufficient, and they do. Amar will take him down, and Whitemon is on the run, and you've got Phoenix Burning showing the way, and this Muertes got nowhere to go either. Tundra will drop multiple heroes to Falcons.
The only thing that they needed were their timings, their items, the Blink Dagger, the Radiance, and they just went forward. They went ham. Saksa, he really needs to find them before this happens, and Snaking.
It's not enough damage to take down the Phoenix here. He's got a Vendetta coming off cooldown in a few seconds, but is it going to be enough? 6 seconds is what he needs to survive. Got another stun to throw at them. Do they have the tech shin on Snaking to maybe spot him where he's going? And now he should be away, but they're going to try and read the ground and try to finish him off.
Freaking greed. They wanted the duel. That's why he lives. They definitely could have squashed the bug, and they just wanted the extra damage.
So Soxa will get away.
Crit. They know he's there. Doesn't have the glimmer.
Well, he stole the wisdom, so he's already done his job. So even if he dies here, will not do anything to save his life, but double wisdom's going for Falcons.
Yeah, 21 wisdom runes, that's a lot of experience going their way, but Tundra, they're definitely lacking these kills that they had just a couple of minutes ago. They were taking so many heroes down, but if every single hero of Falcons are on the map, it becomes very, very hard to survive. Whitemon, we have already seen some Tormentor deaths, even diebacks today, so lucky for Tundra that's not going to be happening to Whitemon.
Just really curious about this one, because if the rune stats truly are 5-1 for the team that's playing the Nyx Assassin only having 1 wisdom rune, Falcons being able to outmaneuver and get that wisdom experience to their supports is pretty meaningful.
For sure. The Nyx Assassin, he definitely likes those levels. But you know what? The Phoenix and the Shadow Shaman, they like them more. For Muerta, not the biggest deal in the world. You're gonna survive, but definitely a big deal for Falcons being able to steal a couple of those.
All right, quick breather for microphone adjustments.
And they are true, right? Because remember, Malrine, he helped them steal the first one. Yep. The second one, Tundra managed to get, but now the third one just got sniped.
Absolutely. And the duel comes out from Amar, right on top of 33. He came straight out of a pause into a duel. I'm going to return that with a doom of my own. Meanwhile, BZM is in a difficult position, and he might just end up going down, but Malrine's the one to die first. He survives again. This time around, Falcons feeling threatened. The pressure from Tundra might just amount to be a bit too much. Crit is trying to keep them at bay. Has that infested lifestealer, trying to look for an opening. Nice stun there from Saksa, slowing down Whitemon with the open wounds, but can they get the damage on him? BZM is almost ready for another stun. It will hit a Rage lifestealer, but the Rage runs out at the same time, and Amar will take down Whitemon and go after Saksa. Another two-man stun from the next assassin, but looks like he's going to burn to a crisp in the end. Just a little bit more needed. Here's Skitter. He'll go for the chase. Saksa drops his Dagon, tries to survive a bit longer, but Skitter will secure that kill and go for a mega kill streak now on the Knights.
BZM still survives, that's fine. You lost the supports if you're Tundra, not the biggest deal in the world, but you saved your Lina every single time Dyrachyo comes. If the Lina is coming to a fight, Dyrachyo is coming to a fight as well, and he's just this backup. We really haven't seen Terrorblade do much in terms of damage in these fights. He uses the Sunder and he tries to pull away. Just it's the Lina that is going to be doing the majority of the damage, at least finishing heroes off.
And it all started with Amar dueling the Duke out of all targets, trying to force a reaction from Tundra. That duel was never going to end up being a victory because of the distance that Falcon still had to cover.
That's what you want. You want hate onto Amar because he's relatively tanky, and then it's going to open up so many nice possibilities for Crit to find the jump, for Malrine to find the jump, good egg position as well, and you know that your lineup is going to be behind you to back you up.
And now you got the Aegis picked up on the Knights. Despite Tundra having a net worth lead, Falcons have been dictating some of these moves, at least in the last few minutes. Let's see what they can do with it. Nighttime is also starting in 30 seconds. And they are already smoked up, hoping to find somebody here in the bottom area. But as we can see, Tundra are nowhere nearby.
Ideally, you would want that mid lane tower. For you to get it, I guess the idea is let's get the enemies to TP to the bottom lane, and then we just go beeline towards the mid lane. So at the moment they're baiting with the lifestealer on bottom and still going for the mid lane either way. But it's gonna cost them their own tormentor.
There is a price for every trade, and Whitemon to pick up the shard. Not the biggest one when you're looking at a support Muerta. Maybe on a core it could be different, but because you stay alive in fights, get participation in some kills, build up some spell amp. Calling can be a nuisance.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Tundra didn't respond to this at all. Falcons, they just get 2 towers for basically free. I understand there's an Aegis, but usually you want to poke a bit. Now it's Falcons that are going to be controlling 2 waves, and you know that Tundra are going to be on the top lane, or at least somebody is going to be there and right under vision.
Still a bit of distance to cover, but at least Amar is aware. If he can get +1, maybe they can do it. Saksa giving a bit of a poke there from Malrine. Reminder of how much damage this Monkey King can do.
Tundra are now just waiting for their Terrorblade to be this unbeatable beast. He needs the Scotty. He went for an Orchid, so I'm quite surprised that Dyrachyo didn't put a little bit more emphasis into fighting. So he just put it out there that there is a chance, if need be, that he can join a fight, but he never really went for it.
Haste!
So we got the Aghanims also coming up on the Lifestealer. Had your infest on enemies.
Yeah,
and there have been some games where the Knights just forgets to jump out early and suddenly you're in the fountain. So maybe you'll get Skitter having that instead of Dyrachyo on the TV.
Skitter is a guy who's very, very careful, so I would be very surprised. But a big deal, disarming the Terrorblade in these fights, he's going to be the main damage dealer. He does have the SNY, so that's going to help, but no BKB. So if the Lifestealer is inside him, that's around 4 seconds that he's not going to be able to attack.
There's a reason why he doesn't bring up the troll in the games, right? So you don't end up in an awkward position.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
This is a rough one for Tundra. They only have 1 outer tower left. And if you look at their lineup, they like to pick off. At the moment, Falcons are the ones that are dictating the tempo of the game, and they're coming high ground. You're going to have to respond.
Yeah, Falcons already played a lineup like that, what Tundra has. Basically just forced to split the map nearly the entirety of the game. Now things have turned the tables.
They don't get the tower, but they wanted the pressure. Tundra brought back 4 heroes. So I think that's still a nice thing for Falcons. And 27 minutes in, they have the gem. This is the way. You are dictating the tempo of this game. You want to take the lead as well. So you cannot have Tundra having gold division, and of course you're versus the Nyx assassin, so it's even more valuable.
Do they know their way? They're gonna run into Crit. Shaman disappears in a matter of seconds.
it's now very hard to protect your ward, but the Lifestealer is running in. He knows that he's surrounded by vision and he feels okay here. Malrine cannot get caught.
33 finds a jumper. Skitter gets the Doom on him, despite the rage coming out first. And now forced away from the fight. They're trying to catch Malrine, but this is a pretty hopeless task, is it? Nobody can get close enough to this jumping monkey. He's just too fast.
He gets away in time. That's gonna give even more confidence to Falcons. Now, even when you lose the Aegis, this Lifestealer does feel like he's untouchable. Of course, the burst potential on the side of Tundra is there, but with the Sunray, with the press the attack, you should be fine to even poke at the high ground again.
So what is the TV's next item going to be? Oh, wait a minute. Show me Amar again. Show me Amar's quick buy. How many Midases are you planning on buying, sir?
4, of course. That's without the Laguna Blade. This is not that perfect for a Lifestealer.
And that was without the Doom needed here from Tundra. It was on cooldown, so at least the Aegis expires. Taken out from Falcons.
They have Serpent Wards and there's no glyph, but still, when there's so many heroes in the enemy base, you always have to be careful. So Dyrachyo, he wanted a Skadi, but he changed his mind. He probably feels like they're lacking a little bit of damage on their side.
Yeah, they want to get that TV involved, right? Right now, it's been a game where TV just cannot find a position to be in, and he's mainly just a Sunder machine.
Yeah, maybe after it, he can get a couple of hits off, and... They've been trying to shove out the waves with the illusions, but the illusion is just so weak when they're not close.
Uh-oh! Surprise attack, Amar! Takes Whitemon inside the base of Tundra, all by himself. And the Nightfall comment dropped into chat.
That is such an Amar play, right? A lot of the players would be like, yeah, is this really worth the BKB? Well, he thinks it is, and now what you want to do with Falcons is go for more. Don't stop after just one kill. They're already chasing with an infested monkey.
Nice reaction from Crit, but is it going to be enough? Saksa in trouble, though, inside the monkey. Ult. Skitter will find the kill. Malrine gets saved by the Glimmer. Very close call. Both supports from Tundra dead for the time being. Mort is about to respawn, losing the Nyx in the river.
You're gonna have another infest in 4 seconds, so Skitter, there's a good chance that he just goes for more. Yep, there it is. He's inside Malrine. They're gonna continue hunting.
Soar through the skies. Get themselves in position. I have to say, Crit's reaction there, really, really quick. He sees the rune disappear. He doesn't hesitate. Insta dust, which allowed them to get that Nyx assassin. Otherwise, he might have just ended up getting stun locked and never even get to see the Nyx.
They know roughly where Dyrachyo is, but they don't know exactly. He's gonna be able to move away from here just in time.
Close call. There is a TP coming in. And Crit finds him. The jump straight to the gate. They will catch the TP. You're not getting out of this one. And focusing Dyrachyo. He's popped into a duel. Amar will get a duel victory. Skitter will get the kill.
And that is a 9-second BKB down the drain. You itemize this way just to be able to fight early on. And also, if they saw his items, they're gonna assume that he doesn't have buyback. This is an opportunity to just shove in those waves, get maybe another tier 3. I'm doubting that they're gonna... Okay, they're pinging out the Raxes, so might just be a beeline for Falcons towards there.
45-second time. It's a big window here. Tundra, what are they going to plan on doing? BZM would like to delete somebody. They've got the Doom on 33. This could still backfire from Falcons, but they're going to go for it anyway. This is the right move to do from their side. Tundra smoking up on the side.
20-second glyph.
Malrine has 3,500 HP. He's not dying to that burst, or is he? They're going to make an attempt on it. He will survive. The stun on the back. They just blow up Saksa and Whitemon. They disappear. And that leaves their base vulnerable.
I'm just so impressed by Amar in this game, right? Because he's always in the right position, and afterwards, when he removes the stun, he's immediately in. He knows exactly what his job is. I'm not gonna go aggressive until I save you from a stun. The second there's a stun on the Monkey King, press the attack, BKB, and then Amar goes in, and he finds extra targets.
And that drops the supports again. These are so easy kills for Falcons when they get the opening for it. There's so much damage on them. They're going to try to take out the Tormentor, but at the same time, Tundra keeping tabs, keeping their eyes up. But 33 is ready to jump in, and it'll force them away.
Yeah,
leave that as an attempt on the Tormentor. That could have been risky, but Falcons, they know better.
No reason to risk it right now. I mean, Tundra, they know how to choke you out. But Skitter and Snaking, I think they're quite capable of playing that type of Dota as well, so they're not really gonna have any issues at playing it safe. These two teams respect each other way too much to go for an unnecessarily aggressive play.
Well, at least gameplay-wise, respect.
Yeah, for sure.
Roshan is going to be also up in 1.5 minutes. That will take a while to respawn. That's what Falcons are playing for, hoping it's going to be a daytime Roshan. However, it will not.
They're trying to get a kill. Maybe even, we'll see if they really want to get this Tormentor, but ideally you get the kill and you position yourself for the next road. But overall, Tundra playing way too defensively. This time around they will get the Tormentor, and Crit almost dies for it, but he will deservingly so get the shard.
Yeah, pretty handy shard to have in a game like this. Even though you cannot really lock in the Lina can still always fly out of that one with the Flame Cloak. But still, they have been scanning this Roche pit for a while. They scanned it, I think, a second time, and now Tundra will know something is up, but they will be given the time. There's still 35 seconds on the clock. They should be able to get here in time if they charge towards. The thing is, that's the mind games going on right now. Has Roche already respawned? Are they already doing it? And do we let it go?
Also, Amar has a Linken's here, so he's always going to be staying behind this Lifestealer, putting that Linken's on him, or maybe the Monkey King if the Lifestealer is infesting him. He's ready with the Linken's, and he's ready with the press the attack, and then he will be jumping in. I really like the way that he's been playing this game. He understands the main goal is to protect your teammates. Only then do you go forward.
Like a true commander. You need the team as much as the team needs you.
Malrine again infested with this shard. Whoever they jumped on.
There's also a Nyx right behind him.
Perfect target.
They've got Soxa in a spot, but BCM's gonna get jumped on first. Link is spot. Damar coming in with the duel. They can't save it, can they? Zunder comes out, but he's still gonna drop. And they still get the duel win. And Soxa wasn't able to get there in time. Now 30, he's gonna get focused on as well. This Doom's gonna be dropping down to half HP. They drop the egg right on top of him. And Lifestealer really has to run for this one. 33 will burn him down to a crisp. They'll get something, but the stun from Malrine catches him as well. And the Doom's got nowhere to go. 3 kills go in the way of Tundra, for Falcons, and they only lose the Lifestealer as a process. Hurts them a bit, it stings them a bit, but now that Roshan is up.
And that was pretty much underneath the side of the map that Tundra were controlling, right? You could see 33, he was running towards his own vision, thinking like, I'm gonna dodge this Monkey King, I'm gonna know where he's jumping and hide myself, but nope, Boundless Strike from afar, and he gets taken out. But they still found the perfect target, and BZM could never respond with the Ghost Scepter. If he uses the Ghost Scepter, that fight could have been different.
Trying their best with the Sunder saves, but just not enough to keep their teammates alive. TV doesn't get to deal enough damage, and again, just the same situation. TV doesn't get to fight.
Nope.
He has been completely isolated from these team fights.
You have a 20,000 network hero that in this game has been a save for your Lina. That is how tough the game has looked for Tundra, but they need better ways to protect the Lina. The Falcons have the gem, but I think Tundra might have to think about getting the gem as well. Soxa needs to be the one that finds Falcons first. You respond with a Spike Carapace, it is a completely different fight.
Now that you put it that way, this TV does feel a bit like a support Weaver with an axe.
Yeah, you don't want that from
You don't want that to be the story of this game. They need to get Dyrachyo somehow involved in these fights in terms of damage. 33 runs into Snaking. The Hex is there from Crit to save him, but the LSA, the Laguna, they'll delete him. Soxa will get this one. Tundra on the chase for more. Falcons trying to get him to a defensive posture, but it looks like they're just going to have to sack the supports. Tundra will find 2 kills, despite the Aegis up on the enemy side.
The Hex was there to kill him, not really save him. He stopped him mid-Icarus
stopped his dive, yeah.
So that's a bit of a bummer. He probably thought that there's gonna be like an Infernal Blade for him to remove, but that Phoenix could have gotten himself into a better position. Egg, and then a turnaround could be happening. Unfortunately, his teammate says no.
Yeah, unfortunately, chickens don't fly, right? Another Dagon recipe flying in for Sox's Nyx Assassin.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Overall,
Radiant structures
they
are
are
fortified.
going to be getting a lot of the map back still on Falcons, right? You still have the gem. You didn't lose that one. It was on your Monkey King. So you're fine, but overall everybody here in the arena and back home as well. Follow Fissure !F in the chat. Oh no, actually it's a community
It is the community drop in this case. I know you're jumping the gun there with the follow, but Matsubento, congratulations, winning yourself a nice little Dazzle cosmetic, and how you can also participate in Fissure community drops. We've been handing them out a couple times during the course of this tournament. Even the guys here in the audience, you have the chance to also win some community drops for yourself, so keep an eye open on those, and also make sure you're commenting on our Twitch chat, giving feedback to Fissure directly.
Yeah, nice and funny comments. Nice and funny comments are always going to win. But the Falcons, they take down the last outer tower. This is huge right now. Tundra, they don't have an access point outside of the base to make anything happen.
Radiant are scared.
And their TPs are going to be forced out. Ideally, if you're Falcons, you're looking for a glyph here.
Saksa is so far away of the base right now. He's running all the way down that mid lane, hoping to get back into the action. But for Tundra, they're going to hold this base for now. Did have a TP open, but gonna continue maybe shoving the lanes, maybe hoping to find a simple pick here. Nobody's just gonna be there because Falcons are there with 5. They've got that vision placed down. They have good eyes inside Tundra's base.
There's still a glyph ready. But what are you gonna do versus the banner? Nobody can get close to it. You need to find the right angle.
Maybe it is Whitemon with Pierce the Veil. Gonna need a couple more hits. 2 more. No jump coming in from Falcons, so they'll let that one fall. They do some damage to the tier 3, they're happy.
They are, Tundra are being very, very careful with their glyphs, and that is some insane nerves coming out from them. A lot of the teams would panic in that situation, you know, just take it slow. If we take down the banner, it's going to be hard for Falcons to continue pushing. And I think we've been seeing this so much with Malrine being infested and just hunting, but they don't have much vision on the bottom lane, so very hard that they're going to be finding a connection.
So do you think, from Tundra's perspective, we need to wait for the Lincolns on the TV until he's going to get involved?
You don't necessarily need it, right? Now when you have the Satanic, you can finally be the save and also be able to fight, as you can pop the Satanic and then go for it. So you can fight without the Lincoln Sphere. Ideally, you would want to get it, but I don't think you have time to wait for it. Satanic for me is the big item that changes things for the Terrorblade.
Setting up, hoping for someone to show. It is the Nyx, instantly jump by crit. No hesitation whatsoever. Falcons ready to grab a kill.
That's a huge one, right? That Nyx Assassin should be the one that if Falcons start diving, the Spike Carapace can change things, but not anymore. You now don't have a big part of your burst. It's going to be even easier for Falcons to save their frontliners.
Ascetic's cap pops on Malrine. He'll go straight to work. Has the infested lifestealer run inside. He's got so much movement speed, but they are going to try and burst him down. But that Aegis, as he said, still 15 seconds up. Snaky will try to drop a quick Sunray, but Skitter jumps out. Malrine's going to be all right. Reset for now. Tundra does not have the Nyx Assassin for another 10 seconds.
And they still save the glyph. They're still keeping it up. They want to bait their enemies as much as they can. Finally, Tundra, they got the gem of their own. You cannot allow yourself first to have any vision in your base, but also when you're coming out of the base and you want to control an area, which is a necessity when you don't have any of the outer towers, it has to be clear out of enemy vision. Crit knows that this is coming.
Doesn't have an ally nearby him right now to potentially make a play, though there is BZM and Malrine down in bottom. Saksa.
Monkey's the one with the gem. They saw the career for a second, so they know where he is at.
But he is really speedy. He knows this is not a good place to be in. He's crossed the entire map straight towards his tier 2.
Poor career is bringing the Scotty recipe, but he just
wait for me.
Can't get to him in time. Is he gonna lose his career? No, it's actually gonna survive.
There was an 80 rune activated
This will do
on the Terrorblade, which unfortunately they won't be able to use for a team fight at least. Scotty now picked up here on the Monkey, and once again grouping up side of Falcons, trying to pressure that top lane once more. It's been a few minutes since the last time they were here.
They're going for hexes right now. Falcons, if you look at them, they have all of their core items. They now can go for luxury ones, preparing for the late game, and it's going to be the hexes, break those Lincolns, or pretty much just hex the Nyx assassin before he gets the spike carry pace off and get him out
They
of the
see
way.
the scan, they're insta TP straight back into base. Malreen's going to be right next to him. The wards drop down. They have to clean these out of the way. At least Doracio's here with the Terrorblade. And then we leave the base once again. So we've seen this a couple times now where Falcons drop spy, they force them back base, and then they leave again.
Still, good job from the supports, right? What they're doing, Whitemon and Saksa, they're shoving out the waves with the help of the Terrorblade illusions as well. And they're forcing out rotations. If Falcons didn't have those waves close to their base, they would be trying to find a way to jump the backline. But because those waves are so close, you know that you're going to be giving away so much farm, and there's no reason to risk it.
51 to the 48 wards placed down this game in 43 minutes. There's quite a lot of vision being placed down throughout this 44-minute match. Amar trying to find Saksa, very close to him too. Just blinked a little bit off the mark, and Saksa able to disappear into the night. Well, about to approach night in a minute. However, Malreen gets the jump on Saksa and hopes that that BKB would pay off, but cannot get enough hits in, cannot get the stun to connect.
They know that the Roche is going to be potentially spawning soon, so if you take away the Nyx now, it would be a huge advantage to set up for the next Roche.
And now Falcons with that BKB down. Tundra takes over the area. So small trades here and there, and a big reaction from the opposing side comes out.
Tundra have been playing so well in terms of controlling the waves, and this is with the lane of Rax being taken by Falcons. Of course, mid lane is the easiest one to push out. You just don't have to go too far out on the map, but still, it is quite impressive with the way that they've been acting. If they haven't been able to do that, Falcons would just encircle them, and at some point Amar would find an opening. But for the past 10 minutes, Tundra have been preventing this.
Dire scan again on point, but there goes Crit, catches Whitemon. However, the PS Veil comes out. Crit, I think he hexed himself.
Yes, yeah.
So a bit of a small misclick there, hoping to catch the Muerta. Instead, catches himself. But Tundra are nearby. That BKB on the Monkey has come back off cooldown, I believe, so.
25 more seconds,
so. 20, all right, so it's not quite up yet, so. Tundra are able to claim this Roche area for themselves for now.
That ninja gear on Amar is so huge, right? You basically always have a smoke for the entirety of Falcons, because you infest him, he goes for a duel. It's like the whole team was smoked up. It's really how it feels.
Skitter's not the one smoked up. 33. Shiva scouting for vision. Skitter will be all right. Still no engagement from either side. BZM is also hoping for someone to show up down the mid lane, but for Falcons, they are all stacked up all together.
20. Let's see, there's going to be a huge
This is going to be the move in. They still haven't brought in the Lina.
Malreen is trying to find an opening. He's scared to get too close. There's the vision and the infest.
See if they can get that high ground position, still held by Tundra. It's a very close choke point though.
Illusions are being
Prince
sent.
is doing the aggressive move, moving forward. Malreen gets the jump on the back. Saksa and Doraccio are going to be forced away, but Doraccio is trying to battle himself out of the Wukong's command. Crit down, Crit comes in with the buyback. Falcons have to back away from this one. Tundra are going to be closing up. Saksa walking in, take down Snake King. Tundra will find another kill. And now 33 with a huge jump. Gets the Doom out onto the Lifestealer. Malreen's going to be forced away, and Lifestealer is no more. Skater to fall. Malreen running away from 33 and BZM. One more stun needed. Can 33, can he land another? Tried on the stairs, but that was not where the Monkey's going to be, but still. 3 kills, forcing out the buyback off of Crit, and Tundra can finally get out on the map.
Yeah, they've been clumped up in their base, pretty much just coming out with their support, shoving it out and sending those Terrorblade illusions. But they have found an opening, and now they want to get more. They want those buybacks. They're probably confident that once again around that Roche pit, they can get another fight going their way.
33 already aggressively and trying to get the dieback on that Shadow Shaman. The shackles are there. Amar with the duel on Doraccio. Can they get the team? Yes, they can. Skitter will finish him off. Whitemon in trouble. 33 trying to run away from Skitter and Amar. Trying to get to the safety of the high ground. Is he tanky enough? Damage flying, throwing in, and they do get him in the end. The Hex is there, as soon as that BKB runs out. 33 to fall. Tundra will lose 3 after just claiming 3 kills. That means Falcons should be free to take this Roche shot.
It is a Skitter buyback, but he's gonna have Roche. You're gonna get an Aghanim Scepter right now that's probably gonna go towards your Monkey King. Tundra maybe unnecessarily going for that one and just not respecting the amount of lockdown that Falcons do have. Duraccio, I'm gonna assume he told his team, if he duels me, I'm gonna respond with a Satanic, I'm not gonna go down, but he didn't, and now this Monkey King is gonna be much more powerful. Extra Wukong's ring, he's gonna have the Aghanim Scepter. This is the opening for Falcons, but you know what, Tundra have been, at least in terms of gold, winning for pretty much the entirety of this game, right? And they were always on the back foot. Just goes to show how well they've been utilizing the map.
They certainly have. But is money everything? Is it everything in the end for Falcons to be able to hold and get some kills? No, this is exactly like from my pub nightmares. You see Alina stalking outside of your base.
Nyx and Alina, doesn't get much worse than that.
Yep.
Alina is also level 25, so he's gonna be a little bit tougher to bring down any other ones that are coming in. The Doom will have his in a little bit less than half a level, so that's gonna be a huge one too. Lifestealer a little bit farther away. LC.
Oh, Whitemon spotted. The jump comes in. They go straight for the Muerta.
He did respond with the ulti, so he's fine.
Here's the Veil. Will keep him up. And they are at least getting the range racks out of the way. So with this quick poke, they focus down the building with the wards placed down. Melee stays up. 1.5 lanes of racks down. Falcon still has everything left in their base, where Tundra hasn't really had any permission.
Press the attack now gives debuff immunity. That's going to be quite huge for Falcons, because if you're looking at the Monkey, he's not going to have to BKB immediately after the press the attack comes out. He's going to have time to get out with a Boundless Strike. And so many of these fights have been won by Tundra, or at least set up by Tundra, is that you force out the Monkey King BKB, and then you can posture aggressively. No longer going to be the case.
And that's going to be a money grab here. Everybody has the shards on Falcons. Same thing for Tundra. So a bit of gold towards potential buybacks.
Terrorblade is level 25 as well. Went for the Sunder cooldown, no surprises there. So saving the Lina Satanic, you're gonna have that Sunder pretty fast as well. Skitter is the only one that is pretty much far away from his level 25 Doom. He's gonna have it in any time.
For us, the attack debuff immunity, pretty big to have, considering late game scaling on LC.
It also helps the Shadow Shaman, not only the Monkey King. It will definitely make a difference when it comes to crit. Though crit does have the 9-second BKB of his own. You're gonna have to be very, very careful of Tundra. Once the shackles come out on one of your heroes, it's gonna be very, very tough to get him out. I think they have a target that this Shadow Shaman needs to die, but the foul play is just so annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, you would need something like a nullifier, right? Is there any nullifier? There's not really any nullifier builders on Tundra either.
Oh, Malrine almost losing his tree there to the dead shot. That could have been quite scary for him.
Here we go, at least dropping down the wards once again. We've tried this a couple times. The Hex is there and the E-Blade too. They're just staring at each other. Soxa will live for now. Can he get out of the Wukongs? Yes, he can. 33-2, but the building is falling. The melee Rex is going down. Whitemon is caught as well with another setup. BCM stunning, but it's not going to be enough to save the Muerta. Meanwhile, 33 does get the stun on 3. Hexed up. 33 is going to go down. Falcons find themselves big kills. Buybacks coming in from Tundra.
That was a Mars Hex coming out. His item usage in this game and also spell usage has been on point, just waiting for that Doom to jump in. And he didn't instantly go for the BKB. He needs to do it next time.
They pop the Linkets. Can they get Skitter? No, they can't. The stun from the back row by Malrine. And there's the jump in. He will almost dodge the stun from 33. He cancels it. That's the same the Infest too. And now you mentioned that duel. You're gonna be wary of Amar as he finds another onto Soxa. Soxa's gonna fall. Another duel win. And they focus themselves on 33. He has to be forced to back to safety. 33 will be fine for now. Falcons, they have the upper hand for now. And it looks like they'll continue to do so. BCM tries to take down Malrine. Not gonna be enough for the Lina to get this kill.
He got the Doom onto the Phoenix, so now you don't have him, but
now you're going to go the next assassin too. Another two-man stun coming up from BCM. Malrine is down. Soxa stunning Amar. But Amar's going to be okay. He's going to walk away. Meanwhile, Skitter still has that Aegis. He would like to get another kill off of Tundra. 30 seconds for the TV to come back up. And Doom is not going to be returning for another 100. Crit comes in to save and blinks away to safety. He gets Skitter out of harm's way.
That was so clutch, but Malrine coming back into play. He knows that he can get Mega Creeps right now with his Wukong Command. The Glyph is still available, but how do you get around this Wukong Command?
That is a big ring. That is a big ring to enter. And without the Terror Blade, they don't have the damage for it. BZM cannot stun Skitter. And it's going to be Mega Creeps inside Tundra's base. They'll try to poke Skitter. He jumps again inside Monkey King. He'll be okay for now. Gets hit by the Laguna. Malrine dropping low. Durantio trying to finish him off. They will take him out. Malrine will die. He's gone for 2 minutes. Skitter going to get hit by another stun by BCM. Can they get this Lifestealer? Trying to take me home. He might just get it. No! He is denied from the opportunity of getting back home. And he is surrounded by Tundra. But Harry, it's not over yet, Tundra. They need to make a move fast.
There's no buyback on the Monkey King. There's no buyback on the Lifestealer. They know about this. I mean, just go straight forward. You don't have money to buy any Rapiers, but your heroes do push quite heavily. Falcons, they need to deal with the mid lane. That is the main one. Through the side lanes, Tundra, they're not going to be getting to the base in time, but through the mid lane, that is how you take this game.
33, he just drew a long line down the mid lane. We're gonna go straight through mid and try to end it here. 90 seconds for the Lifestealer. Tundra, can they pull it off here? They've been on the receiving end for quite a lot this game, but they've also held very well. And that just could be the difference. They've been mega creeped inside their base. One tier 4 is all that remains right now. And Falcons are going to be inside the base. Durantio to focus on the tier 3 tower. They push, they pop the Aeon disc off of Snake King. The tier 3 is down. And we're going to go watching for the tier 4 towers. Tundra, it's going to be a close attempt. Can they pull it off? It looks like they will. Because there's not enough time to get the Knights back alive.
Amar needs to kill somebody.
Going straight for another tier 4 tower to fall. Crit dodges the stun from BZM. He's going to get the Hex on Lina, but it's going to be too much. It's going to be too much for them. As they've got the egg placed down on the back. Amar trying to focus on Durantio. The Ancient is already down to half. Tundra being very cautious here.
They still have the
return, but the Ancient is falling. The Ancient is falling. A Glyph comes out as well, and they've got the Phoenix. They got Sinking out of the way. Tundra, they forced the game. They did it. They did it. Tundra, never count them out.
Mega Creeps who, and this game, it shouldn't have been like this. They barely got those 2 cores. Looking at the Monkey King, he had the shard and he made a mistake. Didn't get out with a Boundless Strike, and the Lifestealer died half a second before TPing out. He had the Aegis as well. Those 2 heroes get out. You don't deal with the Mega Creeps. You do not win this game. Clutching it out there. Falcons, they had it. They had it in their grasp, and one mistake, not using that Monkey King shard, is gonna cost them.
Somehow, from the brink, Tundra has been able to draw themselves together, and that is a real thinking phase right there. That it definitely puts Falcons thinking about that last moment inside the base of Tundra. They, indeed, as you said, had control. They had the idea. The plan was theirs. The script was theirs. But they had one moment, one small mishap.
That is just the thing, right? You get the Mega Creeps, you feel like you won the game, and then some uncharacteristic mistakes come out. It's just a repeating thing in Dota all the time, even with teams with this much experience, and probably has happened to them like a billion times in their career. It still keeps on giving.
It certainly does. I mean, for Tundra to get that victory must feel like a huge sigh of relief, but at the same time, I feel like it was somewhat planned as well from their direction. They've been so calm. You've been highlighting their glyph usage that they just don't use it.
Yeah, they've been baiting with it, right? They also used the glyph at the last possible moment, baiting their opponents as much as they could. I mean, not gonna lie, Tundra in that defense, they did do everything perfect, and that's why this was allowed to happen. But also, some small mistakes needed to happen from Falcons, and for you to capitalize on them, and they just waited for the last possible moment. Let's not kid ourselves versus Mega Creeps.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you usually do? It seems like a desperation play at that point when you're up against Megas, and that's the usual call, right? Let's go straight down mid. But the moment they saw it actually is doable. It's not even a far-fetched plan, and they close it out in the end with the dieback penalties on the side of Team Falcons. Oh boy, I'm pumped for this one. Look, this can go in so many directions between these two teams. But of course, Tundra are the ones who claim victory in game number 1. BZM's Lina highlighted as the MVP for this one?
Yeah, overall, I think you could give it to anybody, right?
You could.
It was definitely a team effort with the way that they're split pushing, the way that they're trying to get some catches, the way that they're itemizing on their side. And you know, I really was highlighting the itemization of Falcons, which was awesome. It was perfect. They had a great idea on what they needed to do. But Tundra, you need to play until the throne falls, because these guys can always find a way.
Yeah, just a crazy way to end that game number one. I'm just, like, what are we going to expect in game number two? Something similar?
Ooh, I'd like to get something similar. I mean, coming into the series, we expected long games. We definitely got it, a comeback from Mega Creeps. But I think so. I think Falcons, they tend to get to the late game more by fighting and then getting their items, right? They're still gunning for it. And Tundra, they like to go around, split push and stuff like that. So I think something similar is expected in the second one as well.
Well, I at least got a good feeling about this one. Let's see game two after the break. What happens in that one? This will be a hell of a series.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
never set in stone. In a concrete wall with a heart of gold. It's a bad girl's life and all alone. I'm gonna wish it's still in the sky. I'm alright or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me and I cry. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not right or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me and I cry. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not right or die. Put my ego in the driver's seat and slip my two-way personality. I take one step forward and backwards three. It's a bad girl's life and a lonely street. I'm gonna wish with the stars in the sky. I'm alright or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me and I cry. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not right or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me and I cry. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not right or die. Alright or die. Alright or die. Alright or die. Alright or die.
Talking to some of the audience members within this break, and right now at the 1v1 booth, I know you just got into your game. Are you versing a friend or a random?
My sister, actually. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you guys like play Dota together? Did you introduce her to Dota? Did she introduce you?
I actually did. I stopped playing, and then she's now casting. So basically, she took over the wheel. Yeah.
She's the family Dota player now.
Yeah, she is. Yeah. But I'm not playing anymore, and this is like the most Dota I've played in the past couple of months. But I'm still busting ass mid. So yeah.
So your predictions are that you're definitely going to win this one.
Minute 2 maybe. Yeah.
Even while I'm interviewing you, you still focused?
Yeah, we can do that. We can try that. Yeah.
All right. Well, do you want to give me one of your favorite memories from Dota back when you played?
My personal memories.
Yeah.
There was this period when we were recalibrating in 2015, and I was playing with the Danish guys, Hester Joe, Nace, and Noah. Those are like old school Danish players that were pros. So yeah, that's probably the best memory I have back in the day.
All right, this man is just flexing right now that he's friends with old pro players. Do you have a favorite player at the moment then?
Team Spirit, you can pick Yatoro. Let's say Yatoro, yeah.
I'm surprised you didn't say a Danish player.
No, Yatoro.
All right, so you're playing this 1v1 instead of watching him play though.
Yeah, I'll be there in a minute.
All right, maybe we'll check in with his sister and see how she's going.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Game number 2 of this best of 3 in the upper bracket finals is about to commence here with Tundra versus Falcons. And Tundra taking somewhat of a surprise victory in the end. Rezo, you had the chance to watch that game with a little bit more thought. What did you think about that game?
Dude, I was watching from the arena. It was so hyped when, you know, the turnaround happened, and you know, you're just seeing that people are going for the throne, and you know they're gonna get it because they have 5 people alive, and those 2 cores without buybacks, they have nothing to do in the game, and it's like there's only 3 against 5, and it was so exciting. The arena is like cheering up. It's just such an incredible game.
It definitely was a tough game for both of these teams to maneuver mentally. You have so many small things going on around this game, Harry, and it could have ended up either way. Like, as we kind of pointed out, that Falcons they were this close to getting the win.
Yeah, it looked like they've done it, right? And so many times in this tournament, I'm glad that's the case. We've seen situations where, okay, the game is over, they're gonna win now, and then that one little thing changes everything, right? They jumped the gun, they went a little bit too aggressive unnecessarily. They could have taken it easier, slower, but they decided that they wanted to end the game there and then. And sometimes in Dota, when that doesn't happen, you just lose the game.
There was a moment when all the Tundra fans here at the Sava Center were feeling a bit depressed that, oh boy, we're going to lose this game. We're not getting too many things done on the map, but they were actually getting a lot of moves done on the map, especially Saksa with that Nyx Assassin. A lot of hidden behind-the-scenes work happening with his Nyx.
Yeah, I think that for Tundra, like when the map is stale, they're like slowly increasing their lead. So we see like this 6K game, net worth advantage from them in this game. Even though Merlin was having such a good time, like trying to shut down the 33 in the early game. All of his rotations early game was like super flawless. Even though he was staying against Lina, and I think he was like the MVP for the majority of this game. But, you play the game perfectly for 50 minutes, then you make one mistake, and you know what? People are gonna remember that. Nobody cares about that early game anymore. Everybody was gonna remember that Merlin did not jump out of that arena, and he just stayed there.
Yeah.
He forgot to press that, boundless strike jump.
Yeah, nice boundless strike, right? The chat was probably full of that after what happened. But we are gonna remember, and we expect him to do that once again.
Interesting fact here for the coin toss. Team Falcons is undefeated on first pick throughout this tournament.
Oh, so we're going to game 3. Awesome.
That's not what I said, but
I mean, stats never lie, right? We'll see how well they're gonna be utilizing the 18th pick, because that's where you kind of win the draft as a first pick.
Yeah, I did not see that much of an impact from the Durachu Terrorblade. I think that Legion Commander was like just a really nice counter pick to it, and like most of the fights he was just kind of like sundering his teammates instead of like dealing a lot of damage.
well, we do have game number 2's draft ready, so let's dive in and see what heroes unfold.
Esports versus Team Falcons. Game 2.
And off we go, heading into the draft of game number 2. Gents, was this something that really struck your eye that potentially should show up in the bans? At least the Nyx Assassin, but is that the main issue that Falcons has to address?
I don't think they had any issues in this game, to be honest. I think they can just stick to their strategies and just like be a little bit calm in terms of like how to end the game, because those mega creeps, they don't really matter nowadays, and we see already 2 games where people get mega creeps and the other team just goes for the throne because you have no buybacks and they just kill it. PARIVISION, right, against BetBoom, they had the same kind of scenario happening in that game as well.
Yeah. Out of the first phase bans, Lycan, Bristle, and DK are currently still in there that were banned in game 1.
Yeah, but it's not Tundra that have first pick, so we'll see which one Falcons are gonna ban and which one out of those heroes they're gonna pick, because that's probably gonna be how you would want to start this one. You don't want to give everything to Tundra.
Also the Pango, which was banned by Tundra. If you look at their previous ones, were Dawn, Pango, the Lycan.
Yeah, Pango is such a nice flex for Falcons. They love that hero. Marlene and Amar are pretty good at this. Little guy.
So the DK is like Falcon's first option.
Yeah, so now you're gonna be thinking twice if you wanna pick up the Bristle, right? Because the DK gets the Silver Edge at pretty early on in the game, and he's a high armor hero, so generally isn't that afraid of him. But it does leave the Doom.
Again, the player call. Pick me Doom. I'm gonna win with it.
It's just, I think out of 33's heroes that are that are in the pool, probably the best one versus the DK, and he has had solid success with it thus far. So, and also I think he felt how he needs to play versus Falcons to not die, to get completely destroyed in the lane. So he's probably going to be adjusting his playstyle now, of course, depending on what Falcons get, especially in the mid lane, because this time around there's no Monkey King.
I wonder why they went for the DK on Falcons. It wasn't their like most common hero that they would choose for the first phase. Probably got inspired by Yatoro in the previous match, I guess.
It's really an interesting one. It hasn't been... How many have they even played in this tournament? Trying to go through it, and I don't see one.
I haven't seen one, yeah.
Yeah, not a single one.
It's unusual. Unusual suspect in the Falcons draft. Tiny and Walker are taken out. Respect for the BZM, but it leaves Lina still in the pool. It leaves Bristol back for Duracio. It leaves Lycan as well.
Primal Beast, right? Also, when you see a Dragonite, you think also Break, and if there's something also that the BZM has been playing other than the Invoker, the Primal Beast has been his way to go. So maybe Falcons decide to go for the Pango. That could be a hero that they pull out.
I'm personally not a big fan of a Primal Beast against DK because he has a really long stun, and that hero has so much HP you can't really burst him. And as a Primal Beast, you kind of like want to play against twitchy heroes.
Yeah, versus those illusion heroes like a Terrorblade early on in the game.
Yeah. Lycan is out, so we're not gonna see this wave push. And you know, these wolves, they're just keep killing the supports. I'm sure every support player nowadays, when they're facing Lycan, they're like, oh my god, this is nightmare.
Not again.
Not again.
Tundra are taking their time here with it. Usually when you see a ban, you instantly see a pick in the second phase, but they're unsure.
Just too many options to choose from. There's still like Batrider in the pool. There's still Bristol back.
What about the Lich versus DK?
I think leeches have been falling off. People stop respecting that hero. Maybe Phoenix is a better option.
I like the Phoenix. I feel like if you don't pick it here, the Falcons are probably gonna be wanting to pick it up.
Is it ever a bad Phoenix game?
At the moment in the meta, doesn't feel that way, right? Even the hero that I think deals the best with it, the Morphling, he has fallen out of favor a little bit. Everybody else in the meta is kind of bad versus it.
There's a Clockwork. That's our usual suspect. The hero provides pretty good laning, provides vision, provides initiation from the position 4 early on from level 6, which is quite nice to work around.
I'm just looking at the way, if you're looking at vision, you don't have Clockwork, they banned the bounty. What about snaking Zeus with this DK? I feel like that could be a pretty useful tool for getting quick jumps.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that appearing in the draft.
Any kind of vision is nice if you can get it, but overall, whenever I think Zeus, and there's the Phoenix, I always think that you're gonna have like a Tiny to catch somebody, to be able to burst somebody from 100 to 0. The DK doesn't do that.
Poor Crate, they're just like...
Do you think he dislikes it?
We have to get back to the plane. There's no way you can play these Shadow Shamans.
Right, do you think he doesn't like it? I feel like if he wouldn't like playing the hero, then they probably wouldn't give it to him.
No, I'm sure he loves it, but he played like 80 games on it already.
One hero pool.
Yeah.
Well, we wanted to see a Duracio hero, so there's a PA. Last game we really didn't see much from him, and in this game he does have 2 supports that he can burst down quite easily.
Ooh, I really love that Warlock pick. I think Whitemon is the only one who plays that hero, and I think personally for myself it's one of the top position 5 heroes that I play in pubs. It's just like you get to level 5, you get some kills, you eat the tome, and you're level 7, but at the same time that your mid player is level 7. You hit the golem, you farm so much, you're like just increasing your net worth, you have like really insane team fight, and then you get like drums, you get Glimmer Cape.
Yeah.
Early on.
That's what Whitemon also said in the interview. Warlock has 1 facet.
Yeah.
Not 2, just 1.
And he's also pretty greedy when it comes to his levels, though, right? Even even if it's not a Warlock, he's played his Chen, gotten like 8-minute level 6s with only one Wisdom Rune. So it's not like he was getting both of those for the experience. But we do get to see a Pango, and this is a flex pick between the 2 and 3 position for Falcons, so it does make it quite hard now to get the bans out.
Tundra Esports turn to ban.
Now it's really, how does Tundra see that with their incoming bans? Where do they decide to put the DK and the Pango?
They can still flex it on 3 roles, to be honest.
Yep.
Maybe Amar doesn't play DK as much, but this Pango can go mid on off lane, this DK can go mid and safe lane.
They've probably already made a decision though, right? On the side of Falcons, we just don't know what it is. I actually wouldn't mind an offlane Pango because he is quite tanky, right? Especially when you go for that Echo Saber build, and it does work in this game. If you look at Tundra, they don't really have much damage at the moment.
Yeah, I think they already have a nice lane against PA and Warlock.
If we still go back to the original DK facets, there could have been a world where you put Pango mid, offlane DK, and pick up the Corrosive, the Poison Dragon, and you'd have a lot of minus armor between the two. But now that we don't play that facet anymore, it feels like it's just the mid that's missing here for Falcons. Tundra's banning out the Lina.
And what that could be for the Malrine. Maybe even Huskar. I mean, again, against Doom, you don't pick Huskar. Never mind. Just too bad. Too risky. Maybe Dawnbreaker's banned. Meepo. Again? No, against Warlock.
It's not that great.
Yeah, you're not going to do it.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, they could still pick an ATF hero and just put this Pango in the mid lane. I mean, it doesn't get crushed into too many matchups, and BZM has been saying that his hero pool isn't like super wide, so
yeah,
you can get away with it. I don't think BZM is the type of guy that's gonna cheese you with some Vipers and stuff.
So what are you aiming for, the Legion Commander again?
If you're Falcons, I wouldn't mind the Legion here. You actually even have even more burst.
There's the Bristleback.
All right.
I love this Bristleback pick. I think it's amazing. They can play on stacks. All of their heroes can play on stacks. I think for Tundra it's a bit slower, and none of them can really farm ancient stacks yet, so they need to have that from the mid lane, at least. Or else they're gonna be losing just a lot of HP purely from just stacking.
I'm still thinking that BZM Primal Beast could be coming out, because he didn't really play that many heroes. If he wants to go that route, I don't know if there's anything else that he'd like to play.
Was Lina banned?
Yes.
Banned.
What about a Storm?
Yeah.
For BZM, maybe?
Yeah.
Could be nice. Could be nice.
I'm just hard locked with his Primal Beast, his Furion, his Earth Spirit. I know those are the ones that he's been playing the most, so those are the 3 that I always think about when BZM comes to mind, so Primal Beast being the last pick. What do you think about... Okay, let's talk about Falcon's draft first. What do you like about this draft?
I like that they can play on stacks. They have really solid lanes, like really strong ones. Crit is on Footwing, pretty good. 80% win rate or something like that. But for BZM, I think if he goes Aghanim's early on, he can do a lot of trouble for Amar.
Yeah, a lot of physical damage as well, right? Minus armor from both the Bristleback and the Pango, and then the DK coming in with the right clicks. That's gonna be huge.
But what about Tundra? Is this the draft for a 2-0? Will it look a little bit more easier this time around? Game 1 was definitely not an easy one.
It's definitely a really solid draft. Like from both teams, they're just really top. When it comes to drafting, they know their heroes, they know their strategies. So, but I'm expecting 1-1 here. Like still, Falcons, they had a lead for the majority of the first game, and for this one, it looks like it's gonna be the same.
I feel like it's just gonna be the BZM X factor, right? If he's gonna be able to rotate as Malrine was rotating in the previous one and out-rotate Malrine, that Tundra could win this game, right? Early on, you get a solid Battle Fury because of those rotations. BZM gets an early BKB. And Whitemon, I mean, we've seen him crush on this Warlock as well.
Well, we heard from Awi's thoughts earlier. Now on stage, we got Jenkins and Moonmien.
I'm here with the best Canadian Dota 2 coach in Dota history. Do you agree with that statement?
Nah, that's AUI 2000.
That's good, that's good. Can you tell me about the Warlock? Why is it, you guys are the only team picking Warlock. What makes it a good Warlock game?
I don't know. We got inspired by the Alliance guys. They started winning every game with it, and if Alliance wins with it, it must be OP.
Yeah, that makes sense. When you're standing there with the papers and you're going like this and talking to your team before the game, what is it that you're saying to them? Not specifically, but give me an example.
I'm just saying, watch out for their cheese. This team, they just want a cheese. The Huskar and, I don't know, Viper, Timbers, watch out for it. If you don't get like owned by their cheese, I feel they're very beatable.
And as a coach, when you're sitting backstage, did you think game one, you guys were going to win that one?
No. But it seems like dying without buyback is the theme of the tournament so far.
Well, we will see if they die without buyback in this game and you win 2-0. Good luck, my friend. Send it into game 2.
Let's see if Tundra can indeed pull off the 2-0 here, or if Falcons is going to be tying this series up. Rezo, we've seen both of these drafts and the way they might be playing out. How do you think this one's going to go?
I'm hoping for the game 3, for sure. Like this, the Falcons, they have what it takes. I hope just Tomolreen, the last mistake, did not, get into his head, and he's gonna still perform the way he performed in the first match for the majority of
30
it.
seconds to
All right, well, let's see how game 2 plays out. Harry, that DK hasn't really been showing too much on the side of Falcons, as we kind of discussed. It's going to be played by Skitter this time around. Of course, there's the DK timings. DK players in the course of this tournament feel like they're getting more and more common now.
Yeah, I think that DK is just such a strong hero, and then it falls out of favor because it's overused sometimes. People get used to it too much, and then suddenly in a tournament it starts appearing like massively once again as a first pick, and people are just maybe have forgotten a little bit just how much they need to pressure this hero, or he's gonna kill all of them.
What was the threat of this PA on the other side that will provide with the break, and pretty big hits if Dyrachyo hits his timing. So far, PA has been a very successful hero on the side of Tundra. In the last 3 weeks of competitive games that they've been playing, I believe they're at like 86% win rate or so, so very high indeed.
This is a classic Tundra lineup, right? Obviously, you would want your Bristleback Beastmaster and whatnot, but none of the teams here are crazy enough to give that to you. Maybe in the group stage, not here on the main stage. But overall, this is what they've been playing. A hero that can go aggressively, likes to farm, but can go aggressively on Dyrachyo. Something that is very rotating heavy on BZM. Right? This is something that they've done really, really well with, and BZM has been awesome on those rotations. That's why I'm going to be looking at these two guys from the mid lane. How do they break apart the lanes? Because it's most likely going to be coming out from them.
They have definitely shown a lot of impact on both of these mids from game to game, and see if they can impact those side lanes more. Or do we just keep sending the supports down mid and not really get any mid rotations? As Amar is definitely giving a bit of a warning here for Dyrachyo. And Falcons will find first blood. Whitemon desperate to try and find the kill on this Bristle. As well. He does have the heal. He's going to commit to this one if he can just get the kill. And Amar is just standing there. He will drop to the heal in the end. So Whitemon burns him down. But Amar will find 2.
That is huge, right? Also, because the Hoodwink is a hero that also benefits quite a lot from an early level 6. Imagine a sharpshooter coming out level 8, minute 8, minute 9, and just being able to get those kills. I mean, one thing that we really didn't mention during the draft is the break that's coming out from the sharpshooter. It can make a huge difference on the PA.
Pretty important to get those level 6s on your supports, not only just the Warlock that we've been discussing with the Black Grimoire. Gonna have to wait at least another 5 more minutes until he can use
They really
the
want
book.
crit. They should be able to get him.
Yeah, there we go. Dyrachyo takes a bit of time, skipping out on some creeps, but a kill is a kill for the PA.
Yep, Battle Fury heroes. You want as many kills as you can. If you get a good Battle Fury timing with this hero, it's gonna be awesome. And Amar, when he's left all alone, well, then he's just gonna be pulling the creeps and trying to maximize his farm. Not much they can do to stop him, especially because Dyrachyo has to focus on creeps.
think one of the best things you can do in this Bristleback versus PA lane is just keep on dragging your creep wave to the hard camp if it is open, and try to deny as much as possible you can from a PA, because PA players, they get absolutely infuriated by that. While Snaking is dropping low here to 33, will find the kill on the Phoenix, and also down the bottom lane, Duraccio, big bonds on the creep wave, and both of the heroes, Whitemaw's able to use that opportunity to take the healing Lotus.
It's only level 1 bonds, right? So crit is not going to go down, but still quite dangerous for him. They still want to go forward.
Squirrel doesn't exactly have a lot of HP, but the bonds run out. So Hoodwink will also live.
There's 11-1 charges on the Bristleback. This is just going to be a spamming lane between the two of them. Those kills that happened early on was just Tundra getting ahead of themselves. Or
While Soxa quite deep in here, Snaking just burns that clockwork away.
that is your purpose as a clockwork, just to take damage. It's not a very nice life.
Somewhat similar to the Ogre life.
Yeah, pretty much. Ogre, though, sometimes he stays a little bit back, right? The clockwork always runs in. There's nothing really to do with this hero. With the Ogre, go stacking, go buffing and all. You're looking towards the later portions of the game. With the clockwork, it's for the entirety of the game, go in, right? And it starts at the laning stage. You just want to get that region out and up.
It's him basically using all of his resources in the lane and just denies him to the tier 2 tower. That is the split kill. That's 30 gold per hero. Not a lot for Falcons.
BZM is not in a good position for him to TP and refill his bottle, so we'll see if he's going to be waiting for it, or does he just go back top? Nope, going back top. BZM is going to be fine. Has a bounty to get. Crit.
And close calls here for the Hoodwink. Trying to slow down Amar because he needs to get past that Bristleback. And again, fighting in the top lane. Skitter definitely feeling the pressure coming out from Tundra.
They have the speed aura. That's quite nice for both the Clockwork and the Doom.
We've got to watch out for that minus armor. Amar applying. It is a Seeing Red Bristle, so if it were Snot Rocket, it would be even more minus armor.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be seeing a Snot Rocket Bristleback when I saw a Dragon Knight, but Amar is just a greedy player overall.
Yeah. I guess it fits into the gameplay style of Falcons, right? That Amar is going to be taking over the space while Skitter has time to farm, so maybe the Seeing Red activation comes out earlier.
Does that mean that we maybe see a Blink Dagger on the DK, even though he's a carry? I mean, it has happened in this tournament thus far, but I kind of feel like they need a farmed Dragon Knight in this one as well. That Malrine might be the one that is just going to be creating space and just not getting the farm.
Yeah. Well, as mentioned, we haven't seen the Falcons DK, so I guess a world of opportunities. Could be something different also coming up for him. So we're still finishing boots.
Both of the mid laners are level 6, so we can expect those rotations. This just means that side lanes are not going to be that easily dove.
Yep.
Oh, they want Malrine.
I was about to say it's a bit of harass from BZM, but it almost looks like a kill's going to go through. Crit will buy some time.
Blood grenade.
Even a blood grenade flying in Soxa. The Kog isn't enough. Yes, it is. And he scores.
I'll kill you again. On the home turf here in the Balkan, Soxa coming in, and all of the fans, of course, or most of them, are going to be in on his side. And after that, even more so.
And now putting pressure onto Crit. BZM. He's going to go under the T2 tower. He's going to eat the tree. What can you do? There's nothing you can do against that Primal when you're a Hoodwink.
Yeah, he just takes it down. He doesn't have the Quelling Blade. It's just the trample.
Just trample it down.
Made sure that you can't do anything about it. And Crit, he had such a nice play, almost saving Malrine there, but Soxa just too good. Wisdom Rune.
It's going to be a fight for Soxa and Amar.
Radiant are scary.
Soxa might have to call off this attempt. At least he's burned all of Amar's mana. He might still be caught here. Crit does get a long-range bushwhack.
It's very
Connect
dead.
on Soxa and Amar. Will finish him off. He has just enough. He has another Cruel Spray. Take down the Clockwork. Meanwhile, Skitter, he's also pretty low here. They're going to try something here onto the Doom with Malrine rotating in. Has the Thunderbolt, so a pretty fast Pangolier. But is the damage going to be enough? BZM is going to be right next to him. And they will finish off 33's Doom. BZM, just a bit of poke here with the Pulverize. There is the PA, though.
Nice.
So they're bringing in all of the cores here on the side of Tundra, but they won't be able to catch anyone.
he tried to stop the Icarus dive with the onslaught, and Icarus dive does have this wind-up that sometimes you can respond in time. Unfortunately, he was right next to those crystals, so it was hard for him to get the connection. So you get out snaking just in time. That is a high-level Phoenix. Has been staying in that lane for quite a lot. I mean, he has almost pretty much the same experience as the Dragon Knight.
But look who's leading in levels according to the chart.
Of course.
It's Whitemon Warlock who's #1 right now. And he really wants to get this kill for Amar. They take down the Warlock. Whitemon hides in the trees and even getting the bombs on the neutral camp. Amar's got to be careful here. He needs to get out before 33 finishes off this life.
He was one creep away from a Doom. In that situation, you get the Doom off, Amar is dead, and he just didn't have it. Snaking is level 6 as well.
They forced the egg. Duracha's like, I want to hit it, but nah. Guess I'll not hit the egg this time around.
Yeah, the PA can do it. You jump onto the creeps there, and you get the extra attack speed, so maybe he could have done it, but then you see the Dragon Knight, and you know Dragon Tail is going to prevent you from going for that one.
Well, for the time being, at least, it is BZM's Primal on top of net worth, but still, again, the top 6 cores only 600 gold apart from each other's as a metric, so not really too far apart.
And now every single one of them does have their ultis, so both of the teams are ready to make plays. But one big thing is that Falcons managed to force out the golems, so you know those early levels on the Warlock, they're not going to matter that much. Now until he gets his ultis, he's a liability that he might just feed away a lot of experience.
Malrine was on the hunt, but maybe he spots Sox and instead doesn't quite go through with the Rolling Thunder. Amar also trying to apply some pressure down in bottom.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's BZM charging straight to the Bristleback. Do they have the damage with 33? They've got Doom, and they'll drop it on him. No egg on the Phoenix. Crit does come out from the other direction, breaks the Doom. Now 33's in trouble. Skitter's trying to get there, and needs just a brief fire to throw in, and he will connect. And Snake King will burn 33 down, and they also keep Bristol alive. So Amar, he's going to be all right, and he's also going to go there for a stack. What a maneuver!
They were hesitating a little bit with the Doom there, and quite deservingly so. I thought when they saw that the rotations are going to be coming in that they just give up on it, but once you commit the Doom, it just feels bad to go back.
BZM, he's going to see that they're starting to build up some stacks for the Bristleback. Doesn't want to use his trample just quite yet. Malrina's here. There's so many. Everyone from Falcons is on this side of the map.
And Egg is back in 5, so
we might even end up fighting here.
This is not an easy fight for Tundra. You're invading the enemy triangle, and they have 4 of their heroes ready.
Soxa, yeah, not a very long life for the Clockwork in there. He even loses his courier to Skitter. Meanwhile, they did get some damage done onto the mid C1 tower, so Tundra will use that diversion.
This is the thing, right? In Dota, sometimes even if you are losing some of your heroes, you're the one making moves. You're the ones that is forcing Falcons to go for those rotations. Thus, your towers are taking massive amounts of damage. So Tundra is still fine in terms of the structural damage that they're getting done here versus Falcons.
Yep. Increasing the amount of stacks here as well for Tundra inside their own triangle. Try to get their heroes activated as soon as possible. Gonna need that blade mail on that primal ASAP.
His blade mail, that is a starting item for him, the one that he definitely needs. He is quite close to it, but also Malrine has finished his defusal, so they're gonna go.
Hello, Duracio. Stunned, broken. Has 33 to jump to, slowed by the grenade. And there's more heroes coming in. Pango is nearby. Can he still find an angle? Meanwhile, Soxa intervenes and jumps on Crit. And they're gonna take down the Squirrel.
I thought they most definitely will have the damage for the PA, but Power Treads, full wand, just enough to survive, and he also had the safety bubble, also coming in handy there for Duracio.
Oh, he's gonna have such a good timing on this Battle Fury. Again, PA leading net worth. Tundra have been so good at activating this PA. Every time they've played this hero with Duracio on the lineup, they managed to get him into top 1, top 2 almost every time in the first 10 minutes.
And it's such a great PA game, right? You have the Fatal Bonds, that's awesome as well, but also Clockwork will be giving you vision. The other heroes are going to be going in, creating chaos. Kidder revealing the blink.
He's not doing any damage to the Primal Beast at the moment. Probably not even any onto 33 either. He's waiting for Malrine's like, you want to go down to the low ground? Hell no. But they will drop the Doom onto the Phoenix. BZM looking for an angle in, gets caught by the Bushwhack. And they drop the goal up by White. Mother hook shot, Soxa! He's got them all inside! Doesn't even drop the cogs, he's just body blocking Marine. Where you gonna go? Skitter gonna get hunted under the tower. Tundra finding 2 for 33. Marine injured, wounded, his pride damaged.
You lose 2 heroes, but if I'm Falcons, I have a sigh of relief there. It was 4 heroes caught by the hookshot stun, and imagine if he gets them all into the cogs and they all die. That was very close to these being a complete disaster.
The way you see the hookshot coming in between those heroes and connecting to the furthest one, if only they had a way to hold them all together.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And he did go for the blink on Skitter, right? But I just think that they're lacking damage right now, and they're already behind. Falcons, they need a lot of kills to happen for them. They're just going to be putting so much faith into this Bristleback.
At least he's still topping net worth here on the side of Falcons, but you are right, there could be a damage issue coming in very early if they don't get the Bristleback to survive.
Sure, but 2 break heroes, right? Both the Primal Beast and the PA, putting that much faith into a Bristleback, I don't know if that's the smartest choice from Falcons.
Meanwhile, Tundra scouting out in the triangle, hoping to find somebody with the scan, and now a Dire scan connects, and Namar's gonna get spotted. By the time he realizes he's already dead.
And even a bonus.
And Crit will be caught under the tier 2. BCM will find a follow-up. Tundra, again, building up that net worth lead with these early kills. 4K ahead, only 14 minutes into the game. Falcons trying to find a reply. There's a TP coming straight onto the tier 1 tower, and they're going to be fighting here. Duraccio going to be the one caught. That PA might have gone too early, but he's living for now, but he finally falls as Soxa doesn't want to be the target to jump to. The egg explodes. Now comes 33 and BZM. They're focusing onto Skitter, onto Snaking. Snaking at least gets the Icarus dive to safety. Marine trying to keep BZM busy. 33, no Doom. Pulverize up in 3. But BZM didn't have the chance to use it here.
Okay, that's the one, right? Duraccio plays. He went in first there. He thought he was going to be able to defend the tower on his own, and unfortunately does go down. But if he does one play like that in a game, that's fine, right? Tundra have played so many games, and even when he does it, they still win.
It's like, Duraccio, you're allowed 1 death this game. That's your 1 death. You have no second chance.
Well, he already died 2 times, so
yeah,
poor guy. You're allowed 1 death. That definitely shouldn't have happened. But Tundra, they just smelled blood, right? 2 heroes were dead. You're pushing our tower, but it was just awesome positioning coming out from Falcons. There's the axe on the Bristleback. Okay, we'll see if he's initially gonna go with it. Usually they wait at least for the shard, but you might feel that your team is pressured, especially with the Dragonite having this blink dagger, so you want to assist him.
Oh, again, nice catch there from BZM. But at the same time, nobody to help him out. The BZM will just back away. We'll reflect some of that damage back on Snaking. No Egg, no Rolling Thunder. They're coming off cooldown in a matter of a few seconds as we don't know what's going on right now, as we do have a fight dropping here. I'm not sure. To be honest, I think our monitors might have gone on sleep mode, so luckily we have a laptop to watch the game from, as they are just pushing all the way on the side here. Marine picking up a double off of Tundra.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Save me, Harry.
Yeah, I'm giving you my awesome observing skills here in the laptop, but overall.
Well, Tundra loses a couple heroes. Small loss of that net worth for Falcons, so definitely playing off of that Pango timing. Really, the Bristle timing, really important for them. See what Tundra can be pulling off here in the next few minutes.
Dire's middle
especially for this PA timing to still keep up, and of course the PA shard. Not sure if we have it up yet. And there we go. All right. So we're back in action here. We've got BZM quite deep in here, right in front of the tier 2 tower. Snaking's Egg destroyed, BZM falling though. And at the same time, Soxa is also out. Falcons finding multiple kills, getting 3 as Amar with the Ags also finds yet another pick.
Yeah, they got in with him. They know they need Amar to come over, and well, he is going to be coming in to take him out. Overall, Falcons are definitely back in this game. This is what they were waiting for. They were waiting for Amar to get into it. And with the shard, with an Aghanims, I mean, with an Aghs, you farm the shard really, really fast.
A pretty important picks there for Falcons, at least, to get that net worth now brought more together, to more closer between the two teams. And still having that bristle on top of net worth, just barely above that Battle Fury PA. Thank you so much, production, for fixing the monitors. Now we can see once again what's going on as we got Pango's Blink almost ready. So Maureen gonna make his ulti usage much easier. Skitter, they're gonna get the jump on top of the clockwork. Saksa, he will go out.
Their timings are there now on Falcons. Right now, if you're Tundra, you have to think about slowing the game down. You, of course, don't have your ultis, mainly the Golem. That doesn't matter all that much. Even when you have them, you'd rather just slow the game in any way possible. Use the Doom on a single target because you don't want this onslaught to continue.
Skitter just get the stun connecting on BZM, and here comes Amar slowing him down with the hairball.
He needs help.
He definitely needs some backup because Falcons are not giving up on this chase. BZM is dead. Meanwhile, fighting versus Crit down the bottom lane. Dyrachyo will find a kill for himself there. But losing the Primal Beast is definitely not a hero you want to give away if you're Tundra. But for Falcons, finding a trade like that, they're happy to give Crit's life anytime like that.
For sure. But overall, the PA is still farming, right? And he's gonna have his BKB delivered right now. He's queuing up an SNY, but I think a shard is the way that you want to go. Jump in, get rid of Amar, then the fights become very easy. And it's very easy to take him out. Just go on him, drop the Golem, drop everything you have. If you don't have this defensive hero on Falcons, it's gonna be tough for you.
Picking up an Aegis here on the side of Falcons. I feel like those couple engagements that they were able to get and finding these early kills for Falcons is gonna somehow maybe waver Tundra.
Well, it's definitely gonna give them a cue to slow things down, right? But it's Tundra, I think right now they would play the game the same, be there an Aegis on Falcons or no. And we have a pause here with the
quick microphone adjustment once again. Then, I mean, you look at this PA, how far you can scale, how much you can do with it, but the more I see this Bristleback, the more afraid I feel playing against it when we go towards late game.
It's just that, I mean, you have so many ways to break him. So in the late game, I think you should be fine.
Well, at least you hope to do so. Well, quick reminder about social medias here on the side of Fissure with !F into chat. And for people out here right now, take the time to follow us on Twitch, on Twitter, on Insta, on YouTube. There's a lot of great content out there.
I mean, but we are creating great content here as well as Falcons. They're going for a smoke. It wasn't spotted by any wards. They are gonna catch Tundra off guard.
Does look like they're camping on the left side of the map. There's not a lot of room to maneuver.
Crit again
and with that 20-minute crit found by Dyrachyo, do they just turn around? Oh, they're going to take the fight to the left as Crit will just get taken down by Dyrachyo, and they're right next to the Tormentor Whitemon. He'll soak up time. He'll buy some time. Can they still do something with that? 33 dooms, the Pangolier, but there's no Primal Beast. Primal Beast is not joining this fight. He's pushing the wave. 33 trying to TP out, not going to be successful. Tundra will find the egg at least from the back. Dyrachyo charging in, takes down Skitter. Amar, he'll have to force him away. He'll put his attention towards Saksa, the Clockwork. He'll get hammered down by the Bristleback. Maureen also caught by BZM in the end. Dyrachyo's battle with Amar has been taken for a while. And he canceled his TP, actually. BZM's just going to run him down now.
He's now going to be surrounded by 3 heroes and the Golem at that. Does he really think he can fight this?
This is really optimistic from him if he thinks he can pull it off.
He won't move.
Can he deny himself to the Tormentor? Is that the play? No, he cannot. Tundra will get it.
The play is to TP back to the base. He had it. He was facing the PA. Maybe he could have jumped for him, but he was definitely out.
Yeah, you can sit and ponder and wonder. But I don't know if the plan was to stick. I mean, he lost his Aegis there, right? Would have been nice to hold on to it for a little bit longer.
3 more minutes.
Get people back alive and make a play around the map. But if your plan was to deny on the Tormentor or maybe hope to kill them, well, it didn't work out.
what kind of teammate would he be if he just ran away when all of his teammates went down? But they're going in again.
No, that could probably also be the reason. BZM does catch the Pango in with his BKB. He interrupts the Pango ulti. Marine cannot quite get out of this one. He's in a pickle. He's going to need some help, but Duraccio hits the backline, takes down the Phoenix, and now onto Marine as well. He's going to get a double
They're
for
not
himself.
done with the chase.
And they're not done yet. They're going to go straight after Skitter. The DK.
He cannot blink.
Away, trying to run out. Crits down to 33. Skitter to fall as well. The Falcons will lose 4.
They had it. They had the lead. They were going in aggressively, but they went too far. That is just what happened. And Duraccio, I have to really point out him finding that hoodwink over and over again. It just takes away that potential for Falcons to finish off the first hero. It takes too long, and the response from Tundra is always there.
Saksa, the home crowd hero, hoping to lead Tundra to a 2-0 victory and take them to the grand finals. Getting a couple good fights like that are definitely good indicators towards that direction. But what stands in their way? A team like Falcons, they need, again, one or two mistakes, pretty much cost them that previous game. They need to get their composure back.
Yeah, they need the composure, right? Crit cannot be found. You need this hoodwink to finish people off. Why did you pick it? Why does he play this hero so much? Because it allows you to finish off the initial jump hero easily and fast. And this DK blink just doesn't work without the hoodwink.
There's still a ton of items that Amar can pick up this game. Most importantly, the Bloodstone. Despite the Doom, Saksa gets the jump in. The Doom comes out. Skitter getting focused by Duraccio. The DK's got nothing. He's got nothing. And Marine able to isolate himself from the rest, but Crit's dead again. Egg explodes. Marine, he will go down to BZM. And Snake King's the next one to drop.
It just looks easy at this point.
Tundra all over.
Saksa all over. Man, his hook shots, the way that he separated that fight, DK blinking in, and he's suddenly thinking, why is nobody coming to help him? Because there's nobody that can go through those cogs.
Oh, Duraccio, he spotted the Bristleback momentarily. The Rocket Flare is going to be flying in too, but he's not going to go that deep on a 1v1. Even though he probably feels like he could do that, lets this one go for now.
He had that one play of his in the game. He can't go for any more.
Yeah, he's been disallowed. Do not do that again. But for Tundra, it's a 16k lead. And it feels like it came out of nowhere because it's only been a few minutes when the game was still tied.
It's just these lineups, right? You have a Warlock and then you're killing one hero. Suddenly everybody's getting low and they're really good at chasing. Doom is fast, has the drums. You've got the Primal Beast and then of course the PA, right? Every single time there's a dagger flying out giving vision and that hero is just gone. So Falcons, I think when they lose the initial hero in a fight, it's very hard for them to get out. So 2 team wipes and suddenly it's almost a 20,000 gold lead.
And the supports on Tundra feeling very rich right now. Skitter, he's stuck inside the washing machine, gets sent straight back to Duraccio. And Saksa helping him out for the kill. And this opens up the top lane potentially towards that tier 2, but they're also setting up for a next one, indeed, just on the edge of that sentry. But I thought they caught him, but it found Crit on the other side, and there's the hoodwink down too. They were setting up for the Phoenix kill, and they're like, wait a minute, there's another one.
And those are the playmakers of Falcons. Now Tundra can just go forward.
All right, let's see what they can pull off for Falcons now. Quite the deficit to try and catch.
Snake King has been found. Okay, nice usage of the Sunray to get himself away.
Well, they've got themselves back up on the side of Falcons again. The hoodwink respawning. Gonna get themselves on the map there. Duraccio trading some hits.
It's not really gonna give you much, but overall at this point, when you look at Falcons, it's very hard for them to play, because what their lineup does is that they find the initial kill, and then they chase forward, not the other way around, but they're way too weak still. You cannot just wait in your base.
Oh, they at least got themselves a jump. They got the Phoenix out. Again, Amar doing some big damage with the help of Marine, but is it going to be enough? After they've taken one, Snake King buying back. They know that this is a pretty drastic fight for Falcons. They can't lose all of them. Crit's trying to crawl away. No, can't do. Skitter out, Crit dead. Doom comes out onto Amar, and Tundra finding success. And GG, it's over. Tundra to the grand finals.
I mean, once again, last time they were here in Belgrade, they were in the grand finals, but now, in the first FISSURE Playground, they're gonna be trying to get that FISSURE trophy. These guys, in game one, maybe it was, as their coach said, it was an unexpected victory, but this one, they crushed it through and through.
All according to Keikaku, right? As Tundra making game two look a little bit more easier compared to the first one. That one was a difficult victory. This one felt like smooth sailing from Tundra.
But you know, it's also like one moment, or at least seemingly one moment, that changes everything, right? One big mistake coming out from the Falcon side with them overextending, overplaying their cards, and that is again what happened here. They went for a fight that they just couldn't win, and every single time Dyrachyo finds somebody in the backlines.
Yeah, the crowd at least is hyped for Tundra's performances here. Into the grand finals they go. They knock out Falcons into the lower bracket finals. They will have a second opportunity tomorrow to still hope for a rematch versus Tundra. We still have to find out who they're going to be playing up against, but they thought they had this series in the bag. However, we're going to be jumping on the stage. We've got Jenkins and we've got Dyrachyo.
Здорово.
Здорово.
Как дела?
Отлично.
Хорошо, хорошо. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm happy that we won. Yeah, it's pretty nice to all them. They're playing pretty aggressive. I mean, 5-style Dota, and they are not doing any mistakes usually. But this series they did some, and we won.
Game one? Did you expect to win that one? How do you feel about that one?
I mean, I was confused. My teammates, they have 3 against 5, and then I realized, then Monkey fuck up, buy back, and die again, and then we said, like, we can only go through now. We don't have any other choice, and we just did it. I was really hyped. Like, he died. He did a mistake that I remember I do once. As Alchemist, you just bind back, tipping in without even thinking, and you're losing the game. So I'm happy that we won this game.
After a game like that, do you look back and think, oh, there's some things we should have done better? Or you're just like, nah, screw it, we won. Like, that's all that matters.
I think we talk about some things, and at the end we just said we won, whatever, go next game.
I feel like PA is the perfect hero for you. Do you agree?
I think so, yeah. He has jump, he has slow, he can kill solo, he can escape. This hero is pretty good for me. I like this.
What did you think when you were about to go on Amar? You threw the dagger and he canceled the TP.
I was actually not planning to go there, because I think if I go there, I'll die. And I'm surprised he canceled TP. I didn't expect it. Like, he was thinking maybe that I jump and try to kill him, but I don't want to do this. I know I'm going to die.
When you play PA, do you ever have, like, traumatic memories of the time that you threw the daggers and then it hit the Tormentor and you died in one hit?
Not really, not really. I don't care about it anymore, no.
Do you promise me that's why that you don't go for the other facet? It's not because you're afraid of it?
I think so, yeah. I cannot die like this, because I'm not going to get crit on Tormentor randomly. So, yeah.
I told you about the Conda Rapier build. Why haven't you tried this yet?
You know, because you told me this, I almost get baited, and I almost talked to wrong facet in the game, like in the official game. Yeah. And I check, oh no, I don't need this one, and I change it. Lucky that I saw it.
It is way more fun though.
Maybe, but in poops, not in officials.
In this game, I would say you played very well. But who would you say on your team is the MVP?
BZM and Saxa, one of them.
Okay, thank you very much, Big D. We'll see you in the grand finals. And back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Jenkins and Dyrachyo. And indeed, Dyrachyo got, he won the crowd, but this team has won the crowd. Oh.
Yeah, they've definitely been playing so well that they deserve to be the favorites. Obviously, Saxa being here and playing is going to be a big part of it, and him playing like that on the clockwork as well. Yeah, definitely BZM and Saxa are the ones who are creating all of the opportunities for everybody else on the team.
Tundra looking solid, earning that grand final spot for themselves, and we need to find an opponent for this team, and of course for Falcons too, because you know, one more series after, we'll get to talk about that later. However, for Falcons' fate, it's going to be an East European team they're going to be playing against, and they just got knocked out by the Europeans. How do you think Falcons is going to be facing tomorrow?
Well, Falcons, they made some uncharacteristic mistakes. I feel like you cannot have 2 bad days in a row, especially with a team this strong. So whoever is going to be facing them tomorrow in the lower bracket finals is going to have one hell of a job. And if they make it to the grand finals, Tundra, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be this easy.
Daracha was also mentioning their BZM's efforts in the team. I just have to commend like how well these supports are playing. Whitemon's hero, his understanding of what the Warlock needs to get done, him having the highest amount of experience at one stage of the game, Soxa playing throughout the map, and just having his impact. But you gotta give the MVP to Daracha on this one.
I mean, as definitely, especially as a great teammate, when he's out there after a 14-2 performance and he is highlighting his teammates, right? People think these carry players, they're selfish, they're just going to be talking about themselves. No, he understands just how much space was given to him so that he can have this good of a performance.
Absolutely. Everybody weighed in with their efforts on that game number 2. So a 2-0 ending with Tundra taking their spot in the grand finals. But we still got one more series coming up, ladies and gents, here on Saturday, our second day of the main venue here at Belgrade, Serbia at the Sava Center. It's going to be PARIVISION versus Team Spirit, but that's going to be after the break. So stay tuned for more Dota action.
Under attack. Dire's middle tower has been denied.
me to the ground. If I didn't have you, I would float away. I would fall into the same old pattern that I've worn so well. On my darkest day, someone told me it was easy, but I've seen to find it hard. I'm an audience to grievance, 'cause I've struggled with my heart. But you changed the shape of love when I wasn't vain of love. But like a stream, you tie me down. You know my foundation in this tired town. Just like a stream, you tie me down. You're my foundation in this tired town. I'm a beat in your algorithm. You're my ism. Now I've something to lose. Oh. Even if the neighbors listen, let them listen. Oh. This is more than spiritual. Someone told me it was easy, but I've seemed to find it hard. I'm an audience to grievance, 'cause I've struggled with my heart. But you changed the shape of love, and I wasn't vain of love. But like a stream, you tie me down. set in stone in a concrete wall with a heart of gold. It's a bad girl's life and long, long road. I'm gonna reach to some sky. I'm all ready to die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me in my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not right or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me in my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not right or die. hold me to the ground. If I didn't have you, I would float away. I would fall into the same old pattern that I've worn so well. On my darkest day, someone told me it was easy, but I've seen to find it hard. I'm an audience to grievance, 'cause I've struggled with my heart. But you changed the shape of love when I wasn't vain of love. But like a stream, you tie me down. You know my foundation in this tiny town. Just like a stream, you tie me down. You know my foundation in this tiny town. I'm a beat in your algorithm. You're my ism. Now I've something to lose. Even if the neighbors listen, let them listen. Oh, this is more than spiritual. Someone told me it was easy, but I've seemed to find it hard. I'm an audience to grievance, 'cause I've struggled with my heart. But you changed the shape of love, and I wasn't vain of love. But like a stream, you tie me down. You know my foundation in this tiny town. Just like a stream, you tie me down. You know my foundation in this tiny town. stars in the sky. I'm on ride or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me in my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not ride or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me in my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not ride or die. Put my ego in the driver's seat and slip my two-way personality. I take one step forward and backwards three. It's a bad girl's life and a lonely street. I'm gonna let it shine. With the stars in the sky, I'm on ride or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me in my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not ride or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me in my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not ride or die. I'll ride or die. I'll ride or die. I'll ride or die. I'll ride or die.
Всем привет! Это одна из важнейших вещей, и сегодня мы узнаем, насколько коммуникация настроена у команды PARIVISION. Друзья, привет!
Здорово.
Один неверный кол может выбить любую команду из колеи, выбить ее в том числе и из турнира. Ну и будем смотреть, насколько вы друг друга хорошо понимаете. Правила игры быстро объясню. У каждого будет название локации, кроме одного человека. Он будет шпионом. Задача каждого игрока — выяснить, кто шпион. Задача шпиона — догадаться, что за локация. По очереди будем справа налево друг друга спрашивать наводящие вопросы для того, чтобы распознать, кто есть кто, но стараться не навести шпиона на название локации. Все поняли?
Да.
Окей. Закрываем глазки. Так, Дукалис, начинаем с тебя. Отлично.
Окей.
Нуан. Закрыл глаза. Дэм. Закрыл глаза. Nine Class. Отлично. И Сатаник. Открываем глаза. Начинаем слева направо.
Окей.
Поехали.
Пошел бы ты в это место, Вова, с родителями?
Ну, пришлось бы.
Окей.
Диман, сколько времени ты там пробыл? Вообще, был ли ты там?
Да.
Окей, следующий.
Причем неоднократно.
Эдгар очень задумчивый. Прям. Шарите?
Был ли Алан в этом месте?
Нет.
Окей.
Он просто наугад мог сказать нет.
Ты мне заруинил вопрос своим Аланом.
Как?
Эдгар, ты задаешь вопрос?
Нет, я думаю. Пойдешь ли ты туда летом? Я не шарю. Ну, вообще, по идее, нет.
Давай, Сатаник, замыкай круг. Что-нибудь.
Можем пропустить Алана, чтобы он сейчас не заруинил?
Да, пропустите меня, я не знаю, что задать.
Я бы хотел директивно задать вопрос, можно?
Да, давай, чего бы нет.
Тебе понравилось это место, Дук?
Нет.
Так, окей, есть какие-то догадки у вас?
Смотрите.
Ну,
у меня
я
есть
думаю,
тоже.
Эдгар.
Я тоже думаю, Эдгар, потому что он сказал...
Эдгар, но он хорошо
сразу
отвечал.
нет, гонит.
Смотрите, он сказал про Алана типа нет, а потом сказал, а хотя ни в какой вселенной Алан не мог бы быть в этом месте.
Я могу отбелиться. Я сказал, а хотя, потому что я не должен помогать ему отвечать, потому что меня потом вопрос задавают. Ну, я хотел такой же вопрос задать, как и Дука. Это Алан.
Не,
Это
Алан. Алан ответил сразу же правильно.
Во-первых, вы мне можете задать вопрос.
Я могу задать вопрос.
Ну давай.
Ты чувствуешь себя в этом месте комфортно?
Вполне.
Вполне?
Да. Ты не знаешь мою историю, ты не знаешь мой лор. Я следил с Эдгаром. Он даже не знает мой лор.
Да.
Эдгар.
Я согласен.
Он плохой вопрос задал сейчас.
Только только что обосрался.
Дука.
Нет, я думаю, что это Эдгар. Нет, это Дука.
Дукалис.
Калис.
Я же могу попробовать отгадать место. Это дом.
Хорош.
Нет.
Ну, почти. Для многих он как дом.
Это дом, да. Но не для Алана.
Намного больше узнали о вас. Игра должна выяснить, насколько вы друг друга хорошо понимаете. Но мы точно выяснили, что у вас отлично налажена коммуникация, и вы очень живо общаетесь, что очень важно в команде. Спасибо, друзья. Огромной удачи вам на турнире.
Спасибо.
Побольше силы и энергии. И покажите нам лучшую доту, которую можете.
Спасибо. Всем пока.
Спасибо.
С вами были
Чао-чао.
PARIVISION.
Хвала.
Смотрите FISSURE Playground.
But like a stream, you tie me down.
We got our final series for the night here in Belgrade, Serbia. We're back to our eliminations. One team going home, the other one joining the top three. And I want to know who exactly you guys think it's going to be. Anyone here think it's going to be Spirit making it through?
Wow. 80% of people are out doing the attraction, so that was a good cheer. I almost fear for PARIVISION. What about PARIVISION? Oh, not bad. Okay, all right.
It is a close race between these two, and it was the same last time we saw them face up against each other. 3 games in their best of 3. Will it go the distance? Either way, we don't want to hesitate any longer. Let's start bringing out our teams.
Satanic is trying to prove that he is Sasuke and that Yatoro is Itachi, and we all know how that one ends. Welcome to the stage, Team PARIVISION!
Taking the stage again, PARIVISION gonna go sit down in their booth, do some last-minute preparations for themselves. When they faced off last time, we got to talk to them. You know, DM, he said, yeah, we want to avenge Satanic. We want to prove that he is the better carry all along. They have a chance at redemption. It's elimination on the line. Let's see if they're able to do it. Let's maybe bring out their opponent.
Yatoro, on the other hand, thinks that anime is bullshit, and he's trying to give his son a cold taste of reality. Welcome to the stage, Team Spirit!
Team Spirit there. We've already seen them on the stage once today. It's been a long day for them. We'll see just how much exhaustion they're going to face in this best of three.
I gotta ask you, Toro, is that a Philosopher's Stone? Yatoro, Philosopher's Stone? He's not paying attention.
Oh, no, he's coming out.
Oh, he's coming
out.
No, I was asking if that's a Philosopher's Stone on your necklace. Full Metal Alchemist, that's an anime thing. All right, he doesn't think anime is bullshit. But you know who does think anime is bullshit? Our casters. B-Cop, Lacoste, and Resolution.
Thank you very much, Jenkins and Nat. I actually love anime. Rezo and Lacoste, I don't know about yourselves, but we're coming into the lower bracket semifinal here. PARIVISION against Team Spirit in a contest that is gonna feel like the best thing we've ever seen. I feel like these two teams are quite close. The history's there, and it feels like yesterday when we had the CIS Derby matchup, right, Rezo?
Yeah, it's gonna be even better today. Do you know what was the heart on the Yatoro's chest? No? Do you know?
No, I didn't recognize it.
It's the heart from the Berserk, the anime Berserk. It's the cursed heart that gives powers, so Yatoro is even better in this with this talisman now.
Yeah, I don't know if he needs it. I feel like Yatoro right now, we're getting very close to TI, peak Yatoro that we're talking about, but it's going to be very interesting, you know, whether this is going to be Agent on one side, because he's still in a contract with Team Spirit. Jokes aside, but it's going to be very interesting because these two carry players, they have the highest average number of CS, and they are just farming the map, and they're also become super active, so it's going to be very interesting. And I want to see Game 3, that's for sure.
Yeah, I definitely want to see 3 games, and if you want to see 3 games, you got to follow the channel. That's !F in the chat. Follow us on all social medias to get all the behind-the-scenes actions here on the FISSURE Playground, but most importantly, it's the way to access watching these games, and I'm excited. Like you said, 3 games, that's what we want. I mean, we've been denied 3 games a couple times today, and it feels like this is the series that's going to live up to it, right, Rezo?
Yeah, man, as long as Satanic just gonna, like, you know, improve in that sense that he's playing against an idol and he needs to make sure, you know, he performs well. And because I know that feeling. I was playing against Dandy in my times as well when I was like, oh my god, this guy, I'm watching every replay of Dandy, like, and he's adding me, after the game, he's adding me to his friend list. I'm like, what? This is the best feeling in the world. And I'm sure it's like this for Satanic as well. But here, today, right now, you gotta, you know, show who is the better one, who's the young blood here.
Yeah, definitely going to see who's the best of the best coming out of this series. And it is going to be game 1. We're going to get into the draft. It's PARIVISION against Team Spirit. Let's get into it.
PARIVISION versus Team Spirit. Game 1.
Game number 1 here, and the drafts are live. We saw this, 2-3 days ago already? They went to 3 games the last time. PARIVISION were the ones who ended up winning that series. Losing that series, sorry. But you've got Team Spirit here, now in the lower bracket, joining PARIVISION, who've gone undefeated since being knocked down to the lower bracket. Obviously, just 4 games. It's a small sample size, but it's momentum for sure, right, Lacoste?
Yeah, definitely. I was wondering coming into this series whether Terrorblade's going to be... I don't think we're going to be seeing Terrorblade, knowing that both of the carry players, they love to play it. One of the few ones that are still willing to run it from the carry role. But also, very interesting, I was checking what the Collapse has been up to in the last week, and he played 25 matches on Terrorblade, has whooping 76% win rate. So not really surprised. When you think about Collapse, definitely not a hero that comes to your mind, but he also felt like he needed to improve some of his heroes and bring in new heroes to the table.
Yeah, Collapse is definitely trying to improve his hero pool and get it wider, and he's trying to add some new things, like Lycan, for example, like Enigma, like Terrorblade, to be able to play like a different playstyle that he used to.
See that pick of the Batrider, and you see Astini on the big screen rubbing his hands together, already happy about what he's got in that first pick. We've seen Batrider a bunch throughout this event. It feels like one of the most aggressive heroes in the support role that really gets a lot done.
One of the stronger laners coming out from position 4, gives you that initiation, gives you that early aggression, stacking. We've seen Boxy most of the time being on the top of the stacking numbers, become very active, very good at rune control as well, because you can bounce the enemy hero from picking it up. And Team Spirit, this hero has been banned most of the time when teams are playing against him, but yeah, we're gonna be in here for a real treat.
Yeah, I think Nyx is one of the heroes they should consider as well in the Team Spirit. Could be nice against Batrider. Just overall a very nice hero. 9 class is really confident on that. He used to play a lot of pops on it.
See 9 class be on his signature clockwork this event quite a bit, and he really has been making quite a number of plays with it, but it feels like that is the go-to when it's time to pick a support. We saw earlier Saxa was playing it. He had a couple amazing hook shots that really open up the team fight. 9 class is one of those guys that just stays in your face in the laning phase and really doesn't let you breathe. It's a bit troublesome, and I'm surprised they let it through so far.
Yeah, they can still play Batrider from position 5, but I think this is going to be for Batrider because they want to have something different for 9 class, especially if it's going to be paired up with, if we're talking about his Phoenix from the offlane, which has been undefeated. They did pair up with the Clockwork multiple times. Their Morph plus Clock is also undefeated. Same goes for the Sniper. They also utilize it, play it from 2 different roles. I'm maybe looking more for potentially Phoenix that could come out. That's just going to give them that extra bit of a team fight inside of PARIVISION. But we've also seen Ducalis. If he's going to be playing Glitch, I just want to see slightly more team fight that comes out from position 5. Maybe even offlane from that Phoenix. But it does feel like they've been shining when they have a lot more team fight than the other team.
Yeah, they can still put Clockwork on position 5 for
they could,
Alice, yeah. And the Leech is banned by themselves. But I think they're looking for something like Satanic Flark, Satanic Morphling against this Magnus. But Magnus for Team Spirit, I think it's flexed for 3 roles, honestly. I mean, it's most likely gonna be Collapse hero, since he's like, you know, showing some insane performance all the time with it. Like, he's super stable Magnus, but at the same time, I'm sure like Yatoro can play it. I'm sure Lara can play it still.
One hero that is not banned and is banned in most of the games is Alchemist. This is the hero that gives you the timing, gives you super strong lane. Alchemist win rate in the tournament isn't that great. He's been contested in, I believe, 97% of the games. The hero just gives you pretty much everything, gives you that earlier timing that a lot of other carry heroes don't have at the moment. So might be interesting to see if both teams are willing to pick it up slightly later.
Yeah. The first series they played each other, they played that Alchemist once for PARIVISION. It didn't win. Like you said, it's got that low win rate, but there are a couple of standout heroes when it comes to heroes we haven't seen much of. There was the Leshrac for PARIVISION. Dark Willow is something we haven't seen a lot of, and Spirit even go to the Winter Wyvern when it comes to supports.
Yeah, Alchemist lost both times when these teams were facing each other and before. So Spirit also picked it and lost with it. So I'm not sure how they feel about it in this series.
Ban out that
they might just like completely, you know, ignore it for the whole duration of the draft.
Kind of go in the way similar to Zeus and the Earth Spirit. They've lost enough. We don't need to ban it. We don't need to prioritize it as much anymore. And it's interesting considering that was a hero that had a 97% contest rate for the longest time in this event.
Yeah. I mean, unless there's a really good game for it and it's like pick last, something like that, I don't expect it to appear that much.
Is that something that happens with more heroes than just, say, like an Alchemist? That you start to see it kind of drift from its thought process of being a first pick, that now you've got to try and find a situation where it's a last pick kind of hero?
Yeah, it's like people usually tend to say, like, you know, it's imbalanced, and then they see it appear, and then you lose with it. You lose with it once, twice, and then it's like, maybe it's not that imba, you know? And then people just try to, like, figure out the counter picks to it. But PA, on the other hand, this hero is appearing, and it keeps winning.
It keeps feeling imba.
That's why it's appearing more and more.
We've already seen a PA go off earlier today, and this hero seems to get to 20 minutes and then dominates the game, even if the team is behind about 6,000-7,000 net worth.
Wow.
They wanted to have a strong lane. They also did watch the previous series, and Warlock, it's also one of the old school games. It's not Warlock Spectre old, but it is also something that they probably wanted to steal away from Team Spirit when it comes down to at least Phantom Assassin, not give Phantom Assassin free Battle Fury from the Magnus as well, which would give her slightly earlier timing and a lot more damage in the mid and late game team fights.
I love to see that flexibility from the teams, because PARIVISION, they didn't pick Warlock before, but they saw its strength from the Tundra lineups, and they kind of like tend to pick it up themselves. I think Poppy was the guy who's like usually stealing strategies from other teams, and he was like very, very straightforward about it. He was saying in interviews that, you know, if you see something good, you just take it.
Maybe he's taken some inspiration, Astini, from Puppy, just taking some good working opportunities. And in the hands of Satanic, it feels like Phantom Assassin might even get up to a quicker start, right? Like we've said, he's one of the best, if not the best farmer in the tournament so far, right, Lukas?
Yeah, he's been popping off pretty much in every single game that we watch him. There was a whole series where he didn't die at all, always has this like low amount of deaths, really pushing the limits of the hero. And now when he's going to be paired up with Warlock, that's going to give him extra survivability and also extra kill threat in the lane. Because Phantom Assassin, when she's paired up with somebody that can get the kill, we see her winning the lanes, grabbing the kills, then going back to the jungle like 7-8 minutes into the game. And I think this is a great pick because they have a bit of a flexibility right now with the Primal Beast, and looking at the options that can stop Primal Beast from getting in, there aren't many. So if they decide to play this Primal Beast from the off lane, it's still going to be pretty good against Phantom Assassin and Warlock. You could actually feed. And now they're going to be looking for a position 4 hero that's going to be paired up with one of these two. I'm fine with either Lion or maybe Muerta as well, because a lot of these position 4 also, you kind of need a range hero, I would say, paired up with these two.
I agree. It's an amazing pick on the Primal Beast because you built naturally Blade Mail, and PA doesn't like that. You already don't really have stuns in the PARIVISION lineup. It's just like one Lasso and one Golem. And the lane is going to be super free for Collapse as well. So it's pretty good. But at the same time, I like the PARIVISION support duo that, you know, you kind of like, you lasso one guy and the others teammates that are trying to help him.
And then drop the rock.
You just drop the rock there, yeah. So it's a good combination of supports.
But I also like the duo supports from Team Spirit because you have double save. We've seen the Cluster Clock being very, very good because you have a Dispel mechanic against Warlock. You want to have that against Phantom Assassin as well. You also have Break mechanic with Shadow Shaman on level 15 talent. That's the kind of timing that you like. Sometimes he does struggle with the XP, but eventually if you get to it, and it's also great against the Bat Rider in the lane if you're going to be playing against Bat.
Yeah. One thing that's pretty good on the Primal Beast as well is the Aghanims build up for against PA, right? So you just remove the passives from it. That's DM Enigma. This is really strong hero for PARIVISION.
Definitely feels like a must ban is Gyro at this point, right? If you're going to be picking up the Enigma.
Yeah, you got to.
I think 2 must-have bans right here is Gyrocopter and Bloodseeker. I think Bloodseeker needs to be removed 100% here. It's really good against PA. With the Rupture, you cannot move. It kills the Eidolons.
They ban the Alchemist. So that's going to leave one or the other open if Team Spirit decide not to ban either.
Yeah.
There's no reason for them to ban the Gyro or the Bloodseeker with the PA already in the mix, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure like how much Yatora rates Gyrocopter. I haven't seen him play that hero that much at all. But I'm pretty sure he'd love to play Bloodseeker in this game.
What are you thinking maybe mid here for PARIVISION?
Team Spirit's turn
Especially if you're leaving the Bloodseeker open. I don't know if you could go to, say, the Pango.
I mean, there's still Sniper, but when you're playing against Mag and Primal Beast, it's already not that great of a sniper game. But, you know, no one, this guy, he just loves his sniper.
Yeah.
He can play against anything, and he showed that, you know, in last match, that was like a terrible sniper game, but they still managed to win it somehow.
We've seen the Primal go up against the sniper. It was Nisha who was having to really avoid Primal going into his face.
You know what's it gonna be? Invoker. I feel like, because we've seen it yesterday, that teams do prioritize this pick. It's just that it's not working out. Overall, in terms of matchup, you have a Dispel mechanic against all of these heroes, which would be pretty nice, and you also don't allow either Primal Beast or Magnus to play that aggressively on you, so it might be a pick that they're gonna be looking into.
10 seconds.
And what about Puck? Could also be an option.
Could be.
5 seconds remaining.
The only real lockdown they have is Shaman, which is something that Puck doesn't like to play into. You're not going to be playing as aggressively. You do have backup of all of the other heroes. That team fight, it's going to be pretty overwhelming on Parivision, Warlock, Enigma. I don't think it's been a couple of years since I've seen this combo in professional Dota.
So they ban the Bristle. They don't ban Gyro or Bloodseeker. Feels like there's certainly options there for Spirit.
I think DM was the one. Maybe they had an interview, but it's stuck in my head where he talked about that he doesn't care too much about that gyrocopter, so but he's playing Enigma, so might be just a pick open, and they're like, you know what, we're still gonna go with Gyro, but they already know the matchup.
They picked the Earth Spirit, and this is a hero that has a 7.7% win rate at the tournament.
7.7?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not high.
It's not statistically
It's as close
good
to
pick
zero
here.
as I've ever seen without it being zero with so many matches under its belt.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
I'm not a big fan of this hero either right now. I'd much rather have some Puck here.
I
For
mean,
no
the
one.
team stopped playing this hero because they kept seeing it lose, and I'm surprised. We talked about how Zeus didn't really take priority or anything like that, but they ended up going to the Storm Spirit to finish it off for Spirit.
That's quite interesting that they chose to put a mag position 1. I still think the Gyrocopter and Bloodseeker were amazing options for them.
I really don't believe in this Earth Spirit. I feel like they wanted to have something that can drop the backlines, make Shadow Shaman's and Pugna's life miserable in the fights, because you have a guy who runs in, Satanic's going to be the second jump, you also have Batrider to maybe try to snatch somebody, and you also have two very good counter-initiating abilities with the Black Hole and Golem. But I do prefer what Team Spirit drafted for themselves. I'm a big fan of this Pugna and Shadow Shaman duo, because it does feel like these two heroes complement each other nicely.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this Earth Spirit and the low win rate, but we do have an interview with Astini and Nat. We're going to send it over to the stage and see what he has to say.
I got Coach Astini standing next to me here. Do you feel like maybe you committed one of the cardinal sins of Dota by letting Spirit get Magnus?
Not really, especially because they made the mistake of flexing the hero that they don't really flex. So I think it's totally fine.
Then you go for the PA, Warlock. Obviously, we just saw Tundra pick it up. Is that a little bit of inspiration, or have you guys got it in the back pocket for the last couple of weeks?
We are thinking PA is a good blind, is a hero that's super hard to counter. We think they had this Primal against PA, but again, if they go for Primal, they start flexing heroes that they don't want to flex.
All right, I like it. And then in the Warlock specifically as well, was that just, because I thought it was a Tundra specialty.
This one I learned with Fishman. I just tell Duka, play like Fishman, and then I know it's going to be fine.
Well, you said you blind picked the PA. You also, unfortunately, had to blind pick your mid there. So you went for the Earth Spirit. What makes him something that you're comfortable to blind pick like that?
Vova, no one, he's unbeatable with the hero. I don't care about the stats. If you guys love stats so much, you should Google his stats with Earth Spirit. It has nothing to do with the other ones playing. So people think they know how to play the hero, and then they make the stats really bad, which is good for us, because then we can pick such a good hero.
No one's looking at their eyes towards it. And a lot of people might be seeing you guys as the underdog, but I wanna hear you kind of hype up the PARIVISION fans out there. Give them some confidence. Maybe something you'd normally tell the team before you jump into a game.
I don't know.
Not that sort of coach?
It's just, I think we're gonna make it, but don't wanna jinx it. But I trust the boys. I trust them a lot.
All right, that's all you need to do. Trust in the boys there. Astini, thank you so much for the insight. That's all right, guys. Cheer on as we do head into game number 1 of our last best of 3.
The stats are being told that they may lie. I'm very interested to see if the stats do lie. I know Nahaz is a big fan of the stats, but 7.7%, he says he's happy that the percent is so low and that people are doubting this hero because it makes it available for them and no one to play, and I'm interested to see how it's going to work out for him.
Dude, stats never lie. It's facts. How can they lie? Actually, it's maybe they know something that we don't about, like, you know, how Warlock is a really good pair with the Earth Spirit.
It is. I mean, this is one of the old school combos as well with the Magnetize and the Fatal Bonds. If they are not going to be building it into pipe, maybe Collapse needs to start thinking about getting it because there's going to be so much magic damage spread between these two heroes. And add maybe Batrider on top of that, Enigma as well. So might be looking into the early pipe from the Primal Beast.
Do you believe in Astini's words, Lacoste? Stats lie?
I had the chance to work with Astini, and this guy, he thinks differently about Dota. He's like super smart. He has a lot of different ideas. Sometimes you meet a guy, you know, that is super like intelligent about Dota. He believes in his own ideas, and you're like, you know what? Maybe I was wrong this whole time. Astini is that type of a guy.
All right, well, now you've got the Earth Spirit up against you if you're the side of Spirit. What are you looking at in terms of that matchup now going with the Storm Spirit themselves? Because they had options. There was definitely the Gyro, we talked about the Bloodseeker, but they end up picking that mid and flexing that Magnus into the 1 position. What's your thought on that?
Storm Spirit is going to win this matchup. It's just that it's going to be good throughout the game. Like, they wanted to have something more aggressive. As already mentioned, you have extra bit of a control because their like instant lockdown is really not going to be there until Batrider gets Blink Lasso Initiation. So they wanted to have something cheap, something on the lower cooldown, something that can control Storm Spirit and also control the backlines.
Yeah, I think they're gonna have really big storm problems in this game because they have only one silence from Earth Spirit to stop it, and their supports are gonna like suffer to play against it. Because one Witch Blade and he jumps either one, they're just dead, straight up.
So what's the game plan if they're just going to be dead? How do you go about deterring that?
I mean, you just gotta protect your supports with some pipe on Enigma, you buy Glimmer Capes, you just make sure every time Storm jumps you turn on him, like with a PA, something like that.
Is it a hard Enigma game to try and land the big black hole? Is that really not what you're going for? Are you just trying to be that utility offlaner, like you said, with the pipe?
No, I think it's, I mean, he's gonna go for the drums pipe build, I'm sure, but I think after that you can just transition to the Blink Black Hole, and I think nobody can, you know, cancel it in the Black Hole. Unless Primal Beast goes something like either lands and tries to...
yeah, grab you from behind.
Grab it from behind, yeah, but it's pretty hard.
And the PA got picked up, and if you're looking at timings where you want Blink on the Enigma around 25 minutes or so, you're thinking about PA, who we've seen a couple times get activated at about 20 minutes into the game, and we've talked about how good Satanic farms with any hero. I'm a little worried about the timings for Spirit, but how do you move about knowing that these timings are coming?
Yeah, I mean, the Pugna like used to be pretty good against, you know, physical damage cores, but against PA you just don't have time sometimes to even like decryptify.
Do anything, yeah.
Yes. I mean, it's, in terms of farming potential, Magnus and PA are kind of like the same. Maybe Magnus has even a slight advantage because his Embar comes earlier than the PA Battle Fury. But I guess PA like stronger in terms of like damage output.
What's the difference in build here from maybe your off-lane Magnus to a safe-lane Magnus, Lacoste?
Oh, you want to get some scaling damage, you want to get that Echo Saber, but you also still want to be able to pick up a Blink Dagger to be the initiator, and then if you want to go for... I think it's going to be a good SNY overall game, because it's the best item right now. There's so much slow, and you also need that extra bit of a status assistance, makes you super tanky, and then you can start thinking about maybe upgrading that to Harpoon.
Yeah.
Because you're not getting a BKB in this game. You're playing against Phantom Assassin, Lasso, Black Hole, and also Warlock Golem, so definitely not a good BKB game to start with.
I think Orc and Pickup will be good for the Magnus as well in this game. Could be.
So let's get into it. Game number 1 is underway. We'll see who takes game number 1, PARIVISION or Team Spirit. It's the lower bracket semifinals, and this is a game to watch and one to be excited about as we see some big ults in the matchup. We've got RP, we've got Black Hole. Magnetize feels like a big one as well. Will there be enough space for PA to kind of run around the map and execute some of these heroes?
Yeah, if they can drag people away from Golem and Black Hole, that's going to be big, because they definitely have instant burst damage from the Storm Spirit, and we talked about, we've just seen some of the facets being picked up on the screen. The Cluster Clock is the big one for me. I've been really impressed by what Shadow Shaman was able to do in the last couple of series that he has been played, because it feels so strong. Having that Dispel mechanic against Magnetize, against Batrider, a Warlock, everything can be dispelled in this game, so it feels super strong.
Well, we're paused once again. It'll be a quick pause, but I feel as though this might be a time to see if the crowd can get involved a little bit. We could see if anybody is rooting for PARIVISION. You could get a little loud for PARIVISION. I feel like I know which one's going to be louder. All right, I can hear you. But I'm going to see how many people are rooting for Team Spirit.
Crowd is a bit biased, as expected. Team Spirit, a team with longer history.
A little bit biased from the crowd, but it seems almost equally loud. I'm going to ask you guys to be as loud as possible for each kill. Somebody said, yeah, I actually heard that from all the way over here. Let's see if there's a first blood. There might be. This might be your time, crowd. They've got themselves the flame break. They'll go for Miposhka. Should be first blood for PARIVISION, and will be. And that's going to go the way of 9 Class. Not someone you really want to be giving first blood over to. He plays in your face in the lane. And when you're giving him any bit of extra gold, that's always an issue.
They wanted to give it to Phantom Assassin, but she was unable to get another dagger. So 9 Class, every single time we watch this guy play, if he's off to a good start, he's the one who's controlling the game, and that's what we want to see. Super aggressive player. I might even call him the most aggressive position 4 player in the tournament. Not just the players that are left in the tournament, but with the 16 teams that we had.
Yeah, I mean, when you get called the most aggressive player in a 16-team tournament, you know you're doing something right, especially if you've made it this far into the tournament. They are avoiding heroes like the clockwork on him. They want to ban out his heroes. We've seen so much from 9 Class, and we'll see if that continues with this Batrider. It ends up being 2 bounty runes apiece. I'm really interested to see how Radon plays this Magnus in the safe lane.
Yeah, and something to point out that he did go for the reverse polarity. Just kidding, nobody's going to pick up that shitty facet. It's one of the worst ones in the game. Unless you misclick it. Sometimes it does happen. You go to demo mode, you test something out, and then you pick your hero like, yeah, I'm good, I can go to the bathroom, grab a drink for myself, and then you're actually playing one of the worst facets in the game. So the point of this story is don't test out anything in Dota. Just keep it simple. Test it in the game.
I will say the one time I saw it, we did think that Bobica misclicked it. But we'll maybe in the future see if reverse polarity gets a buff, but for right now it's just the regular RP. You've got DM here with 9 Class, and I'm interested to see, this feels to me the most bloodbath lane we've got.
Miposhka needs to be careful with his positioning. You are playing the speediest hero in the game, but still, if he's going to be playing on the side, trying to deal with 9 Class, this is where he is going to be in a lot of trouble. So you can see Miposhka playing more to the right side of the map so that he has a bit of a protection from Radon.
Collapse up here with Rue. We talked about the Shadow Shaman, giving you that extra bit of control. Is that going to be enough in a lane like this up against Ducalis on the Warlock and the Phantom Assassin? Because
it is a pretty free Shadow Shaman lane in terms of they can't stop his spells from going off. They don't have a single silence nor a stun, and it also means that Primal Beast can easily run in. So Ducalis is also going to be, I would say, a first blood material in that one. Looking at the mid lane, 8-3 on Storm Spirit, and 5-0 now 6-0 on No One.
Very
favorable matchup for Storm Spirit, but again, they did pick it to be able to have some kind of a silence and control in the post 10 minutes, post the laning stage. So far, they're doing a good job at keeping them low. Ducalis using that Fatal Bonds, which is very annoying. Also very visually pleasing spell.
The most visually pleasing spell?
I don't know, that spell seems like it's bugged most of the time.
Shockwave on a DM, but not much happening. 9 Class still sitting here level 1. They got level 2 down here for Spirit quicker. Trying to play a little bit aggressive, but just a flame break for their troubles. Nothing really doing for 9 Class. Mid lane, I'm really curious to see if they can make this Earth Spirit work. I'm still stuck on the stats do lie from Astini. 7.7% win rate is not something I'd have confidence in, that's for sure. Get another pause. Had a couple pauses so far, but they're always quick. Nothing long-winded. I'm going to go with a guess of microphone on this one. Anything standing out at you between both these teams? Anything in particular that you're looking for in the early parts of the game?
I want to see Team Spirit playing slightly more aggressive. They did manage to stabilize in terms of the regeneration in the top lane. You have Primal Beast, who is a level 2 right now. Once he gets to that level 3, they could start with either Onslaught, or he can put another point in Trample with the Shackle, which he doesn't have yet, so he also needs to be level 3. And this is the timing where they can be trying to grab a kill in the top lane. So far, they've been doing a good job, Satanic. Sitting at 14 CS, he also started with no regen whatsoever, playing with Warlock in the lane, which means that you can pick up an extra stats, and he also did bring Blightstone. So if they're going to be playing aggressive, they are looking to grab a kill or just a return kill, trade a kill in the lane.
I'm interested to see if Collapse goes over towards mid, because we've seen these Primal Beasts that are playing in the off lane move over for that 6-minute rune. Even if they're not level 6 at that point, they use that Onslaught to get there pretty quickly and just try to maybe secure not only the rune, but a kill if they can.
And we see it. Ooh. Just a chill guy rooting for Team Spirit.
That's a great draw. Co-stream win. All right. Some decent signs, some decent artists out there. You can draw that well?
Not really. No, I'm really bad. I think I'm one of the worst ones. I can draw legs, and maybe I can draw a dog, but that's about it. I can't even draw a full human. But yeah, we gotta give credit when credit is due to this chill guy. And Pepe, big fan.
Pepe's I get from you on WhatsApp is about a dozen a minute. So
yeah, once I retire, I'm gonna write a book and I'm gonna tell a story how Pepe almost got me jailed. But we're gonna save that for another time.
I drink vodka, now I watch Dota. All right. Not too much right now yet, right? Okay. No. Oh, God, look at this art. I'm a big fan of all the art out here.
What is that coming out of the mouth? It's Team Spirit, the dragon, and I believe we saw PARIVISION.
Some ice breath, maybe?
Maybe.
Is Spirit giving cold vibes? Or, well, they're giving chill vibes, apparently. But taking a look at Satanic, he's just waiting to get back to farming with Phantom Assassin. Team Spirit has Spirit. All right.
This is their youngest fan. Next Satanic in making, potentially.
Could be.
Well, wait a couple of years. I think if Dota lives long enough, we might see kids of professional players, old school, coming into the scene.
Just teams of juniors?
Yeah.
All right. Who do you think would be the best person to have a kid go into Dota?
Maybe some Puppy Jr.
All right. I'm scared for the monitors, but it'll be okay. Can you read that one on the right?
No, I cannot.
Okay. I can't read that either, but Team Spirit crossword. Oh.
Thanks, camera guy.
I was trying to finish the crossword. I only got like 2 seconds. Ooh. All right, I'm getting word from production that, sorry, 9 class, but Team Spirit have 11 class?
Yeah. I'm not sure what that means, but...
They graduated. But they're saying they're very smart.
Oh, they attended more classes. Okay,
yes.
Maybe I should have attended more classes to get that joke as well.
You got a degree over there, don't you?
Yeah, I do in Dota too.
20 years in Dota gets you the degree, so these players still trying to get a degree themselves.
Yeah, that's an interesting fact. I've been actually playing Dota before Satanic was born. Because I've been playing Dota for 20 plus years now.
It's a scary stat. Is that...
I could have had a junior that would be playing on the stage right now if I invested into different stuff, you know?
Not Dota.
Yeah.
But then would you have had the Lacoste Jr.?
Maybe my genetics are that good. They were actually not that good. I don't know, B-Cup.
You played a TI?
I did, yeah, back in the days. That was so long ago.
How? Oh my God, almost 13 years ago.
Yeah.
That's almost longer than, I would say, a lot of people here have been playing Dota themselves.
And that's only Dota 2.
That's true. All right, I'm being told the translation is no crying. I knew that myself, definitely.
That's definitely towards you, because you are in the room right across mine, and I can hear you crying every single night. I don't know what this is about, but you're a very emotional guy. Not a chill guy, though.
What do you mean, not a chill guy? You could be chill and cry. I can definitely be chill and cry. Come on. Are they saying go yet over there? What are they talking about?
Let me double check.
Yeah, hit me with some information from the chat logs. Are they making fun of each other yet? All right. I got the translation from production, but it was a lot of words, and I don't remember what they said already. It was 2 seconds ago. I already forgot what they said. All right, doing some training, and then after that, we'll go to Paris, I think. All right, I think that's the yes from production in my ear. All right, Lacoste, I need nothing? They're not saying anything over there? No mic, no keyboard?
No, they're just voice spamming the chat voice lines.
You got a favorite chat voice line?
Do I? Yeah, from my boy Dakota back in the days when he was still active. Voice chat wheel line.
That's your favorite of all time?
Yeah.
I use yours every game.
Which one?
Praise the Moon of Mane.
Ah, that's a good one.
I start off every game spamming your voice line.
That was when anime was released.
Yeah?
Yeah. Season 1 was really hyped about it.
And then what happened?
Then Season 2 happened.
Oh, no. All right, well, it feels like we're in Season 2 of this game already after a bit of a pause, but we get right back into it. Mind the viewers at home that there is the Storm Spirit leading the CS for the moment, but we've talked about Satanic. He's keeping up the moment in that safe lane, and another flame break from 9class. It felt like just a moment ago that he threw one, but that was actually 7 minutes ago that he threw the last one. I'm waiting to see 9class and DM get active in this lane, but so far it's been pretty chill. First Blood just came out before the horn. Other than that, nothing really in terms of aggression from either side.
Yeah. Except for Larb playing very aggressive onto no one in the mid lane. He might need even a... I mean, he does have a bouncer on the top part of the map, so he can pick it up. But also, if they want to get some trade kills, he would definitely love somebody to die, so he can get his bottle refilled. Right now, in terms of CS, 15 against 22 and 7 on Storm Spirit. And let's see what Collapse did pick up. He did put 2 points in the trample, so wants to have that extra bit of a damage. 9class, making a rotation already.
Let's see if they can find a kill on a Laurel. Some sticky napalm. And
just kidding. Does not want to commit.
Yeah. Couple of right clicks and that's it. 9class will go back the other way. It's a 4-minute water rune to try and pick up here. Roll over, picks up the water rune, bottles it up, and Miposhka here with Laurel still not much doing. They're going to try and control both water runes to make Laurel's lane a little bit more miserable.
Definitely a call from no one that he needs some kind of a help in the mid lane, so he's going to take another bottle and pick up the water rune. Ru.
Pulling some of the creep wave, or at least trying to. 9class now working on Laurel. Flame break, Vortex, trying to get a kill on a no one. They'll TP in this Warlock. The Fatal Bonds, they take out no one, and they might be able to get 9class. Not enough damage, they'll trade Laurel. Another blast onto Ducalis, who came over for some help, but it's just the mids dying. Close on a couple of these other heroes. 9class just getting away with it. A little surprised that they were able to get Laurel. And 9class was sticking around the entire time, and you knew he was there.
He knew, but he also knew that he has backup of Miposhka, who did through a blood grenade, and most importantly, he did have that extra bit of an XP, so now he's level 5.5, while no one just got his level 5. And he also has a couple of CS underneath the tower, so will be level 6. And we talked about how good of a Storm Spirit game it is before they can get their ultis up, and before they can get those silences.
Ru coming back over. Move. He's got one at each level, but 9class is the one who spots him first.
Dispel himself and try to run away.
And Flame Break roll in, dispels himself. They'll stick with it. The Boulder Smash and one last right click from 9class. He's got himself a killing spree. He's responsible for all 3 kills on the side of PARIVISION. And now, Miposhka needs to be very careful. Shadow Word, roll in. That'll connect. Ball Lightning, and now they've got the Vortex. It's going to be on a no one. He's only level 5, so they do not have Magnetize. Satanic looking for an opportunity to jump forward.
He's out of mana.
Laurel's out of mana. Satanic into the right clicks, gets the kill onto the Storm Spirit, and now they look over at Ru. They've lost nobody yet on the side of PARIVISION, and he'll hex himself and run out, but that is a early move there from Satanic.
Yeah, I think they needed Collapse to move. If he's there, they definitely grab at least 2 kills from them, but maybe he thought it's not gonna be enough, because what I think has just happened is he was passing by with Phantom Assassin and decided, you know what, I'm gonna go through the triangle and try to help them out. Because right now he is level 5.
Lockdown.
That's a big kill if they can get
Shackle, but no one.
Shield rune activated.
Yeah, he should be fine. 9 class, he's on a killing spree, so some good gold will go the way of Miposhka. Taking out a 4-time streak, and it's always nice when your supports get a big influx of gold, and especially you want to get these 2 supports to level 6 as quickly as you can. Honestly, for both sides, level 6 is very important. It's just about to be 7 minutes, and it doesn't look as though either Wisdom Rune will be stolen. Stacks will be made by Rue, and he'll grab the double stack while he does, in fact, go for the Wisdom Rune. Both supports making stacks.
Dire are scanning.
Which one of these teams is going to rely more on their supports getting 6? Because there's some big ults coming from both teams.
I would say PARIVISION, because Lasso is that valuable. Same goes for Golem. He is already level 6. He did consume it. He did consume his passive, Black Grimoire, yep.
And get a quicker 6 now, has access to that Chaotic Offering, and he's equivalent in level to no one who's now level 6. And we've talked in the past when this hero felt so good, once you hit level 6, you can use that Magnetize move over and maybe start getting some kills in the side lanes. We'll see if he ends up moving early on, but for the moment with Laurel out of the lane, he's going to take advantage and just get himself a bit of farm under his belt, because he is sitting lowest in terms of cores in the game. DM also level 6. He's got those early drums, something that Rezo spoke on, getting drums into the pipe. Ooh, 9 class, only level 4, so nothing to stop the TP from Laurel, but they go to the flame break onto Miposhka. He'll drop down that Nether Ward. They will try to chase for a moment, but he's too far. He is one of the quickest heroes and is able to just walk away from that Bat Rider. Now Laurel, seeing this stack, they'll farm up the big camp.
He's gonna farm the big camp, and there's gonna be Yatoro farming the Ancient stack when he's ready to move to the triangle. Right now, he is still farming, but doesn't have as much farm as Phantom Assassin. How does this guy get so much farm? We were talking about position 1 Magnus. Sure, you're playing against Enigma, so some of the CS is gonna be denied. Then back to full HP he goes.
Regeneration.
Good pulverize from Collapse. Very nice. Did no damage with Shadow Word. Laurel making his way towards top. Maybe this time they can get a kill on a Satanic, but they're not working with Pulverize. It's not so easy, but they do have Life Drain from Miposhka. They are looking for the control, but he jumps to the back end of the lane. Onslaught, wrong direction. Satanic avoiding this gank from 3 heroes. They'll even commit the Chaotic Offering, the Stifling Dagger onto Miposhka. Life draining, and the right clicks are enough. With the help of DM coming top to get the kill onto the Pugna. Bottom lane though, 9 class trying to run. A long TP coming through, and eventually actually being stopped by Rue.
Mid roll, I see Earth Spirit trying to play very aggressive onto Storm Spirit, who is full mana, so it's actually Rue. Laurel is coming.
Yeah, Rue stayed in this mid lane, didn't commit to the TP, but they go to the Magnetize, and now they might focus their attention on Laurel. They've got the Boulder Smash. Collapses here. Magnetize on all 3 heroes, gonna reactivate it, bring over Miposhka for a 4th. But they'll keep going to the Magnetize, and maybe no one will commit, looking for something, but the Boulder Smash comes through. Onslaught, Life Drain, Pulverize onto no one, and they get the kill to the Earth Spirit. He was looking for an opening to maybe roll and get a kill on a support, but with 4 heroes there, he stayed a little bit too long.
While all this was happening, DM is the one focusing the tower, so they get at least some kind of a trade. But this is also a fight where they definitely wanted to have Warlock ulti to be able to keep them in place, maybe even set things up for another like Black Hole follow-up. Right now, Radon continues to farm up.
Yeah, use that RP
that Echo Saber
earlier to try and get a kill on a 9 class, so they don't have access to that, but he's just farming up bottom. Nobody really coming his way yet. It was actually everybody over mid, so we'll just keep him to continue farming, and you can see the levels on your screen. A lot of these heroes towards the top at level 8, but the Warlock is the one that stands out. Of course, consuming that Black Grimoire and getting into kind of core status when it comes to his experience.
Wanted to have that ASAP, wanted to be able to protect his Phantom Assassin, who is on top of the network.
Satanic just making farm happen. Rue nearby, he's level 6 now. DM just sitting mid using these Eidolons. He'll farm as much as he can after getting that tier 1 tower. See if they play aggressive once Magnetize is back up. They do have Black Hole to work with if they want to go for somebody like the Radon Magnus. More stacks being made by 9 class, and no one, of course, this seems to be the usual build for Earth Spirits, is go to that Blade Mail.
Pretty standard stuff. I think PARIVISION is going to hit very strong timing once they pick up this pipe. on their Enigma and also Blink Dagger on Batrider, so they will have ways of initiating and also 2 very good counter-initiating spells. Collapse is like, you know what, Rodan, if you're not gonna come here, we're gonna team farm this one.
He wants that BKB as quickly as possible, and it's the key item to getting this Primal Beast activated when you're able to know you can pull down that Pulverize and be in the middle of these fights with the Trample. So they'll take that farm away from the Magnus that we assumed is going to be for the Magnus, and now you've got a Primal Beast that is getting closer to being active in the map. Collapse moved over for that last fight, and they were able to get a kill on a no one, but other than that, he's been pretty stationary in that top lane for the time being. Now we're going to smoke up on the side of Team Spirit, look towards top, but there's not really anybody around. Satanic's deep in his own jungle.
Radiant are scanning.
They might happen upon this Warlock, but that's not really the hero that you want when you're looking for a smoke kill up in the top lane.
They know exactly where Satanic is. They were drawing on a minimap, and they're only going to find Ducalis, so Satanic's going to be fine. That smoke has been popped, which is going to give them the tower outside of Spirit.
Top tower has fallen.
Still, PARIVISION. Their team fight is going to be through the roof. Both teams are going to have this Shadow Shaman ulti, Magnus, but I'm still favoring PARIVISION because they have Warlock, they have Fatal Bonds combined with the Earth Spirit ulti and also Black Hole sitting behind them. We talked about the itemization on Enigma. He's going for that drums, he's going for the pipe, so want to be able to tank up as much damage as possible. This is something that DM does really well in terms of itemization, and I think we did mention a lot throughout 2023 that Lar was the one who was like the most impressive player, the most improved player of the year. I think DM for me, starting this year and also how he ended the year, looks very promising. This guy, when he was playing for OG, he was just, you know, another offlaner, I would say, but I've been very impressed how he's been playing lately.
His game has definitely evolved. And we have seen that from PARIVISION and what he's done for them in this tournament. Meanwhile, by the way, Satanic got a 12.5-minute Battle Fury, so he's off to the races in terms of his farm. And they'll look over, and they should be able to find Rue. They spot him. We'll see if they end up committing the lasso to this. But he'll hex himself, he'll shackle, and Cluster Cluck won't be enough to keep him alive. It's no one who gets credit for the kill. An easy one there for PARIVISION once again. Satanic going BKB, Sanj and Yasha, or at least that's the plan for him at the moment.
I don't think he's going to change it. Gives you that tankiness. They are smoking up, using the scan as well on side of Dire to see. They know this is such a good rune. Such a good read from PARIVISION.
TPs, but they're not going to get there for the 14-minute rune in time. They'll get both for the side of Team Spirit. They bring over DM. The roll is connected. Malefice, Black Hole. That'll stun them both up to keep them here. And they get the kill to Maposhka. They'll get the kill to Collapse, and it's worth it for them to get those 2 kills despite giving up the Wisdom Rune.
That was such a nice read, getting that scan. Unfortunately, they were unable to pick up their XP rune. He was like 1 second too late, but still grabbing 2 big kills. And suddenly, it's a 2k gold lead for PARIVISION.
And you've got that and the jumping off point for this Phantom Assassin. Satanic just leading the way so far. Blink Dagger is on the courier for Radon, so they'll finally have that initiation with the blink into the RP.
They should definitely try to go and find something right now. Ducalis doesn't have much protection.
Just trying to keep himself alive to maybe buy some time, and they'll blink in. Oh, no, 9 class. He's killed as well. Laurel and Radon getting credit for a kill each.
He wanted to blink in, maybe get the lasso with some follow-up, but nice illusion rune popped by Laurel. Didn't go, kind of dispels it. You don't know which one is going to be the real one. And now with the Blink Dagger on Magnus, I want to see something more aggressive coming out from Spirit.
I think that was the debut showing of the blink for the Batrider there, and it doesn't really do much for them. Try to do that to get control onto the Storm, but Radon was there. They dropped down the Serpent Wards to go for the mid-tier 1 tower. Everybody here for the side of Team Spirit. Pipe finished for DM, and he's got those drums there too. Should be time for him to go for the Blink Dagger, and we could see even more from this Enigma, who's got some pretty good farm under his belt. I think he's got Force Staff, queued up. So going Force instead of the Blink, we've seen a couple of Enigmas go for this.
Yeah, that's mostly DM. He really loves to have it just so that he can push people out of trouble, and also because you have enough mana. You definitely do have big mana pool to use all of your abilities with what you build into Magic Wand, drums. You have enough for a pipe, use all of your spells, and also playing for a little bit, rather than for himself, that big Black Hole with the blink. He also wants to have something slightly earlier.
Group up together, and they've got an Invis Rune at the bottom. But there's a ward that spots all of this, sees all these heroes from PARIVISION, sees them crossing the river, and all these heroes on Team Spirit start to retreat a little bit further into their side of the map. Got 2 heroes towards top. It's Radahn farming where Satanic was, as Satanic has shifted his way towards the bottom end of the map. No one's sitting invis, but not spotting anybody on the creep wave, so he'll just farm it himself. This is all giving Satanic some time to farm, and Team Spirit, do you feel like they're on a hard timer when they're letting Phantom Assassin do whatever they want?
No, right now they are giving up with the farm because they have Magnus. It's not a Phantom Assassin because she farms way too quickly, but they also secured his lane really well in the top and also removed some of the farm with the Enigma, so Radahn is not keeping up. Once they hit that BKB on PARIVISION, I would definitely love to see that they are going to be playing slightly more aggressive, threaten the Roche, because you have the damage, you have the overwhelming team fight, and you can easily counter-initiate even if Team Spirit decides to go and try to take a fight.
Some decent vision for PARIVISION.
Good one, big up.
Unintentional, but they've got a couple of wards across the map that might see them and might lead to that smoke. Of course, when they get that BKB for the Phantom Assassin, it probably spotted Collapse going back, and that's why these heroes from the Dire side are nearby. But Collapse not committing into the creep wave and not showing himself, so there's no opportunity there yet for them to make that jump and use that blink into the lasso. They do commit the Serpent Wards bottom, so they might need to try and defend this tier 2 tower, but it's a lot of damage with the Nether Blast and the wards just knocking away at it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This is going to be a free tier 2 bottom.
Has been killed. Radiant's top
all while they trade a tier 1, but a tier 2 for a tier 1 they'll happily take any day of the week. Flame Break hits on Collapse, who onslaughted into the wave, but that's an RP to turn this around. They have the lasso for the moment, but they get the kill on a 9 class, and immediately PARIVISION, they'll retreat. They react with a Blink RP onto a Bat Rider. Their big team fight spell is out of it. But
they were so ready for it, and this is something they're going to try to do. Try to reposition and isolate the hero, the Palace. Golem is ready.
They have Vortex, Magnetized, committed, Cluster
Immediately
Clock.
dispelled.
And Rue able to walk away with ease. So they drop the Magnetized. They don't get anything from that, and they finally have the BKB on no one now, as well as Satanic. Baited out the Magnetized, wanted to play aggressive, but immediately pulled the Ripcord on the idea. A couple of Philosopher Stones for the supports in this game, one for the Bat Rider and the Shadow Shaman. You can see Radahn queued up the Manta into a Silver Edge.
Wants to have some kind of a dispel. I thought it was going to be SNY, but there's a lot of things that he can dispel. Eventually, there's going to be Lotus Orb on your Primal Beast. There's going to be Cluster Clock as well. A couple of Glimmer Caves. Laurel, they are going for a kill, trying to get something out of it. 9 class. We still haven't seen him get those initiations, even though he is the one that got a first blood. His first blink reveal got also countered by Magnus. Second time he tried to jump in, Radahn was also ready to use the RP on top of him, and this is something that PARIVISION wanted to do. Go into Roshan pit, and knowing that they already don't have RP, that don't have Shadow Shaman ulti, so go for the Roche, and they're doing the same thing one more time. Dropping Shadow Shaman wards.
Satanic.
Laurel.
There is a Vortex. They're going to see if they can make him pop this BKB, but he'll be patient with it. You know, despite the fact that this Warlock popped the Black Grimoire, got that early 6, now he's 2 levels behind that Pugna. He's only level 9 to the level 11 of the Pugna, and both supports on the side of PARIVISION are falling behind, and that's a little bit due in part to the fact that they did grab the opponent Wisdom Rune, but overall, this is feeling like the supports are getting way more out of the map for the side of Team Spirit.
The Warlock is more of a counter-initiator rather than you want to play in the aggressive like you're not going to be crossing the river. You don't have that type of a play. Well, you're playing Shadow Shaman and Pugna. These 2 heroes are very good at killing the towers. Satanic, BKB has been ready on him for quite some time. He does have Aegis as well.
Yeah, 4 minutes to try and make something work. No one, though, he'll pop the BKB. He had the Geomagnetic Grip to get the silence onto the Storm. But just the BKB and a rollout, and now that BKB is going to be used and down. So again, PARIVISION, I'm wondering now, do you want to wait for that BKB to be back up and then fight? And you're wasting even more time on this Aegis, and potentially that timing that we talked about with the Phantom Assassin and their own BKB.
Laurel has been pretty impressive. He's involved in all 8 kills, and he also the one who is jumping in and also trying to bait a couple of spells, maybe try to bait Golem, Black Hole, and we've just seen that he popped the BKB as well. Both teams going for Tormentor, knowing how good of a... But I think more teams realize that it's such an important objective on the map to take, because let's say you'd lose a fight near your Tormi and they take both of them, it's such a huge influx of the gold.
Yeah, it's a big, quick 2,800 gold if they can get both Torns. Miposhka gets the shard, and they also have Warlock with their shard. A couple of good shards in the game. Still Satanic farming over mid, almost has his Sanjin Yasha. It's go time for Satanic at any time that really PARIVISION want to go, but you can see the net worth with not really getting a lot of kills. Spirit farming the map. They're the ones who are taking the lead, and they're up 3,000 gold. They smoke up on the side of PARIVISION, but can they find anybody on the map? Everybody's top for Spirit. So this is not looking like a smoke that's going to do much for PARIVISION at all.
And really love itemization from Lara going for that Eternal Shroud. Knowing that most of the damage is magical on their side, other than Phantom Assassin, but also picking up Dragon Scale as his neutral item, so wants to have that extra bit of a tankiness.
Is under attack. Radiant's
They'll now go for a tier 2 tower. They gave up the tier 2 in this lane for free. They'll try to do the same. But here's the glyph, and will anybody TP over? They've got 2 heroes bottom behind PARIVISION, smoked up. So maybe they can pinch and find an opening, but they're still going to be fighting against an Aegis. Now a 3rd hero is showing up in Collapse. They'll have Blink RP ready to go, Ball Lightning to be that initiation as well. But Satanic's the only one really showing, and that tier 2 tower is gone. These heroes a little slow from the side of Spirit to make a move.
Radiant's middle tower
They
is
take that
under
tower, and it looks like PARIVISION may even want to put pressure over mid. Trying to force maybe a reaction from Team Spirit, but you got to be in the right spot to maybe go Blink Black Hole. They'll go to the lasso, but they've got the Cluster Cloak. They hit the RP. It's going to be onto 2 of these heroes, and now they look over. It's actually onto 3. Both the Calls and DM are gone. BKB's been popped by no one. They go to the Pulverize in for the BKB. They get all 4. Satanic survives, but at what cost? I mean, PARIVISION lose everything that they wanted to do to set up for that.
Jesus, they were so ready for this. First getting that Cluster Clock onto initiation from Batrider, and then Radahn hits a 3-man RP, Collapse follows it up, and they just clean it completely. Looking at the damage, they were unable. Like, 2 heroes died instantly. That's Warlock and your Enigma, and Phantom Assassin had to run away. They are going to have Shadow Shaman ulti available in 20 seconds, so not going to be available immediately. Aegis is going to run out in 50.
Need to be careful, but Satanic with the Stifling Dagger. Eventually, Collapse will have the Onslaught. They'll get the control with the Pulverize. Satanic, though, hidden away. Rue coming over, maybe looking for a Hex and some control on a Satanic, but there's still a lot of time with this Aegis. They'll go to the Ball Lightning and the Vortex. They get the kill on a 9 class.
They're outplaying them
Onslaught
so
the other
hard
way.
right now.
And now the right click's coming through. The Chaotic offering to stop the TP from Radahn. Oh, Radahn.
Dodge that dagger.
He dodged
He
the dagger, but is it going to be enough? Can they get the Vortex? Can they get control of Satanic? Not yet. Stifling Dagger. Satanic gets the kill and jumps over to Laurel, but there's nothing doing on top of that Magnus kill.
At least they got that 1 kill. They committed with the Golem, but still very well worth it. Radahn is worth a lot of gold. So Satanic getting that extra 600. They're kiting the fight so well. Yeah, it's just on another level. Completely spreading the fight. Seems like PARIVISION, they were not on the same page, like who needs to get jumped. Because they didn't have the vision when they were doing that jump. PARIVISION did. They did get the lasso with the Batrider, but again, we really haven't seen it being successful.
It's so easy to praise the cores of Spirit for, you know, farming well and doing what they need to do, but it's Rue to me, who's really just been the MVP for the side of Spirit.
Yeah, he's been amazing in this game. I really love the itemization as well. Also the skill build that he did go for. So putting only 1 point in the nuke and maxing out all other abilities. When you are playing Cluster Clock, you want to max out that Hex, lower the cooldown, but also having that extra bit of a cast range, and does have Glimmer Cape, so playing very selflessly, knowing that rest of the team is going to be able to back him up, because they have double save. You have Pugna as well with the Decrypify, Glimmer Cape plus the Solar Crest, a lot of things they can throw on top of them, and I want to see some earlier Nullifier being picked up by Phantom Assassin, because this has been super annoying what they've been doing so far.
DM, we saw that 1 black hole over by the Wisdom Rune that got them 2 kills, but other than that, it's been a quiet game from this Enigma as well. They are smoked up, they'll throw down some vision, the roll. Laurel coming right into their face, they go, and now they've got themselves the Geomagnetic Grip. They'll go to the black hole, Laurel, he's gonna be dead.
They had enough of these shenanigans.
Oh,
9 Classo initiating with the ulti, getting that grab, and then follow it up by a black hole. Because they have so much teamfight that they are not afraid to throw one of these big spells. Team Spirit, they're still thinking about maybe taking this fight, seeing no one has amplified damage.
It'll be a little bit scary, but he walks right into a Pulverize, Flame Break, Pulverize, down the Shackle from Rue. Buyback committed though, that's gonna come from Laurel. Can they go in on this? Oh, RP's huge here from Radahn!
grabbing 3 once again. They go to the onslaught, and down goes 9 Class and no one. They'll look for more. Satanic with a BKB TP out. Can they catch up to DM? He'll TP without a BKB, and that leaves him vulnerable as they'll get the Hex, they'll get the kill, and that's 3 heroes gone. Ducalis will try to run, but the Vortex is in for Laurel, and 4 heroes dead again on PARIVISION.
Man, team fight execution from Team Spirit. Radon one more time, catching 3 heroes immediately, dealing 5,000 damage while Pugna dealing not too much, but also providing with the Solar Crest, with the Glimmer Cape. And I talked about the earlier Nullifier. He was thinking about maybe picking up Satanic, picking up himself before that, but definitely need it. They need that extra bit of a damage and lockdown because these Glimmer Caves, they've been so annoying. Also, Larl, I really love the fact that he is not afraid to just jump in with the buyback and come into the fight.
Yeah, willing to sacrifice a little bit of his game, but knows that it opens up so much. Satanic now here with the Nullifier, but it feels like once Satanic's BKB is done, they have to leave. They don't really have the sustainability at the moment to keep taking the fight to Spirit. Whereas they've got the life drain from the Pugna. They have the ability to get the catch later on in the fight with the Hex from the Shadow Shaman. Their initiation has been perfect from Spirit and PARIVISION. They need a lot more going their way.
They do. We haven't really seen that one big team fight from PARIVISION where they are using Magnetize with the Fatal Bonds and then drop the Rock, drop the Enigma Black Hole.
They were willing to just use the Black Hole to get 1 kill, and I think that was very wise of them to
go
get
It was wise.
Laurel.
That's why Laurel also decided to buy back immediately into that fight. Roshan's going to be respawning in 45 seconds, so it's going to be on the Dire side. Satanic, where's that Nullifier? He does have it.
He's got it ready to go, but Yatoro's got his Silver Edge already up.
He's a bit low on mana. Miposhka is going to be taking care of that one. They also do have gems, so they can remove some of the vision. Collapse is also super tanky. With the BKB and Shiva's Guard, he's going to be providing vision for the back team so that Laurel can get the jump, and so can Radon. Even though Radon did land like 3-man RPs twice while not having that much of a vision in a fight anyway.
Confident in jumping in, and now they're setting up, expecting PARIVISION to come their way. It's Satanic showing and no one in the front lines. But they're set up on Spirit to try and counter this. They've got the ward up on the high ground. They'll take out the vision. So now Team Spirit will start to shift their way a little bit more south to find a better protected area for them to make that jump. They drop the ward themselves. Now they've got some vision. There is a Watcher activated, so the eyes are there. Can Spirit find an opening with Roche now up? Satanic will start it with Spirit right by them. He's willing to frontline this for now, but once that roar comes out, do you stick into Roche? Shockwave flies through, Radon looking for an opening. Satanic going to take care of these illusions, but he already jumped with that. He's standing here willing to go for Roche while Spirit are very patient. Ball Lightning, Serpent Wards committed. Satanic still in, and now the upheaval into the pit. No one off to the side of Ducalis, waiting to drop a chaotic offering, get a little bit of a turn. They go to the RP.
Oh no, he whips this time. They've got the lasso, they have the control. Can they get the kill on a Radon? Yes, they can. They'll look for Collapse, they'll commit the Black Hole, the ball waiting across. They finish him off? No, not yet. But a chaotic offering with the Fatal Bonds comes in. They finally get the kill on a Collapse, and Laurel's going to ball lightning away. Rue's in trouble, but the cluster clock won't be enough. They get the kill on a 4, and PARIVISION this time finds success.
Oh man, Yatoro would have landed that RP. Jokes aside, he tried to go for it, to try to skewer him away so they can focus him down from 100 to 0, away from the Rock, away from the Black Hole. Just didn't work out this time. It was a very risky move. PARIVISION takes this fight. They did have a glimpse of him with the Shadow Shaman's wards inside of it, but it was not enough. They need that RP to hit.
Yeah, it shows the big difference in having it in a fight like that, where we finally see maybe RP not be as effective. And let's take a look at the replay. You'll see the RP just be a little bit off the mark, and they have
shorter than you
follow
think.
it up. Yeah, it looked like it hit with the cosmetic, but just out of the edge of it, they commit the Black Hole once again. They have the Vortex on the Enigma to stop the Black Hole, but even that wasn't enough with the damage coming in from Satanic. Stuck with the Shadow Shaman despite the cluster clock, and they pause to catch their breath and fix a headset for a moment, but we're right back into it. Now PARIVISION have the lead, 2,000 net worth going their way.
At least they didn't lose the gem. It would be very tricky because they already have gem on PARIVISION, so if they have 2, it means that throughout the whole game you're not going to need to buy pretty much sentries. You're going to have that vision advantage. Keep 1 gem in the base, because right now they are also holding on to the second Aegis, 21 in terms of levels for Phantom Assassin. This nullifier is going to be the big one. He's ready to jump.
Radon spotted, but Stifling Dagger goes into the Silver Edge and will back away. The side of PARIVISION is here. Everybody except for DM in the area. I don't know if you're really... I mean, they're going to smoke, so they're willing to do it, but they're looking to maybe get a pick off and not a full fight against an Aegis, right?
Yeah.
I saw that DM was mid.
Extra move speed from that Solar Crest. He's going in. Oh, the Force Staff. That's why he bought it.
Now the Force Staff over, but the Hex turnaround, they're going to go for 9 class. No one comes in with a Magnetize. That'll be on a few. They'll hit that and reactivate it as 9 class is already dead, but he'll buy back into the fight. They go to the Pulverize and from Collapse, but Satanic running in. They've got the Nullifier onto the Primal Beast. They'll get the kill there and roll and look for more. Magnetize reactivated onto Maposhka, who's trying to run away. Radon, Laurel, and Rue, they're off to the side and away from this Pugna. But Maposhka, he's able to survive, gets out of vision with the Glimmer Cape, and PARIVISION, they'll dust, but they won't find another kill other than Collapse.
PARIVISION, they know, if they stick together, they are much stronger in terms of the team fight, but just didn't, they were unable to execute. They got RP 3 times in a row. Now with Satanic holding that Aegis, the fights are going to be much easier. So we see what Team Spirit are trying to do. They are trying to execute with the Shadow Blades, aka Silver Edge, on Magnus, try to push them away and then instantly kill them. Shadow Shaman, what is his level? Level 15, so he does have that Hex Break mechanic, which is going to be pretty big. Plus they also have Silver Edge, and eventually, if the game drags, there is going to be Aghanim Scepter on Primal Beast. So they will have enough breaks for the Phantom Assassin. Problem is she's super tanky, and she has the backup of the team, like some big team fight ultis.
And now you see no one even looking to protect a little bit more, potentially with an Ags of his own. Not really close to it just yet, despite what I normally say.
Now you would say that he almost has it, sitting at 1,800 gold.
It's kind of close if you do the math incorrectly. DM, just dewarding, and they're just trying to keep some vision and go for their own Tormentor. They've got a BKB now on this Enigma, which means things like what we saw in the Roche fight, where you're able to ball lightning and get the Vortex to stop the Black Hole. That mean anything, but
Ducalis came here to die.
Yeah.
And we can see the smiles.
He's already got a shard, though, so he doesn't get rewarded for his sacrifice. It's actually DM gets the shard. Ags being built for the Bat Rider. This has been a pretty popular item for these Bat Riders.
It's the scaling item.
Potential to get 2 of these heroes lassoed up. He's almost there, but almost is, what, 2,000 gold away from that Ags? Nothing doing from Spirit right now as they're really trying to wait out this Aegis. A minute left on the Aegis for Satanic, and then maybe we'll see a big fight come through from Team Spirit. What are you expecting from them in the next few minutes?
Try to slow it down, wait until that Aegis runs out, and then go for the play. Because they whiffed that RP. That fight could have been completely different. It could have been their Roche, it's just that they mis-executed. Boshka playing the top part of the map. Needs to be much more careful.
Hex, Ducalis, just shackled up, but the lasso comes in from 9 class. The silence onto the Pugna. They'll roll, get the control, and get the kill on a Maposhka, but Rue eventually gets the kill on Ducalis with the Serpent Wards committed. Roll maybe even looking for more, but a blink TP out, and Rue is A-okay. So a 1-for-1 trade as this Aegis counts down less than 10 and will expire in a moment. Maybe not as much as they would have liked from PARIVISION.
Oh, Radon, he needs to be careful. Let's see if he decides to snipe the Courier. We'll check what's on the Courier, if it's actually worth it.
RP committed onto the Enigma. Geomagnetic Grip for the silence, but there's the Manta looking for the kill. Skewer over, not exactly right onto the Enigma.
No
now
for the Black
Radon,
Hole.
he's got to be careful. This is Phantom Assassin coming in and getting a big crit to kill off Radon, taking him out for 78 seconds, and a bit of an overzealous play there from the Magnus, and now Rue's gonna pay with his life. A shackle and a cluster cluck only extends the inevitable, but now these heroes are dead for a while and they might force their buybacks.
Not sure what the exit plan was, because he needed to heavily commit. He uses RP, has that damage, but the rest of the team was relatively close by, and now Radiant using the Fortify already. Satanic,
They've got
0.2k HP. Even if he gets stunned, he's going to have so much armor from Vindicator's axe. Can't be slowed down. Pretty much 6 slotted at this point.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Maybe they could try and make something happen with the Ags on Laurel, but it's the AoE Vortex. They don't have a Magnus to start with an RP. They're considering, can they fight without this Mag? Do they want to buy back? They're conceding this mid-set of racks, but how much are they willing to give up? Ball lightning in, it's the Vortex only onto the Enigma. But Laurel will back away immediately, and they will get both this set of racks and the tier 3 top. Ags is flying out for no one there too. So they're all together. Roche is potentially back up in a minute and a half. But you are really falling behind for Team Spirit.
Yeah, most definitely. Those 2 last RPs didn't really give them much. They didn't even get to kill. Radon dies. But still, Team Spirit, they are one of the scariest teams when it comes down to defending the high ground. And they have a very good high ground defense with the Magnus. And also now with that Aghanim Scepter that you mentioned on the Storm Spirit, could be a very good setup. So PARIVISION, they will still need to respect that.
Radiant are scanning.
See what their game plan is, but Spirit showing that they want to play aggressive. They've got the smoke and the Silver Edge to get them hopefully into a team fight. And it's a big deficit for them, and maybe they find one, maybe they find them all, but the Glimmer Cape, Ducalis, Lotus Orb, Satanic, Vortex, RP combo, but the lasso comes in, and that's a lasso on a 2. They'll get the control on Aru and Radon, and now Collapse with the BKB. He's got to run. It's going to run out. Satanic turns it around with the help of no one. The rest of the team, they'll find this Primal Beast. They'll get themselves 3, and Miposhka now, he's trying to get away from the Earth Spirit. Uses this Glimmer Cape to juke towards the north end of the map, but can he avoid vision? Can he avoid the rest of the side of PARIVISION? It looks like that's a yes.
DM this time around, he was ready to counter-initiate, was in a really good position. And seems like they don't want to go for Roche. Roche is going to respawn. Let's see, 2.5 minutes, so better options to be picked up right now. 40 seconds without Magnus. He does not have buyback, so that's going to be another side. They also have quite a lot of time to go to the bottom because there is no Radiant Fortify.
They've got the Abyssal now on Satanic. They've got this Golem from the Chaotic Offering to help put some damage onto the tower. Serpent Wards is a deterrent.
20 seconds.
Yeah, it is a long 20 seconds without Collapse or Radon.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And it's looking like Megas, if there's nothing they can do.
Lotus Orb immediately on him.
Ball Lightning, Vortex on a 3, but still no follow-up. They had the Vortex RP, but it wasn't enough. Ball Lightning in the roll, past all of them. Uses that axe to kick himself further out of the base, and now Collapse is going to go in with the onslaught. Pulverize, RP, but is it going to be enough? They've got the Vortex on the 3 heroes. They get TM and Satanic. They'll take out Ducalis, and all 3 heroes are dead.
They got one more. Rue got him as well.
And Rue gets the control here out of the Earth Spirit, and it's 4 heroes into defense for Team Spirit.
They need to run it down mid, see who has buyback. Problem is, most of them have buybacks available. They actually, all of them, except for Batrider, who's going to have it in 20 seconds. But yeah, 3 sets of barracks. It's just a number, apparently. Team Spirit, let's see if they're going to be able to get something done. In terms of clearing the creep wave, they have Magnus, who's really good at it. Pugna is fine from the support role, but we're going to see that again. Laurel, he's the one who's setting things up with this Aghanim Scepter.
And this AoE Vortex is proven to be very annoying. And the RP stops the Pulverize immediately, but you've got the control, especially with the follow-up Vortex, where it doesn't matter. Will they even buy back here? They've got Glyph, and you've got Mega Creep, so giving up 1 set of racks really doesn't matter.
They will go for the tower,
wards.
and they will go for the tier 4 towers. They don't want to play and go for Megas. They want to try to get those buybacks out of the system.
This is going to be tough. They'll buy back on 1, Enigma back in 2, but Satanic patient, holding strong, and now 9 class, can he find an opening? They are standing their ground and starting to hit the racks over mid.
Radon,
20
no
seconds
RP for
without
30
Satanic.
seconds.
Vortex on to this Enigma, but there's a Lotus Orb to bounce back to Hex. They go to the lasso, it's on him and Radon! Into the black hole, and it's gonna be 2 heroes gone. They'll lose Rue as well as Laurel, and they need to try and get an escape. But the right clicks from Satanic, down goes Miposhka, Radon, and Collapse. A full team wipe here for PARIVISION.
Radon, he does not have buyback available. He's so far away from it. And now there's also amplified damage in the bottom lane. They're going to snipe that, and they're going to run it down the mid lane and try to close this one out.
The double lasso pulling him into the black hole. You can't ask for much more than that. mean, that we've talked about how good 9 class has been, and he is showing up in the second half of this game.
Okay, they don't want to risk it. Since Satanic did use the buyback, they want to be able to get him this Aegis, and it's also going to be Cheese plus the Refresher and also Mega Creeps with the banner.
A little bit scary giving them another chance to defend with the Magnus, though. You always got to be careful about an RP skewer into the fountain. You do have help there from no one in his Ags, though, so maybe not too scared of it. They pick up that Aegis, they put it on the Satanic. Like you said, he bought back Cheese on a no one, and the Refresher onto the Enigma, looking for a black hole. It's still on cooldown for 80 seconds, so he might have to use it without getting 2 black holes.
Still needs a little bit of mana. It's very costly. He needs 1200, also BKB, so he needs 1300 for the combo. Can't use anything else.
5 heroes smoke up. Laurel dead for another 20 seconds, has buyback, but I don't think that he's going to be able to get that kind of time. The Serpent Ward over towards the tier 4 towers. They're maybe looking for 9 class to start this off with a blink into a lasso, but Satanic shows himself, goes for the tier 4. They've got a Decrepified bounced off with the Lotus, and Satanic will get 1. He'll look for a second. Laurel didn't have to use his buyback. He'll have 2 lives, but will it be enough? DM standing there, backside of the fight, still smoked up. They go to the Vortex. It's on to just Satanic, who's got this amplified damage. He's so hard to commit into. They put the Lotus Orb on the Collapse, but again, you're fighting into an Aegis, you're fighting into a lasso, but they've got themselves the RP, the Skewer, no, the lasso!
Got him again.
They've got the control from 9 class. Radon Collapse gone. DM, he'll finally fall, but the throne is exposed. Satanic goes for Maposhka. Now he'll fight Laurel, but instead he'll focus the throne. They'll look to get the game. The glyph is there. GG is called, and Paravision, they'll take game number 1.
Oh man, Paravision ready to close it out, proving everybody wrong. Whoever picked Earth Spirit, that 7% that we talked about, they make it work. Astini, he was very confident in no one's Earth Spirit and his performance, and he definitely delivered.
Yeah, the stats do in fact lie, and he will be upping that win rate for this Earth Spirit up from that 7.7. But a good game from Paravision. After what seemed to slip away in the mid-game for them and given over to Team Spirit, it wasn't enough for them, and eventually Paravision, they're the ones who take a successful first game in this elimination lower bracket semifinal.
And I really like what I see on the camera right now. They are going for the hug, still talking about what they've done right, what could have been maybe done better, and also starting to prep for that game too, because they had some really nice initiation. I gotta give it to 9 class, because he is the guy that got shut down. Seeing his first leg and dagger initiation, he gets jumped by Magnus, then he goes for the second one, gets RP'd immediately after, but then again, he is grabbing them, pushing them away from the rest of the team, and those 2 lassos, 2-man lassos in the last couple of fights, it looked amazing.
Maposhka last to leave the booth, taking in a little bit more information before he walks away, and Spirit now on their heels, down to 1 more game between them and getting knocked out of the Fissure Playground. I mean, it's not something we see all too often from Team Spirit, but Paravision, man, they are on this lower bracket run. They have not lost the game yet, and they're 5 straight right now, looking with the momentum to knock out Team Spirit.
And they look so strong, and we also talked about the way they draft with all of these big teamfight ultis that we've seen with the position 3 Phoenix, with DM Enigma, he's playing his signature heroes, and also Satanic, he picked up a relatively early Phantom Assassin, knowing that this hero could have been contested by Team Spirit as well, and ends the game with 9-1 and 14. He had a very explosive start to the game where he's joining with just power tread, something that we see more often nowadays on Phantom Assassins, that they tend to join, grab maybe a couple of kills. He was getting a lot of assists, but still staying on top of the network throughout the whole game. They did secure his lane with this Warlock support, and the combo was definitely there. We've seen that magnetized, we've seen that Fatal Bonds as well, doing quite a lot of work.
Yeah, and talk about DM as well. He goes 3-4-20 and lights up the entire side of Team Spirit. He had a couple of really important black holes in that matchup that really helped them just kind of sustain the game and also take good fights. I just don't know what you can let DM have. Like you said, he is just one of the guys on this team who is ever evolving, and it feels like everybody on this team is evolving into just a super team of players. And obviously MVP here for the side of Paravision is Satanic, 9-1 and 14 for this Phantom Assassin. We talked about how quickly this hero can get online, and they actually delayed it a little bit after getting that BKB 16 minutes into the game for this PA. He wasn't initially active, but once he was, you felt it.
And I really like that he picked up a relatively early nullifier, knowing that both of these supports are super annoying playing against Pugna. You have like 2-3 things that you can dispel. Same goes for Shadow Shaman, and also removing Empower from Radahn, removing quite a lot of damage from him. That second Roshan, this was the biggest one. Like, this was whoever wins that fight is pretty much going to be controlling the game, and Radahn misuses RP, doesn't land it on anybody, and they were so hungry. After seeing that, immediately jumping in, knowing that it's going to be the biggest threat, considering that he landed 3-man RPs 2 times in a row before that.
Yeah, and it's just a difference in millimeters, right? Because they had the blink into the RP, but they just missed Satanic. And I mean, that's the difference maker, is this much on range in a game of Dota 2 that really turned the game on its head for Spirit.
Yeah, and also when he decided to go for that solo pickoff on Enigma onto the enemy side of the map, when the rest of the team was ready to back him up, even if he grabs that kill, I don't think they should be counting that as a dub, especially if he dies, because everybody else was ready to jump in.
Yeah, and you see PARIVISION very confident even when they were behind, ready to go in, and maybe Spirit, they were looking for fights, but it's the execution that is not something we say more often that PARIVISION had the better of. They executed these fights better than Spirit, and they countered very well. And you talked about it at the top of this recap. It was 9 class with the blinks and the lassos that really did a whole bunch.
He did, definitely. The supports were very active, like they were doing so much work, especially on Team Spirit, because you've seen Rue, you did pointed it out during the game, that he's doing quite a lot of work with these dispels, counter initiation, and also jumping in. Also really love that both supports from Spirit were also going for a split push through the bottom lane, getting that tower, also doing it in the mid lane as well, trying to get to their item timings, delaying the game slightly whenever they were holding the Aegis. So that's what's very well done by them. Still not good enough. I also might want to see, coming into the second game, slightly more team fight coming out from Team Spirit, because this is something that PARIVISION does really well. They tend to group around, go as 5, and give them a lot of team fight, because they have a lot of different ways to counter initiate. It gives them a lot of way to play the team fight, even if they don't get that first jump perfectly.
Yeah, so going into game 2, though, what are some of these heroes that are on the no-fly list?
It's a hard one, because DM, he expanded his hero pool. This guy is going to play everything. He's going to be playing Tidehunter. He's going to be playing Necrophos if it's a good game for it. A lot of summon heroes as well. I don't know if you want to give him Enigma one more time.
Yeah, and you only have so many bans to really use against him, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, even if they do ban 3 of his heroes. But PARIVISION, they take a 1-0 lead over Team Spirit. They're 1 game away from eliminating Spirit and going into the lower bracket final, but we'll take a quick break before game 2. We'll see you in a moment.
Всем привет, с вами Тол, мы на FISSURE Playground. Ну и как говорят Dota игроки Dead Inside, я с этим в корне не согласен. Для этого я собрал самых ярких личностей FISSURE Playground, для того, чтобы доказать вам обратное. Сейчас мы с командой Spirit, друзья, привет. Игра называется «Тол говорит». Я задаю вам некую ситуацию, вам необходимо исполнить некий перформанс, как-то на нее отреагировать, как бы вы отреагировали в жизни.
Хорошо.
Все понятно?
Да.
Начнем, ну, наверное, с тебя, Ярик. Тол говорит, старый бог.
Старый бог. Или бог? Бог же, да? Я не ослышался?
Да. Ну,
всё.
нормально.
Нормально, да.
Так, поехали дальше. Нормально. Старый бог. Так, мне сложно выбрать победителя. У вас были одинаковые, поэтому я выберу коллапса. В этом году есть какой-то новый командный мем или еще пока не дошло?
Пока что не пригляделся нам ни один стример, ни один мемодел. Но мы пристально наблюдаем, да.
Понятно, хорошо. Следующий начинаем с тебя, Лару. Тол говорит, твоя реакция, когда Ютора снова побрился на лысо? Коллапс.
Да, он кончил. О, у меня почти такая же будет.
А как же yes?
Вот так.
Так, здесь я выберу коллапса. Тогда начинаем с тебя, коллапс. Покажи, как бьет антимаг.
Как он делает? Как он делает?
Нормально, нормально. Так, Тол говорит, покажи, как бьет антимаг.
Вот так.
Это у тебя
Вот
с
так.
этого уже вот.
Ну, а ты как думал? Я как помню, так и изобразил.
Антимаг бьет, примерно вот так.
Потому что крип?
Да. Хорошо.
Хороший вариант. Я даже не знаю. Ладно, ну Ярика должен выбрать разок, правильно?
Ну да.
Спасибо.
Тол говорит, твоя реакция, когда артист снова зовет вас на медийку.
Медийку?
Ну, сниматься.
Я не приду.
Наберешь, типа? Давай, пока.
Да, все. Меня не искать.
Хорошо. Коллапс. Я так понимаю, здесь общий знаменатель. Лару.
Ура, моя медийка любимая.
Какая искренняя реакция.
Наконец-таки.
Тол говорит, покажи, как Корбин заряжает команду.
Сань мага. Пошел, блядь, на.
За что меня?
Так, коллапс. Тол говорит, покажи, как Корбин заряжает команду.
Так, пацаны, подъем в 2 часа дня, короче, остальное еще это напишите.
Он сам заряжаться пошел. Блин. Тол говорит, покажи, как Корбин заряжает команду.
Так, ну, пацаны, официалку проиграть, штраф.
Ярик штраф.
Ярик штраф.
Да, ну, вообще-то да.
Если же за, тогда я выбираю Ярик. Тол говорит, как коллапс смотрится в зеркало после качалки.
О, нормально. Фу, все, вот как-то так.
О, мои любимые малышки. Как я люблю мускулы.
Отлично. Коллапс. Тол говорит, покажи, как коллапс смотрится в зеркало после качалки.
Оригинал теперь.
Вот он.
Одиноко был. Точно так же делаю.
Ярик идеальная копия.
Ну и финальный у меня для вас вопрос. Начнем с коллапса. Тол говорит, произнеси любую фразу Earthshaker.
Сейчас начнется тряска.
Вот это моя. Сейчас начнется тряска.
Лару.
Фишер.
Чит. Ладно, здесь я не могу Лару не отдать голос.
Конечно.
Мне за это платят.
Что?
Окей, Мипошка оказался наиболее артистичным в данном составе команды
Самый
Spirit из 3
клоун.
человек.
Ну, у нас тут еще 3-2-2, по-любому мы слили.
Я вам, друзья, желаю только удачи на турнире. Покажите лучшую доту из вообще возможной.
Лучше.
Смотрите FISSURE Playground, оставайтесь с нами.
Welcome back, everybody, to Belgrade, Serbia, here with the lower bracket semi-final between PARIVISION and Team Spirit. I'm joined here by Lacoste and Resolution. Rezo, you're back on the panel with us. Need to hear your thoughts on game number 1. Before we get into game number 2, did you really think it was going to go PARIVISION's way the whole time? Or was there something that maybe surprised you? Or what were you looking at?
I was still kind of doubting this Earth Spirit, and I understand why this hero win percentage is so low. It's because right now everybody's playing on this burst damage, and you could see it in the fight. Like, you know, when there's RP and people die like in 2 seconds, Earth Spirit damage, it just comes like after, you know, 10 seconds when you're like keep putting stones and dealing damage, and it was like kind of like worrying for me, but at the same time they had PA, and PA burst here is like within seconds, so it was kind of like a good balance in it.
Yeah, 16 minutes before getting that BKB for PA Lacoste. What was the most standout performance there for you in game number 1?
Hard to say on side of one. I gotta give credit to Rue because he played a really amazing game. Problem is, like, they lost it, so he doesn't get the MVP. But on side of PARIVISION, I think DM one more time. Like, he was ready, and the way he itemized, really love that he did go for the drums. He did go for the pipe. That 4-staff did save him one more time. Also saved him the second time when Rodan was trying to go for the solo kill. So it looked really good, and we can see the player comparison between two mid laners. Lar was also having an extremely good game. He was all over the place. Love the itemization coming out from him. Going for that Witchblade, of course, gonna give you the True Strike. Also gonna give you extra bit of a burst damage against the supports, and also picking up Eternal Shroud, something that usually you don't see, and you could see the impact once he picked up that later item, Aghanim Scepter, where he was pulling in multiple heroes. It just wasn't enough. So coming into the second game, I want to see slightly more team fight from Spirit, and I also want to see maybe slightly late game carry oriented for Team Spirit as well. I want to see Yatra on something more traditional.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if they go to more team fight. We're going to be getting into the draft for game number 2. It's PARIVISION against Team Spirit. Let's see it happen.
PARIVISION versus Team Spirit. Game 2.
Draft underway, already seeing the Batrider, the Tiny, the Phoenix, and the Venomancer banned out. And again, when you said it, Lacoste, at the end of the first game, it feels like you can't give DM anything.
But not give him a single hero?
Yeah. Unpick.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, you're gonna random in the end, but really glad that they are also removing Batrider, understanding how strong of a hero it is right now, because 9 Lasso, he had really great performance in the previous game. He was all over the place getting those initiations, got counter-initiated by Magnus twice, but other than that, this hero just gives you everything.
Yeah, well, right now it's the DK, it's the Monkey King from PARIVISION. They focus 9 class a little bit with the Venomancer ban. You gotta wonder, what are they gonna really give up? Are they gonna go to DM's hero first here for the side of PARIVISION, or are they just gonna pick up another 9 class hero? Right now, the options are available in the Batrider and the Clockwork we've seen from him.
I want to go late game. I think we are going to be seeing more of maybe Terrorblade as a first pick for Team Spirit, because they do flex it, or there's also Morphling available in the pool. This hero can easily be first phase.
Yeah, those are 2 heroes that PARIVISION banned themselves when they had their first pick. But Team Spirit, they decided to steal the chant from Kalis, I guess. It wasn't their preference before. I think they weren't rating this hero before in their matches this much. But it gives you a good laning, it gives you auras. And I think auras are really important still in this meta.
And if you can get off to a pretty quick mech, you have sustain early on in the game. If you're looking for something that maybe plays aggressive early in the Chen, gets to that mech, we can find them fighting 10, 12 minutes into the game, right?
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Venomancer is not like letting through. Because I went outside and Astini was like, guys, give me Venomancer, it's such a free game. Just one more time, at least one time.
Can't just hand over the 9 class win though, right? Can't give him what seems to be his best hero, but if that's his best hero, I want to know what... I feel like his Clock is his best hero, the Batrider is his best hero.
It also leaves Nyx Assassin in the pool, and I would say that him and Saksa kind of proved himself in the tournament to be the best. I don't think 9 class even played Nyx Assassin. It's just that I've watched quite a lot of his stream, and this guy is onto something. Like, he loves to play the hero, gives you that burst damage, something that you pointed out multiple times, Rezo, that you want to have that instant burst paired up. It's also a vision hero, pretty similar to Bounty Hunter, it's just you have 10 times more damage.
Yeah, and I think it's really good against Chen, because you can kill it with the Chen script, and when you're pulling waves, Chen can't really stop you from doing that. It doesn't have any like slow or stun mechanic.
So are you a little bit surprised that they banned the Enigma while wanting to pick up the Chen and maybe not something like the Nyx Assassin that could have protected it a little bit better?
No, I think you should still ban Enigma. I think it's just way too important for PARIVISION.
Now they banned the Sniper, not wanting to give it to no one. You were praising that in the first draft as you wanted to see him go back on that Sniper, but now it kind of opens up the doors, right? You pick a hero that's got such a low win rate, you're confident in your mid to get it done, even with a hero that's had an abysmal time at this tournament. So other options are certainly there for you that might be fringe options for no one, right?
Yeah, no one likes to play some Queen of Pain. He would also like to... Oh no, Jack is banned. He'll also like the puck a lot, so...
Yeah, some of these more maneuverable heroes that can maybe get exploited because you have Chen, so you don't have that extra bit of a control.
Trying to protect the Chen a little bit more by taking away that Enchantress. But Ench, Sniper.
I think that both teams are also looking at the Morphling.
Yeah, Morphling, Terrorblade, these are my two guesses that we're going to be seeing in the game. And also Phantom Assassin. I wanted to see something more late game oriented for Yatoro, just because they lost game 1 and they also want to have some kind of a backup plan if things don't go well early.
Yeah, and Dawnbreaker is pretty good for DM this game because with Nyx it's pretty good combination.
I love that combo.
Yeah, it's a very strong lane, and in the game it's just way too much pressure.
They ban out the Morphling, they go immediately back to that Phantom Assassin. Satanic played it so well, his timings were quick. This already feels favoring PARIVISION. I know there's only one hero picked for Team Spirit, but after a performance like that, how can you not favor him?
But this also leaves Alchemist in the pool, because hero was not contested in previous game in the first banning phase. In the second banning phase, I believe it got banned, so if you want to have a little bit of an extra momentum, I would love to see maybe Yatoro pick it up, because Chen plus Alchemist gives you a lot of early timing. Sometimes Phantom Assassin's not ready to strike back immediately because you, like, especially if you have a great lane. Chen does stabilize a lot of the lanes. Problem in this one is he's going to be playing into Nyx Assassin, so won't be having that much of an impact, but would still love to see something that gives them that extra bit of oomph in the draft.
I actually believe that out got to the third phase even of bans because we were asking for the Gyro Bloodseeker and they went to Alchemist, but they'll pick up the Centaur War Runner here for Spirit. You guys have been calling for this hero in a lot of drafts. We just have not seen it as much as maybe you guys would have liked, right?
Well, it's a good build-up, you know, for the Blade Mail. I think they really need Blade Mail heroes when you're playing against PA, but at the same time, it's not really like that big of a counter pick to the PA. Like, I think you need something more. You need the break mechanic. You need something that stops her from getting to her timing.
I'm fine with Shaman again. Shaman or Lion, because you have that instant Hex against Nyx Assassin, something that he can't use the Carapace. It was always good throughout Dota history. And again, we haven't really seen it much in the previous game, that 15 talent on Shadow Shaman, but can definitely be really good.
So they go to the Dark Willow. That'll be their support duo with the Chen. Bit of a grimace on your face, Lacoste, and it's not the McDonald's kind.
I don't know if I like this hero too much right now. Sure, it's a good combo in the lane with the Centaur, gives you that kill threat. Other two heroes that I did mention would also give you pretty much the same thing. You could be food for when you're playing against Nyx Assassin. You could really feed off with this Dark Willow.
Yeah. He kind of can kill her solo without even any help.
Back to the Warlock. They like that combination. The Grimoire helping that Warlock to get to level 6 very early on. Was level 6 when his mid hit 6. You can just get involved in a couple of kills and all of a sudden you've got Chaotic offering very early on in the game. Now, of course, they stole both Wisdom Runes and kind of slowed down the progression of both supports, but you set into the game yourself, Lacoste. You're more so just trying to get to that 6 so you can counterplay what Spirit's throwing your way.
Yeah, that's why he used it so early on, just so that he has that little bit of oomph. Wanted to protect Phantom Assassin. As we've seen, he TP'd to the top lane, ready to back him up. They got one kill out of it. Then had a bit of a slower game, but this is what Position 5 Warlock does. Sacrifices a lot of his game, and we haven't really seen them take some of these earlier fights that they maybe wanted to. So Team Spirit did a really good job dodging Enigma's Black Hole and the Rock, but you could still feel the power of the Rock in the mid and late game fights.
Yeah, and I think Warlock is pretty good against Chen with the Fatal Bonds. It's good to make the survivability on the PA with the heal. Can stack.
Snot Rocket We've seen it yesterday. It was really good in the game. Not so much in the lane, because he did get countered by Monkey King and Crystal Maiden. I don't think this time around he's going to be having that bad of a game. But it also worked really well, because he had Sniper and he also had Morphling. So in the mid-game fights, you could feel the power of it, reducing their armor. And you have now Phantom Assassin as well, and still yet to be picked up a hero for no one.
Dude, I really would like to have a Dawnbreaker instead of Bristleback there. I didn't really see the impact from that Bristleback in the previous game.
He was more soaking up the damage rather than dealing the damage.
Yeah, but when you're losing your lane, you can't really soak up the damage because
it was a tough lane.
They kill you this fast, so there's no like soaking.
Yeah, it wasn't really a great game for the Bristle in the last one. He was behind on net worth by quite a bit in the early goings, but now they pick up the Drow Ranger for Team Spirit. Not a hero we've been seeing too much of in this tournament.
I think people used to pick PA as a counter to Drow Ranger, not the other way around. So it's quite an interesting choice.
10 seconds.
The Bristle, what was the name of the build they were calling it for Paravision in this Bristle? Was it the
Green Bristleback?
build.
Yeah, the Hawk build. Yeah, this is something the Hawk did play from the off lane. Sometimes you gotta pay attention to what's happening in the pubs, because a lot of different players have very cool ideas. But to go back to this Drow Ranger, it gives her Silver Edge. Definitely a good game for it. We're playing against Phantom Assassin, playing against Bristleback, and yeah, Nyx Assassin, something that he doesn't like to play into is this instant silence. And I also want to see if Yatra is going to prioritize going for the Shard, because this is a really good one when you are playing against a Phantom Assassin as well.
Wanting to have that Glacier available to you. We've seen some Drow Rangers have that Ags, of course, with the Hypothermia.
The other thing that Bristleback needs in his lineup, that he needs somebody to stack him a lot, so he can, like, even if he loses lane, he wants to just come back and farm these stacks. But as Nyx, you can't really stack a lot of camps for him, right?
Yeah.
So
no, he's not stacking. He's stealing some of these big camps.
He's even
as a carry,
stealing
yeah,
them.
you go into the triangle and you see like one small guy, like one Saturn, because he killed the other two.
yeah, I'm just not a big fan of this Bristleback pick. But at the same time, the Ranger, Chan, they can't really pressure him that much on the lane, I would say.
Banning the Pango, getting rid of that Laurel Storm that we saw in the last game, because despite the fact that Team Spirit lost that game, everybody played well. It was just that one missed RP that changed their fortunes. It wasn't like there was anybody, in my eyes, that was really lacking too much from Spirit in that game.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Magnus is still in the pool, by the way. So
play at mid.
if no one can just pick up the Magnus
I think
here,
they might be prepping for Laurel to pick up Puck, because right now a lot of these counters are already gone. No Monkey King, no Sniper. It does feel like they are lacking a little bit of a control. You can be very annoying for the backlines. Right now there are no real stun silences other than Nyx Assassin if he can surprise you, but there's also going to be Chen and the Stampede to maybe bail you out of the trouble. So I feel like it's a really good Puck game for Spirit.
but they have to address this PA, right? They didn't have that much of a counter pick to them to the PA in the previous draft, but this draft I think it's even worse against PA than the previous one. So they need something to deal with it. Otherwise, we might see the same scenario happening again.
They go back to that Earth Spirit, you think, for Paravision? Up
Yeah.
that win rate even more?
I think Magnus or Spirit would be great options for them.
They first get to look at what Team Spirit are going to go to. They don't actually have a lot of reserve time for this, only down to 3 seconds. And they pick up the Earthshaker, the name brand of the event,
Yeah,
Fissure.
it kind of blocks some of the picks that no one can do right now. But at the same time, you can like just, you know, don't care about this. Straight up pick your heroes.
So what are you thinking goes well into this Earthshaker, Lacoste?
I also think Puck is good here for no one.
Yeah, they also, I mean, now that the Shaker is picked up, it can be a bit difficult, I would say, but they might need to take an L in some of these lanes. They need some kind of a control other than this Nyx Assassin plus Warlock, because they have Stampede available. And there's the Magnus. I prefer this. I actually prefer this. Gives them a lot more team fight. And now you also have BA with the Empower, and also let's see which facet Bristleback is going to take. Because if he takes the other one, there's going to be quite a lot of physical damage from Phantom Assassin, and he does take Snot Rocket.
He does take Snug Rocket. I mean, I see only one weakness in the PARIVISION draft, which is Bristleback. But at the same time, this PA with Magnus Empower right now, it's even stronger than before. And I think Team Spirit lineup cannot really stop it this game.
kind of scary, honestly. You've got two mid. I'm looking over at it. You've got Magnus against the Earthshaker. You also have two supports that like rotating over for the side of PARIVISION. We saw the Warlock willing to TP over. Nyx likes to kind of scuttle around and look for a stun. You get that with a Shockwave and a Skewer under tower. If you're an Earthshaker by yourself, even if a support rotates but you're too far under the tower, you're left kind of vulnerable in that situation. I really like what PARIVISION have, and I'm a little worried for Spirit allowing this Phantom Assassin once again, and now having the Empower to even work with, and Satanic, who farms well on his own, now able to get that much more out of the game.
And I'm worried about your Draw Ranger as well. You have Magnus to jump on him.
Yep.
You have PA to jump on him. You have Nyx that just, you know, can go around. So it's going to be a tough game for Spirit.
Yeah, it's not looking easy, but Lacoste, what are the outs here for Spirit? What are you looking at in terms of game plan?
They have a much better team fight compared to the previous one. I think Earthshaker gives them that. You also have Centaur. Maybe if Miposhka can get some of his item timings, it's not going to be easy playing into Nyx Assassin. A lot of times you'll see Draw Ranger +1 putting a lot of pressure on the Bristleback early on. I don't think that can happen in this game considering you're playing into Nyx Assassin. So he's going to get shut down, and also there is... Like, you're leaving Bristleback open. We've seen what Bristle can do, even when he's not having that good of a time in a lane. But this time around, he's going to have a much better entry to the game.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for the Bristle based on the performance we saw last time, but if it even goes even slightly better, I'm worried. Very worried for the side of Team Spirit. And before we get into this game, we do have a coach's interview. We're going to send it over to Willy Wonka on stage, and let's take a listen.
You shouldn't call Silent Willy Wonka. That's very rude. I need to ask Silent, game one, you guys were winning. It turned the other way. What did you tell the team after game one?
I think like we lost draft hardly, but we played well, really well. Game was good. We was good on the map. PARIVISION just had better draft. Very strong Enigma into Magnus, and we didn't figure out what to pick as the best hero on the last pick. Think Storm was okay pick, but still you need to hit as Corey Magnus, and you're playing against 3 BKB stuns, so it's very hard to win.
In this draft, do you feel a lot better about this one compared to the last game?
This time, compared to first game, this one is much better for us. I'm not going to say we are much better than them, but it's more winnable for us, feeling like.
Okay, more competitive game. Good luck, my friend, and we'll send it into game two.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. Solid interview there, and we'll have to see how this game two goes for the side of Team Spirit, if they can keep their hopes alive coming into this one. 9class was the one who got first blood in game number one. Can they repeat again and start the ball rolling early? Thinking about a bunch of timings for the side of PARIVISION with the way that Satanic was able to just evolve throughout the game and now has that help from the Empower. Spirit, these lanes definitely seem like they have to be off to a good start. We talked about Bristle struggling in the last pickup we saw from PARIVISION, but given a little bit more, it could prove to be the difference maker, right?
Yeah, most definitely. But I'm also looking at the side lanes, and I think both lanes for PARIVISION are going to do well. Like, you're not going to be killing this Centaur, that's for sure, but you're going to be getting the farm on Phantom Assassin. I like that they're also playing slightly more aggressive on side of Spirit. That's what I want to see. Try to grab the kills, because you just picked Dark Willow and the Centaur. Definitely a killer combo. Mid lane going to be an interesting one. You do have all this extra damage, of course, on the Earthshaker, but got to be slightly more careful. You're not going to be playing against Pango or anything. Mag also has extra bit of a damage, and got to be careful about those skewered back into the towers.
Already a little bit of damage coming the way of Satanic over bottom, but not much really doing just yet. Ducalis was going into the Shadow Word early. He wanted to keep this Phantom Assassin pretty much topped off, but now has the Fairy Fire and the Tangos, a little bit different pickup for Satanic in that way. We'll see if they can maybe play aggressive, but it doesn't exactly scream too aggressive just yet, especially against the tanky Centaur War Runner. And if you can maybe get your hands on Dark Willow, it would be good. But they'll go for 9class.
And I really like what Miposhka is doing. Usually you would see Satyr facet on Chen, but he also did pick up Hellbear. So this is the one that you don't have any mana, so you can't kill his creep.
Wise. Taking away the benefits of the Nyx Assassin there. Laurel was skewered under the tower down to one shot, but was able to survive it. not really the most aggressive lane coming through to mess with this Bristle. 9 should be able to protect him as much as possible.
Yeah, you can always TP out. You do have a stun on your Nyx Assassin, so this lane should be fine, but I also think they're going to be sharing a lot more XP and CS when it comes down to 9 because you're playing Nyx Assassin. This is a super greedy position for you. Want to give him some of the CS, want to give him some of the farm, and we can see him already sitting at 4.
It was your own damn fault.
Yeah, getting as many creeps as he can with this Nyx, and there's the Water Rune bottled and picked up for Laurel. Needs to keep the health pretty high just in case he does get scored under that tower again. I talked about in the draft, or we talked about in the draft, how they might have a couple of heroes really willing to rotate. Dark Will is definitely one of them for this side of Spirit, and honestly, I could see Nyx Assassin coming over to try and land a stun and get a kill there too, but instead they focus their attention on Miposhka.
Look at all that minus armor.
Double stun, and Miposhka one shot from dead. Radon gonna try and turn it back onto DM, but he gets out of vision, and now they'll go for Radon, who pops the wand, but the chase is on. The multi-shot is there. 9 under the tower, but he'll still get the kill. Oh, and survives the tower shots.
That's pretty massive. Nyx Assassin also getting some of that solo XP, so he's already level 3. Let's see if Chen's going to be able to grab a kill here. It doesn't seem like it.
Ooh. No, not going to get it. And he'll pick up the Lotus. 9 more like world class. This guy is killing it right now. Go for collapse. The fatal bonds are there, but tanky Centaur. Not really much doing, but definitely making this lane favor Satanic once again, and he, of course, is, without question, sitting top of the CS.
They're already level 3. Ducalis, 2 points in Shadow Word, which means that Satanic is going to be pretty healthy. Once you get him to his power threat, he's definitely not going to die. He has Fairy Fire, has Magic Stick in this bottom lane, and let's see what Collapse decided to pick up on his level 3. For now, it's nothing. If you see the opportunity, you can put a second point in the stomp or the double edge, but if he thinks that there's this lane, they're not going to be able to get the kills, he can go for the Retaliate and start prepping for the jungle farming.
This is where it might get a little bit more difficult here for the Earthshaker. Laurel not able to get either of those water runes, so that bottle's going to stay empty. He does have a clarity to work with, and we'll see if maybe one of his supports dies. They come back over mid to refill that bottle. It's a big if, and now without having that refill, it leaves him vulnerable to getting skewered under the tower. Satanic taking some damage from Collapse and Rue, but they've got that Shadow Word from the Warlock. So he'll heal up pretty heftily here in the bottom lane. He's not too scared, and like you said, he's got that early steps.
And Collapse putting a second point in Hoof Stomp, making sure that they want to have that extra damage. Maybe they're going to be able to grab a kill. 9 Blood Grenade again.
Yeah, Blood Grenade to try and turn it, but DM
is not close enough.
Yeah. Miposhka wisely not going down those steps and going to the right side
courier.
of the jungle.
Doesn't want to go that way. Already has double null talisman. This is the build on Nyx Assassin that I think he kind of pioneered, because I was watching a lot of his stream where he... A lot of position for Nyxes. You would see them maybe pick up the boots, maybe get mana boots as well, upgraded, but he wants to have that early impact. Bottom lane, there's a lot of happening. Satanic dropping low.
Yes.
Both heroes are going to be okay. Collapse was also low. Rude taking some shots here from Ducalis. They'll put the damage on, but they won't be able to finish off anybody just yet. Let's see if they re-engage once they get Bramble Maze up one more time, but this Shadow Word continues to just heal up Satanic, and he does not feel as though he is in any trouble. The same can't be said for DM at the moment. He's getting chased by Radon and Miposhka, but something you mentioned, just TP out.
Yeah, it's that easy. He's going to go back to base, but you can see the power of this. And it's not even maxed out. This is level 1B.
No one the advantage, and they'll have the stun under the tower.
Still level 5 on Shaker.
Yeah, Laurel's in a lot of trouble, and the damage from this tower will get the last hit, and they will finish off Laurel. Miposhka also denying that Arcane Rune, but he's not here in time, and neither is Rue to get the save on the Earthshaker at all.
Thrift rewarded.
Yeah, now big difference. Using that first RP to grab the kill. Rue, even with his rotation, still unable to achieve much, and we can see Nyx Assassin, what he's doing in the jungle, level 5 at 6 minutes before picking up the XP rune. So that's going to be a great timing for him.
Already a 1,000 net worth lead, and it's just no surprise that Satanic is towards the top of the net worth, but that being said, he's trading spots right now with the Drow. Later he'll have access to that power, of course still going to the Battle Fury. Thinking of the markers of last game, it was 16 minutes, Battle Fury BKB. Could be tough to beat if he gets to those timings once again, right?
Still farming really well. Very close to his Magnus, close to the Drow Ranger as well. And 9 class takes that XP rune.
Yeah, none stolen this time around. And that was a little bit of a difference in the last game. Not seeing Warlock as involved this time around, but see how quickly he gets to his level 6. Arl backing off the lane, and it is wide open for the Magnus. So for the moment, no one going to be unbothered. And just a really good spot from the mid lane. Radon, body block, 9 class. Stun was already used. So the TP, no one.
That was close.
Just off a touch.
As close as that RP in game number 1.
Really going to do the Spirit fans in the crowd like that?
No.
Radiant are scanning.
Laurel, Echo Slam is available. We've seen when Earthshakers are kind of struggling that they tend to use first Echo Slam to kill Ancient Camps, and right now I see Rue stacking at a triangle, so that might be his entry to the game. We see 5 against 4 on side of PARIVISION.
Good math. Didn't get the stack though on the Ancient Camp that second time. He only has 1 stack in there. Phase Boots now for the Bristleback, who's bottom of this net worth chart for the cores. Actually, 9 class doing well, keeping up, not exactly with him, but already has this level 6.
Scary timing. Level 6.
Sees Radon, and he'll have the information, but can anybody come with him? Probably lacks the damage, but we'll stick with Radon and see if anybody can come over, and they've smoked up. But Miposhka will do a good job of scouting this out. Shockwave lands onto the Chen, skewer over, but Miposhka going to be running this all the way out and away in 9 class now, working with his Vendetta, but not getting anything out of it yet, with Radon just avoiding the gank that was coming through.
He just might get Miposhka instead.
Ooh,
well,
actually
no,
throws
he
the
lands
stun
without Vendetta.
Fatal Bonds, and Miposhka, he's dead there to 9 class. Can't commit all the way through onto Radon, but they'll take whatever they can get.
I guess he was relying on maybe a Skewer into RP, but he didn't have enough mana, and I believe Skewer was also on a cooldown. We talked about Bristleback. He is having a much better game compared to the previous one that they did play yesterday. So double Bracer. There's that Echo Slam.
Good chunk of gold. A lot of stacks there to take very quickly. Getting some help here from Rue, who wants to have that level 6. See if they can maybe use that Terrorize well with the Bramble Mazes to set something up, maybe with a Stampede and a Jump Over. But it doesn't feel like they're looking to be too active early on.
Dire's middle tower
and 9 class again has Vendetta back up. Spots Radon full health, full mana, so he can't really go for this either. But getting information for the side of PARIVISION and maybe calling for somebody to join him when he scouts out like this. No one not really
gold saved up, so he can buy Diadem.
Fissure.
Trying to backstab. Maybe he can catch Laurel here.
Good skewer through the Bramble Maze.
Top tower has fallen.
Doesn't get locked up at all, and that gives no opportunity for them to come over. But the Brambles that connect, and there's the Bedlam with the Sentry. Throws out a stun, but 9 class low. Shadow Word not going to matter. The Shadow Realm strike from Rue is enough damage to kill off the Nyx Assassin.
Oh, planted that branch, but Rue still getting a kill. 300 gold for him in between 3 heroes. This is something that you want to see. Planting down that Sentry. Playing super aggressively. Satanic now on top of the network because Radon was not farming much. He was also getting scouted, interrupted by Nyx Assassin. His network did skyrocket. Still going to be a good time. This is going to be 12-13 minute Battle Fury one more time.
Yeah, last game, 12.5 minutes on that Battle Fury. Already leaning that direction. Magnus also keeping up with Satanic. It just... They haven't stopped the Phantom Assassin at all, and they haven't really tried either. It just feels like these teams aren't taking advantage of anything they can get early onto the PA.
They tried to go for 1 kill, and maybe if they got it, they could have tried to go for 1 more time, but it's very difficult with Warlock behind them, constantly harassing them with Fatal Bonds, and also using Shadow Word. Golem is ready. He did already use his Black Grimoire War. This is a very difficult word to pronounce.
Grimoire?
Yeah.
Okay. I like the word, though. 3 heroes towards top. TP Laurel out of the way of this top lane and down towards bottom to join Rue at level 6. Can they find anybody, though, with this smoke? They see the shockwave. DM, he's the one who's pushing the lane and getting some CS. He really hasn't been stopped too much at all either. This Bristol's recovered well, and he is just about as farmed as Wolf. Amplify damage. Picked up by Laurel. They'll stampede, get some distance. No RP committed on that, but now it might have a second chance. They've got the totem, they'll hit the shockwave. I don't even know if they need the RP. They think about the terrorize. They've got the hand of God. They'll pop the amplified damage. Yeah, with the Vendetta and the stun, they get the kill on Laurel.
I think everybody experienced
so
this. This Nyx Assassin is so annoying to play against, knowing that he had that great of a start and now grabbing a kill. You want to give him the early kills because he is just a recipe away from Dagon, and that's going to be very difficult. No one. That was a blink-on-blink action. They already used the Stampede, still grabbing a kill. Radahn wants to get involved, but DM, he's like, yeah, please.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Constantly throwing the viscous nasal goo out there. Yeah. Asking them, trying to goad them into a fight.
Dire's middle tower
Stacks being made again. Collapse trying to farm up as much as he can, but Laurel, he's got that blink dagger. You want Centaur to have a blink after the blade mail. That is something that you mentioned in the draft, the blade mail maybe being a deterrent to Paravision.
Yeah, and speaking of blade mail, I really like that DM is also going for the blade mail, knowing that it's gonna give them that extra bit of armor against the Drow Ranger, against the Earthshaker. It is a lot of right-click damage, and there is a lot of uncontrollable damage as well. Will force them to maybe stay away from him when he pops that blade mail.
Battle Fury, 13.5 minutes, so a minute slower than the last game, but not really a massive difference overall in terms of the game state. Still farming up quite a bit. Blade mail almost finished for DM. You've got this Nyx Assassin looking to maybe kill somebody who goes for this Wisdom Rune. Swipe it away from Rue.
No raindrop, Rue. Let's see if he decides to put down Sentry. We'll pop the dust instead.
You can see 9 class already thinking ahead. Yeah, he knew he didn't have to go for the Wisdom Rune, knew the dust was probably coming, and just escapes away, and TP is out. Now think that far ahead, because you see the idea, just go for the Wisdom Rune and maybe get a kill, but if you get dusted and there's a +1 or 2, give up your life yourself.
Professional gamers who are paid to play this game are thinking ahead. What a shocker, huh?
Yeah, more news at 9. Definitely the case. There's a 3K lead here for Paravision, and Spirit only 2 kills to their name. Not really making much happen around the map, but they're still just waiting for Radahn to farm as much as he can to get involved.
Haven't seen much from him. Of course, he is playing Drow Ranger, and we talked about his itemization. This is going to be like casual Dragonlance. That's something that we do see on Templar Assassin, as well as a first item, and then going for Manta Style. Wants to tank up, wants to be able to dispel some of the things, especially against Bristleback, and then going for the Silver Edge. This is going to be the key item, playing against PA and Bristleback to have that break mechanic available.
Things stay quiet, and another Vendetta to try and find somebody out, but farming outside camps and
Dire's bottom tower is
use that
under
mana
attack.
flare to just get anything away from this Drow, because you're leaving camps with 1 or 2 creeps. And it does take something, maybe not a lot away from Radahn, but it is annoying when you come to a camp and it's just a small Satyr.
And this is the area where they're going to be farming, and we can see the also Observer Ward, Deep Observer Ward that has been placed, which is going to scout things out for them.
Yeah, 9 class has been following these enemy heroes, and that's just like you can follow the channel with !F. Follow us on all socials. Get some behind-the-scenes action here from the Fissure Playground. They are smoked up, and maybe they'll find 9 class, but he's staying within the trees, and still nothing doing for Spirit. Satanic just moving up and up the chart, and away further and further from this Drow. 2 kills, that's it for Spirit.
Network keeps increasing. Now Dagon is being delivered on Nyx Assassin, so he will have that extra bit of a burst damage, so can definitely solo kill Chen and can solo kill Dark Willow.
Uses that Vendetta again, knows to keep the courier all the way on the outside. Rue actually gets some vision on that courier, but won't know where 9 class exactly is, and like you said, he gets the Dagon delivered. They've kept a lot of heroes here top for Spirit. They finally TP over the Drow to bottom, but here comes 9 class, and he's
He's got a +1, but there are a couple of heroes here for Spirit that might be able to counter this play. Sticking with Miposhka, there's the Vendetta hit. They'll go to the Impale. They've got the Dag into the Mana Flare, and they'll get the kill on a Miposhka. That's first kill for PARIVISION in a few minutes. But again, Spirit evacuate the area, and they just are looking to farm and not take any engagement for the moment. They've got some vision down offensively here, but not really enough vision to want to commit with. Collapse is nearby. So is Laurel, but they are just avoiding PARIVISION at all costs. Fissure, as well as the double edge.
Those two Blink Daggers, grabbing them the kill without even using the Echo Slam, so that's nicely done. DM is going to be tanky. He just picked up Vampire Fangs and also did pick up the Shard as his basically second item, if you want to count in the Blade Mill, going for the BKB next. I really like how DM thinks about itemization, like what needs to be done first. Yesterday, when he was having a really rough time, he immediately picked up that Shard, gives you a lot of impact in the fights. But we haven't seen much from the mid laners. No one has also been farming relatively well, but also staying away from some of these fights. It's mostly been 9 class. Ducalis looks very dead here.
Finally getting a little active on the map. They've gotten each support another time.
It's under attack.
They're grouped up as 5 in the bottom half of the map. They would have, of course, rather get that Magnus, but weren't quite all there quickly enough. Ducalis happy to give his life up for the cause to make sure that his cores can continue to farm and not really face much turbulence when it comes to getting that farm.
Radiant structures.
Knowing that there is no Phantom Assassin BKB yet, they're gonna start to put slightly more pressure on the map, getting their first tier 1 tower killed. Marl also continues to farm up. He is going for Aghanim Scepter.
9 class DM, well, Rue is here. Gets the Vendetta, lands the Impale. Bramble Maze is down. The Bedlam isn't going to do much, but the Terrorize won't even come through as Rue is killed by DM. Easy kill for the Bristleback.
They definitely have more than enough damage to go for Roche because they have all this minus armor. Satanic also has Blightstone, and now DM 4 points in Goo with that Snot Rocket Facet. You're also getting more minus armor because you're going to be having more stacks. Same as in game number 1. PARIVISION going for that Roche relatively early on, grabbing 1 kill and immediately snatching Roche on.
BKB timing lines up with that Aegis. Expect PARIVISION to want to fight Miposhka. He's in the area. Near this tier 2 tower, doing some damage, almost taking out the tier 2 tower, but Miposhka will just TP out and avoids both 9 class and Satanic. Picks up that Pavis, so they'll have a little bit extra to fight back against the physical damage from the side of PARIVISION.
Definitely needed. Most of their damage is physical, at least from the cores.
Feels like Radon wants both the Hurricane Pike and the Silver Edge before he's willing to really go in for a 5v5 fight. They dust up, make sure the Nyx Assassin isn't about. They'll get themselves a shard on Miposhka. Take out the first Tormentor just 5 seconds after it becomes available. Satanic, just like the last game, BKB Sanjin Yasha. No surprise.
That has been the best item build on PA nowadays. Skipping that death, so you don't need it. You still get a lot of damage with your Facet, and also you're getting damage from S and Y. Immediately into Roche. Ducalis one more time. We'll get that first Tormentor onto his Warlock.
Rue up here and no one continuing to go for his BKB. The BKBs are going to be all available for PARIVISION soon. How do you fight into this BKB timing from PARIVISION if you're Spirit?
That's a good question, because they are going to be having 3 BKBs right now. There is one being delivered to no one. As you said, Satanic already has his, and DM needs to kill this creep wave plus 1 extra camp, and he's going to have it. They don't have abilities that go through debuff immunity, so that's going to be massive. Unless they can get the first jump with the Echo Slam onto 2 targets, follow it up at 8 Terrorize, I don't see them winning those fights. 9 class, he's going in.
Use the Vendetta, but they've got the Silence. Radon walking back, and eventually they've got the Bramble Maze as well as the Dust. They find 9 class, trying to run away from these Brambles. But the stone with the Spike Carapace, Rue up on the high ground, looking for a Terrorize, but there's a big crit from Satanic and the BKB pop to get a kill.
9 class did a very good job. I also like that he is maxing out his Carapace. No one
Back and forth Miposhka goes. Where he tries to juke, no one knows. Use that shockwave, pushing him and pulling him back, and Satanic will get that kill.
And he just brought all of the creeps down there, so will be some extra gold for no one.
Yeah, easy kill there on the Chen. They take out both supports. Again, these cores still trying to avoid a big fight. They'll go for supports, but other than that, Spirit really haven't been willing. There is a lot in the queue that they want before they even are thinking fight. Collapse now. Some Viscous Nasal Goo for his troubles, and they've also got RP from no one. The Viscous Nasal Goo will stack to 4. The Stampede will try to get him away, and the Chaotic Offering is a bit late, but...
For the lulz.
Yeah.
He did not want to let go. He was saving that one just in case he runs away. So they used BKB on Phantom Assassin. They
Shockwave
used
again.
RP as well, but they're still going to be taking the fights. Look at how aggressive DM's playing right now.
You just can't Shadow Realm and TP out against this team. And Satanic waiting to jump. It's DM who still gets the kill, and it is an 8,000 net worth lead here for Paravision. There is just
no counterplay.
Nothing coming from Spirit.
Yeah, they don't really have it. They have this big Echo Slam that could come out. Look at 9class. He's inside the base.
Using the Scuttle to get in between the towers and in between the Vision to go up onto the high ground, and, well, that's exactly like me and my pups. Laurel trying to run, skewer back, Echo Slam. They'll get the kill onto no one. They'll add one to the tower, but Satanic doesn't have a lot of life. He's got a minute on that Aegis. The right click's coming in on the DM. Great body blocks from Collapse.
Ooh, man. This
Finally,
was
a breath
way
of fresh
too deep
air.
from 9class. He baited the whole team pretty much, forcing them to go in, then forcing the Earthshaker out of the base, so he pops the Echo Slam, and Radahn from the high ground. This is going to give them quite a lot of gold. He just finished off his Hurricane Pike and also is getting closer to Silver Edge. You got to respect Draw Ranger when going for high ground like that. Getting him levels as well. He's closer to that level 18 now.
Yeah, a little bit of lack in respect when you're going up onto the high ground like that from 9class, but you're definitely feeling yourself with the way the game has been going. For the most part, only your supports had been dead up to that point, so why not try to play that aggressive? Because if you win a team fight right there, you might be taking a high ground this early on. That being said, Sanjin Yasha finished off for the Phantom Assassin. They'll pick up a Shield Rune for no one. Earthshaker now going to be having access into the Ags as he had 3,000 gold. So he'll have that, and it's really about the Silver Edge timing from Radahn.
Dire are scanning.
But will it be enough? Are Paravision too far ahead?
They got some extra gold from that previous fight, down to 5k, but still, with this Aegis gone, I could see Team Spirit also going for some type of a kill, but they have a very good high ground defense, so they don't necessarily need to go for anything, but I could also see them go for a smoke and try to grab a kill now that the Echo Slam is going to be back online in 20 seconds. 9class, he blinks in.
Goes in to blink for the Spike Carapace, but 9class again, he thinks he's got 4 aces, but instead, he's got nothing. He bluffed, and he lost.
Team was not ready to back him up.
They were not there immediately, playing in front of his team a little bit too far. 2 steps ahead, but the team that he was 2 steps ahead of was Paravision. Rue backing off with Radahn. They try to get that kill onto the Magnus, but quick hands from no one. They'll smoke themselves and maybe try to make a play happen here. Big team fight available for them with the RP, the BKB available for everybody on the side of Paravision. Satanic will show, will clean up the creep wave, and there's the fissure, but nothing just yet from the rest of Spirit. They'll try to just to leave this fight. Shadowblade from Radahn, now he'll sit towards the front.
He wants to scout things out. No one, he has a shield rune and the BKB. Let's see if they can stun lock and bring him down from 100 to 0.
Fissure, ooh, blink away.
To blink out. Thank you, shield rune.
What did you expect?
That's exactly what it's used for. And again, they try to make something happen for Team Spirit, but it's just not enough. It's the little things. On the edge of making that work. If you didn't have that shield rune, of course, they might get him. Still had the BKB, but didn't even need to use it. 9class, he's up here in a great spot. Collapse. Long TP. Yeah, you might as well stop it. He was TPing for about 30 seconds in front of his face. Now they'll use the Stampede. Collapse on the run, but the Chaotic Offering through.
9 Class, he's got the Vendetta, and he looks over, it collapses. He'll get the stun with the Spike Carapace, and the right clicks from Satanic. They'll take out the Centaur. Nobody there from Team Spirit to help out. They're close, but they're just not close enough to re-engage with them.
Well, Larl, he's still thinking about getting that fight. Even though they have RP, they have BKB available on Satanic.
9 Class just jumping in with the Blink, the Impale, and the Bramble Maze is placed down, but they don't fully commit from PARIVISION. They are baiting out some of these spells from Team Spirit.
Carapace is so annoying to play against Centaur because you have Retaliate, he pops the Carapace, hits you once, which means that you're gonna proc the stun. They do have High Ground Ward on side of Spirit, and also one on the left side, so they see a lot of map right now. Radon.
Just the Shadow Blade still for a while. Between him and that Silver Edge, it's a lot of gold.
And he also found the perfect item. This is the item that kind of wins you the game when you're playing Drow Ranger. If you're in a bit of a bad spot, Enchanted Quiver gives you that extra attack range, gives you True Strike, and it also, especially against Phantom Assassin. So he's definitely been blessed by Gaben in this game.
Keeping it as close as they can. It's 7,000 net worth lead for PARIVISION, but can they start to pull it back on Spirit? They're waiting for the Silver Edge, but PARIVISION are playing pretty far forward, and the timing may not work out for them, especially if they get 1 or 2 more kills. They'll go for Roche, and then is Silver Edge feeling a bit too late from Spirit?
Not necessarily. I mean, this is still Drow Ranger we're talking about, level 18, so has that 3 points in marksmanship, and also getting closer to multi-shot damage as well. Even though I've seen others pick up the Gust self-movement speed, this is something that Pure does, but he also tends to play much more aggressive as a carry, I would say. They do see them with this Observer Ward.
Oh, there's the RP. It's onto the Drow. They've got the damage, but the Force Staff away gets him some distance between him and PARIVISION. All done there, but there's the Spike Carapace again. 9 Class, is he in too far? Silenced up, killed off. Radon starting to output some of this damage. Curse Crown's going to be on the DM. Will they re-engage on the side of Team Spirit? He'll pop the BKB so he doesn't get stunned, but now the Viscous Nasal Loose sent back on the DM. They know this BKB's running out. They knew the BKBs from PARIVISION were already used. They'll use the Stampede to try and keep up.
They're
hungry. They look over at Nukalis. They'll get themselves a second. Team Spirit take out 2, and it is just about Roche time, but are PARIVISION willing to give it up?
What a perfect timing. They just got 2 big kills. There was no golem to have that extra bit of a lockdown when they initiate onto Drow Ranger, and they definitely have damage. Look at all these big creeps that they increases their damage, increases their HP as well, thanks to that Tormentor. DM, he's in. No BKB available.
Yeah, no BKB available. Then you have the Chaotic Offering from the Warlock when he gets back into the fight. The Lotus Orb is doing quite a bit of work there.
Standing. He's near the Twin Gate, and he's attacking DM, who's like 1,000 range away, thanks to that Enchanted Quiver. Back from the Nukalis.
RP is down. BKBs are down as well.
30 seconds. DM, 15 seconds until Satanic has one.
Will it be in time? Laurel looking for a fissure. DM's there. Blink looking for a hoof stomp. That lands on a 2. But got the skewer back into the Roche pit. The damage on the Laurel. It's going to be a lot. They'll get the kill to the Earthshaker.
And an outpost to TP2. Might be forced to use it if they want to take this fight. Collapse.
Roche is going to be going down bottom, so...
No Stampede yet.
Let's see. And they'll go for 9 Class. They'll get the kill to Rue, but now the Chaotic Offering comes out from Nukalis.
Is so low.
Clicks from Satanic. They'll get the kill to Maposhka. Both supports taken out. There goes Radon. Satanic with a triple kill. Collapse on the run. No one gets him. And it's just the Earthshaker who's back alive because he bought back. But other than that, yeah, you're right. It's a full wipe.
Such a great positioning, and also no one using that skewer immediately, running away from a fight without even popping his ulti. So Roshan's gonna be on the Radiant side. You would definitely love to see it on Dire side because it's just overall better. But they've been in their faces immediately, and look, they're holding the high ground, but they don't have that instant stun because Earthshaker was not there. Center was the one who got initiated on, so Satanic has a pretty free entry. There's nothing that can stop him from using a BKB, and they just clean up without even using the RP. 9 Class, he wants to hunt him down behind enemy lines. Maybe if he can find Laurel here, that's going to be pretty big, considering that he already used his buyback. Ooh.
9 Class looking for something.
Dire, they know.
He pings out Rue, but nobody around him to follow up whatever he would throw out their way.
And I really like that 9 Class. He probably buys the most amount of blood grenades. Every single time in a fight, he's going to throw in casual blood grenade. You can't blink out. And now Tormentor is going to be for Nyx Assassin, getting that shard.
Spike Carapace blinks out. They had a sentry down. He pings it immediately, knowing that they could see him. They threw a gust, but it didn't connect. It's a 17,000 net worth lead for PARIVISION. They've got a 4-minute Aegis remaining. Spirit, their high ground is strong, but
you can't leave the base.
Gonna be
That's
tough.
the problem. If they want to farm it up, they definitely can. Or if they want to go with no one, now that he has Yasha Kaya, so that's going to be like instant cast on that skewer.
not going to be able to take any of these waves out that far either. It's score kills.
Map is going to be very, very small for Team Spirit in the next couple of minutes.
Oh. Don trying to find any place to farm this Silver Edge. It's desperately needed to hold the high ground.
Unseen, but not
He doesn't have that. I don't think they can hold the high ground at all, but now finally he's got the Silver Edge. They've buckled so far, but they're hoping not to break on Spirit. But now with the break from the Silver Edge, maybe they can get a couple of these kills and fortify themselves back up.
Uh-oh. This is a bit of a risky one. He tried to go for it. It's still the enemy XP rune, but not enough damage quickly to deal with that Tormentor. Did not want to risk it.
TP's back home. Nullifier for Satanic being built. And he's got it. Have that Helm of the Iron Will shipping out, and you'll see that 9 class also starting to upgrade that Dagon. They haven't quite set up here to go for the high ground just yet. There's still a tier 2 tower over in the top lane, and that will be the last outer tower taken. Continuing to just make the map small for Spirit, and you can see the net worth continuing to rise. That advantage for PARIVISION up to 20,000.
They're not getting much farm right now. No one. Stealing some of their farm as well. They wanted to farm the triangle. This is going to be very difficult. Looking at the buyback status as well, the big one that they don't have is Earthshaker that used it in the previous Roshan fight. And they didn't achieve anything with it.
Yeah, if they fight with this Aegis, he's not going to have it at all. But if they are able to hold out, maybe he gets it back. But they're expecting PARIVISION to start hitting this high ground, and they're kind of slow burning it. They're not committing onto anything just yet.
I'm looking at the neutral items on PARIVISION that they've chosen. Everybody wants to get some kind of armor. Vindicator's asked for Phantom Assassin. That means you're going to have a lot of armor when they initiate on you with the stuns against Earthshaker, against Centaur. And then everybody else just picked up armor. We can see Cloak of Flames. There is Fraggy Coat as well. Except for Nyx Assassin. He wants the Maggio. Enchanted Quiver on him for that extra bit of the damage, because he wants to solo people. It's still very hard because nobody's leaving the base, so that's why 9 class hasn't been that active in the last couple of minutes, except for that one dive.
Maybe learning a lesson from that dive. Don't want to go in too far. Are you surprised with PARIVISION not walking up the high ground before they have
They don't need to go
immediately?
immediately. 57 seconds. It will probably go now. Poke it, see what happens.
Next soon for Magnus. TP's back to top, and they're circling because they've got a ward up in this jungle. They know where Radon's at.
I love this play because Satanic just showed in the bottom lane, but they're also setting things up. That Observer ward also scouting things out. No one. Let's see if they're going to be able to find him.
Yeah, they've got 2 obs. Oh, Radon, RP. They don't see him at the moment. Skewer over, he's in trouble. They can't let him die, but there's 9 class ready to control him. 75 seconds, no Drow Ranger.
Yeah, that Observer board on the high ground, near the mines.
Yeah, I got to hold for 60 seconds. Will
You don't have the
stay
damage.
confident?
That's the problem. You just don't have enough. Chen doesn't provide you with any kind of damage. Neither does Dark Willow, so you need some like massive Echo Slam. They're going to plant down the banner and immediately using the glyph. I think they have to let go of this side at least.
At least one side for
But
sure,
it's still
but
gonna
40
be
seconds.
40 seconds. You have more than enough damage. Satanic
Dire's top tower has fallen.
level 24
Dire's top
with
barracks
Empower,
are under attack.
Nullifier ready.
Dire's top barracks
They
has
killed
fallen.
that in less than 15 seconds.
Dire's top barracks has
Can they
fallen.
do anything about this?
Dire's middle tower is
Not
under
likely. Looking like 2 sides. Curse Crown delays it for 2 seconds, but 20 seconds remaining. They're thinking about a Terrorize. They'll hold it as they throw a Fissure out. They'll Glyph again. 10 seconds.
But even with the Drow backup, do they have the damage? Is the Silver Edge worth it?
3 seconds until Drow pops a BKB.
Hitch a ride, but he's hitching a ride on the Skewer. The look to get collapsed, the look for the Terrorize, the Echo Slam is there. The right clicks from the Drow Rangers is going to be enough. No, collapse, he's dead. They've got the stun into Radon. He's trying to run away. He'll pop the Manta. He's defending, at least for the moment, back towards his throne, but it's not enough, really. I mean, you lost collapse, but you don't get anything out of it.
They popped the BKBs, so they might want to take it slightly slower. Immediately, Satanic TPs to the bottom lane, wants to be able to push it out to have that extra bit of a gold, and you can see the massive difference. No Echo Slam. They definitely need Echo Slam to land on multiple heroes. I know it sounds easy, but that's their own way into the game. Because this play that they just did, where they showed Satanic in the bottom lane and immediately TPing to the top lane, finding Radon, that was such a clutch play. Because you're showing that you are going for the high ground, and the rest of the team, you would assume, because Aegis is running out in 30 seconds, that they are going to be ready to back him up.
Taking a look at the player comparison between the Student and the Master. Right now, it is Satanic leading the way. See what Spirit can do to try and defend now that they've got Centaur back up. Or if PARIVISION are willing to go before, honestly, next Roche. Minimum timing at a minute.
Snipes his courier.
Nothing going right for Team Spirit at all, and maybe they fight at this Roche for a last-ditch effort play. They are in trouble.
They really are. This is pretty much do or die for Team Spirit.
Smoking out, but still 15 seconds before Echo Slam is available again. They might find these heroes on PARIVISION, but behind them is the Nyx Assassin.
Another shield rune on him.
Oh, there's the BKB with a great RP. The turnaround from Satanic. Down goes Oral, down goes Collapse. Maposhka's gone. The TP attempt, but it will be stopped. Rue's going to be dead. It's looking like a full team wipe. Radon, he's on the run. He goes into the Silver Edge, but can they get 9 class close enough to see him? Drops down the Sentry Ward. Radon running away. They'll buy back on Rue, but Radon, how do you even TP out? They're on the chase. They're on the hunt. He finally gets away from Team Spirit, but he's not confident just yet to TP. Instead, he'll farm up a little bit before he goes back.
And they're tipping him. He did the great escape, but seems like they don't have two sides. There's still melee barracks in the bottom, sorry, the mid lane, but bottom lane is also pushing in. No one. 2 times in a row, that shield rune, and also quick reaction time from him, immediately using that RP. Radon also did pick up part of the butterfly, so that's gonna be extra bit of damage. And for now, it's just DM sieging with that AC, has BKB available.
And they handle Radon. Can they eliminate Team Spirit from this event? The jump in, the horn toss, the skewer on Radon. They blow him up. 80 seconds. They send him back into retirement. They knock out Team Spirit. GG is called. And they're moving on to the lower bracket final. PARIVISION utterly destroying Team Spirit in this second game.
Man, he was so clutch. No one on these RPs and also the skewer backs has that Yashakaya instant cast time pretty much. Horn toss skewers him back, knowing that he just bought that Eagle Song. Not enough, and they shut him down. Another flawless performance from Satanic. 10-0 and 4. Didn't die a single time.
Yeah, this guy is the master now. He is no longer the student. He is just playing so well, and they had no one on top of it. Honestly, the whole team played perfect. The only flub was 9 class when he's diving the base, but other than that, I mean, PARIVISION looked absolutely perfect.
Yeah, throughout this whole series, they are looking so good. The drafts that they're having, they're really nailing them, and also the way they play. I really like what 9 class is doing. This guy is just on some next level shit, because he's so aggressive. He's level 6 at 7 minutes. He's ready to jump in, get those kills. Sometimes this over-aggressiveness doesn't pay off, but really entertaining player to watch. A lot to learn from him.
Yeah, and it looks like the future is now with Satanic. He plays oh so well. Give it up again for PARIVISION. Taking out Team Spirit 2-0. And, well, we're going to hear from the future. It's going to be Jenkins there with Satanic on the stage. Let's send it their way.
I'm here with Satanic. The people love you, man. You're the fan favorite. How do you feel?
Что ты чувствуешь, будучи любимчиком сцены сегодня?
Все нормально, я понимаю английский.
Да, ребят, спасибо большое. Очень приятно. Хотел... Был очень крутой матч. Было круто поиграть с ребятами. Большой респект Spirit. На самом деле, если бы не эта организация, я бы тут не был бы. Поэтому большое спасибо им и спасибо вам тоже.
Thanks everyone for supporting us. That was a great match, and of course I want to say thank you to the organization Team Spirit, because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here today.
Humble guy, humble guy. Is your family here supporting you?
Твоя семья сегодня здесь?
My brother is here, and that's it.
Who's the funniest guy on your team?
Кто самый смешной в твоей команде?
I guess DM. Don't know much.
It's DM, yeah, I got that. What about Ducalis? You killed him on the Tormentor in this game. What did he say to you when you killed him? Game 1.
На первой карте ты убивал Торментора и отлетел в Дукалиса. Что ты сказал ему тогда?
Я ему сказал? Я ничего ему не сказал.
I didn't say anything to him.
What did he say to you?
Что он тебе сказал?
Ну, просто he said, all good, all good.
That's all good.
That's a good support player right there. That's a good support. What are the best carry heroes in Dota right now, would you say?
Лучшие керри-герои сейчас, которые в мете?
I guess PA? Morph.
Okay, so the Satanic heroes. All right. One more time for Satanic.
Спасибо.
And we're throwing to Nat T for the exit interview.
Standing next to me, Lal here. It was a long day for you guys, played first series and last series here, but I want to hear a bit of the struggles that you faced in this final series against PARIVISION.
I mean, it was good series, like first game very close. We like flex Magnus on carry. Maybe it's not good like decision. Maybe we should pick Gyro against Enigma, and maybe game was more easy. But anyway, game first was close. But in the second, like against this PA Warlock combo and last pick Magnus, we're thinking about Magnus. Should they pick it? But maybe we should ban it. And this Bristleback going first, like they have a good like initiation after us. When if I jump, they use like Golem. If we jump on PA, they use like Golem, and it's really hard to play when they have a lot of like BKB controls. So maybe it's the problem. And also not a good performance by me on Shaker.
I love it. That was a great in-depth analysis there about that series for you. The next tournament you guys are going to be skipping, but it feels like even though they're old players joining you guys, you're still trying to figure a couple of things out. So what's going to happen between now and when we see you at Dream League?
I don't know. Maybe we're gonna just play more. That's all. Like and try to be like better and stronger. That's it. Maybe we need like more heroes in our pool and good like strategy. Yeah.
Grind out some more Dota. I love it. And finally, I know there's a lot of Spirit fans in the crowd here for you guys and also watching online. So any words for them?
Yeah, thank you for supporting, guys. And yeah, we lost, but we have PARIVISION. So, I mean, sis, you need to support PARIVISION. I hope they win the tournament.
I love it. Some very kind words, Lal. Thank you so much for joining me. We are going to be heading back to the panel, though.
Thank you very much, Nat. An exit interview there for Team Spirit, maybe a little bit earlier than everybody expected, but PARIVISION doing a really good job there to take that 2-0 over Team Spirit. Rezo, you were watching the games. What felt lacking, especially in game number 2 from Team Spirit?
Man, it felt that Nyx was so huge on network, so he was creating so much pressure on the Team Spirit. They couldn't make their own moves. They were like constantly pressured, like about how no one is gonna attack them with the Nyx together, and they didn't really have time to make their own plays.
It felt so good from PARIVISION. Only 10 kills for Team Spirit, but again, another Satanic game where he doesn't die Lacoste. What do you have to do to shut this guy down?
They just asked him what are the best heroes, and this is definitely one of them. He likes to play it. And I also got to point out that this guy is more mature than 99% of the community with the answers, like saying that team spirit, if he would not be here if they did not allow him to be a part of the team. It also seems like he learned a lot. So this guy is the next prodigy. People have been saying that ever since he's been playing on Yellow Submarine. And finally, he delivers. He finds the right team, joins the team that is already kind of set because they already won ESL 1 Bangkok. And this guy, every single time, he's on top of the CS. He's on top of the network charts. He needs to be studied.
Yeah, really praise for the team spirit since they brought him from some country in Asia to Belgrade and just gave him an opportunity to play in the Yellow Submarine first and then in Team Spirit. Gave some experience for him in the tournament. So right now we see this guy shining on the big stage.
Yeah, he's a young future ahead of him and he looks oh so good. There is really so much that feels like there needs to be studied about him, but the rest of the team really allowing him to be his best, right? We're seeing a second wind here from No One. It feels like prime time No One in the mid lane at the moment. And then, like you said, the evolution of DM, he's skyrocketing in terms of stocks for this guy. There's no stopping this team. They all are running on all cylinders. I don't know if anybody's going to beat him in this lower bracket at all.
Yeah, and I think in terms of ranking and from the MMR system, I think they all below rank 20 or 30, all 5 players of them. So they're really on top of it right now.
Yeah, and so we've got PARIVISION winning this series. We could take a look at the bracket, see what's left on the final day. And this was a day of excitement, and we've got one more left. You take a look at the bracket, you see Tundra locked in their spot in the grand final, and they'll be taking on the winner of the lower bracket final, which will be an exciting matchup between Falcons and PARIVISION. Early thoughts on who are going to succeed for you, Lacoste?
Falcons, they looked really strong. I think they also had game 1 in the bag against Tundra, and then they just couldn't recover from that. But gonna be a very interesting matchup because these are some of the best players that Dota has to offer, some of the most brilliant ideas. We are seeing a lot of very innovative strats coming out from PARIVISION as well, taking some of the other strats as well, implementing it into their own ideas, and now we're seeing why this team is so strong, and they are making this lower bracket run make it very easy because they played 3 series, and every single series was 2-0.
Yeah, not dropping a game, so the series at the forefront of tomorrow is going to be Team Falcons against PARIVISION. With the way PARIVISION's been playing, it might be a 2-0, and the grand final coming afterwards is maybe going to be quick. So you're going to want to be on top of coming back to the stream and getting yourself some Dota action because it's 2 series that are really setting up to be quite fun, right, Rezo?
Yeah, I really think that PARIVISION are keep increasing with every match, and right now their understanding of the meta, their understanding of the heroes, and also that they're stealing some heroes from the Tundra as well, so they kind of know, they understand what's happening. I think it's gonna lead them to the finals, to be honest. I'm cheering for them, and I think it's gonna be really good way for them to start this year.
Yeah, it's definitely a good way to get to that final and potentially win that tournament. We've got one more day, but we're going to say goodbye from everybody here at FISSURE and the FISSURE Playground. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the last day of the tournament. Have a good night.
Team Spirit versus Talon Esports.
Where does he TP? Where does he get to? Jokum already starts with the initiation. First they're going to get stunned in the rim, and that's well. Natsumi does get his ulti off. Radon is dropping quite low. They need to save the DK. Glimmer caped up as well, and there's Laurel on the back. Laurel takes down Natsumi. Mikoto, WS trying to chase Radon. Another kill for Laurel. Radon will finally fall, but Mikoto, the big raid boss, can they take him down? With the Orchid, he's silenced up. He's got nowhere to go. They will take Mikoto. But for now, no success. And there's the grab. Miposhka gets it from the high ground. Jokum saves him for now. But can they turn it around? WS focusing on Collapse. Takes the second down. They'll be able to get so. WS falling as well. They've taken Collapse and Rue. WS for the buyback to return to the fight as well. Can they get their numbers back in? Natsumi saved by Koto. The heals keep him alive. They'll keep him out of the fight for now. Sonic Wave's a bit of a miss. Radon is low. Law's gonna get focused, but he takes down Jokum. There is the Aegis that falls. Laurel cleans up another, but he might lose his life. Mikoto fighting to the bitter end. as he's got Radon right on top of him. The stun lock might be too much for him as he's out. Rue gonna try. And in from the side, there's the wolf bites coming in. The wolves are sent in as well. They see Laurel. Good hook shot from Jokum. Catches two very important heroes. Laurel is stuck inside the cogs. Gets out for now. Jokum is dropping. Jokum is out. He does have a buyback for himself at least. Laurel still trying to find another way in from the side. Does get hit on WS's Abba. Meanwhile, Collapse is backing away. Jokum's buyback force. Collapse with the stun. Natsumi will survive for now, but Radon charging in. Meposhka, aggressive egg, right in the middle of everything. They cannot focus it. Talon has to reposition. And the lasso catches two! It is Rue!
They can still come back. Kuku already went for it, but they're saving the sniper. They want to bait Spirit deeper.
But they caught the backup while WS to call. And Natsumi down! Triple for Radon. Team Spirit. They'll get an Ultra. And can they get the Rampage for Radon?
He wants
for Talon, they cannot get any kills here. Just a Bat Rider. And that is a Rampage for Radon.
Congra Esports versus Team Falcon.
Get around
that
this
is a big ring. That is a big ring to enter. And without the Terror Blade, they don't have the damage for it. BZM cannot stun Skitter. And it's going to be Mega Creeps inside Tundra's base. They'll try to poke Skitter. He jumps again inside Monkey King. He'll be okay for now. Gets hit by the Laguna. Ballerine dropping low. Durantio trying to finish him off. They will take him out. Ballerine will die. He's gone for 2 minutes. Skitter gonna get hit by another stun by BCM. Can they get this Life Stealer? Trying to take me home. He might just get it. No! He is denied from the opportunity of getting back home. Probably not even any onto 33 either. He's waiting for Malreem. Like, you want to go down to the low ground? Hell no. But they will drop the Doom onto the Phoenix. BCM looking for an angle in, gets caught by the Bushwhack. And they drop the goal by White Mother. Saksa! He's got them all inside! Doesn't even drop the cogs. He's just body blocking Malreem.
PARIVISION versus Team Spirit.
With the blink into the RP.
They should definitely try to go and find something right now. Ducalis doesn't have much protection.
Just trying to keep himself alive to maybe buy some time, and they'll blink in. Oh, no, 9 class. He's killed as well. Laurel and Radon be in the right spot to maybe go flick black hole. They'll go to the lasso, but they've got the cluster cook. They hit the RP. It's going to be on to 2 of these heroes, and now they'll look over. It's actually on to 3. Both Ducalis and DM are gone. BKB's been popped by no one. They go to the Pulverize, and from BKB, they get all 4. Bit scary, but he walks right into a Pulverize. Flame Break. Pulverize, now the Shackle from Rue. Buyback committed, though. That's going to come from Laurel. Can they go in on this? Oh, RP's huge here from Radon. Grabbing 3 once again. They go to the onslaught, and down goes 9 class and no one. They'll look for more. Satanic with a BKB TP out. Can they catch up to DM? He'll TP without a BKB, and that leaves them vulnerable. As they'll get the Hex, they'll get the kill, and that's 3 heroes gone. Ducalis will try to run, but the Vortex is in for Laurel, and 4 heroes dead again up. They put the Lotus Orb on the Collapse, but again, you're fighting into an Aegis. You're fighting into a lasso, but they've got themselves the RP. The Skewer, no, the lasso.
Got him again.
They've got the control from 9 class. Radon, Collapse, gone. DM, he'll finally fall, but the throne is exposed. Satanic goes from Aposhka. Now he'll fight Laurel, but instead he'll focus the throne. They'll look to get the game. The glyph is there. GG is called, and PARIVISION, they'll take game number 1. In time, Laurel looking for a fissure. DM's there. Blank looking for a hoof stomp. That lands on a 2, but got the skewer back into the Roche pit. The damage on the Laurel. It's going to be a lot. They'll get the kill to the Earthshaker.
And an outpost, the PP2 might be forced to use it if they want to take this fight. Collapse
Roche is going to be going down bottom, so...
No stampede yet.
Let's see, and they'll go for 9 class. They'll get the kill to Rue, but now the chaotic offering comes out from Ducalis.
Radon is
The
so
right
low.
clicks for Satanic. They'll get the kill to Maposhka. Both supports taken out. There goes Radon. Satanic with a triple kill. Collapse on the run. No one gets him, and it's just the Earthshaker
It's a
who's
full
back alive
D1.
as he bopped back. The jump in, the horn toss, the skewer onto Radon. They blow him up. 80 seconds. They send him back into retirement. They knock out Team Spirit. GG is called, and they're moving on to the lower bracket final. PARIVISION utterly destroying Team Spirit in this second game.